Seoul, a stop in the Jamskul area. Cars are moving along the road. Someone says, "Yes, director, don't worry." The guy is standing in a crowd of people and talking on the phone, saying into the phone that as soon as the bus arrives, he will try to get to the designated place as soon as possible. In response, the director tells him that this is a very important meeting and please let him not make stupid mistakes. The guy confusedly answers, "Well, let the director not worry." The girl next to him turns her head to him. The director tells the guy that with these words he only. Something happens here. The guy removes his hand with the phone from his ear and looks in shock with his mouth open in front of him, without listening to the director. The girl next to him also looks in front of her in surprise. On the road in front of them, reality breaks down and a black hole appears in the fragments, around which a red light glows. There are many scarlet eyes burning in the blackness of the rift. The guy is amazed, as are other people nearby. They don't understand what it is. Then a huge crowd of goblins runs out of the rift at them, which opens its mouths and sticks out its tongues joyfully runs. Their eyes are burning red. Then one of the people shouts that it's a flash. Let everyone run. The guy stands amazed and looks in front of him. Flash. This is a phenomenon in which monsters can penetrate into their reality with the help of dimension gates, which just connect their dimension with the dimension of monsters. The crowd screams to run and rushes to the side. The goblins run in a crowd after them. Someone shouts that it is necessary to report the outbreak as soon as possible. In response, someone shouts that they need to be informed about this in some way. The guy is standing with a briefcase and thinks that he also needs to get out of here as soon as possible. Then something catches his attention. The girl fell on the road and wiping her tears, crying and calling for mommy. He runs up to her and says, "Baby, don't cry," and let her take his hand. He takes the girl in his arms and looks up in surprise somewhere. 3 goblins are standing next to them, happily sticking out their tongues. He realizes that he is too late. The guy snuggles up to the girl and closing his eyes thinks that he is finished. There's something going on here. The guy is still standing with his eyes closed, thinking about what is happening, why it doesn't hurt him. Then someone asks him if he's okay. The guy opens his eyes in surprise. The girl in his arms also opens her eyes and turns to the sound. There are tears in her eyes. They answer that now yes. Those who deal with the monsters that have penetrated into their world from the gate of dimension. Those who have been chosen by Deus, they call the awakened. A girl with red hair with a smile tells him that they have come, and now they can be calm. A guy with dark hair and a ponytail is standing next to her, chewing gum. The guy opens his mouth in embarrassment and admiration. Someone is calling Park Do-hak. In the office, the director tells him that he told him that it was very important or did not tell him. And Park Do-hak came back without even attending this meeting. The director points his finger at him and shouts that if there was an outbreak nearby, then it was necessary to immediately put his feet in his hands and run to the meeting place. Park Do-hak, smiling, says that yes, that's right. Behind him, colleagues are discussing among themselves what's wrong with this Park Do-hak. They say that while he was on business, a gate formed right on the road. Then the director throws something in Park Do-hak's face and shouts that it was the last straw. The director shouts that if by the evening he does not make sure that this contract is signed, then he will definitely fire him. The envelope with the documents falls to the floor. Park Do-hak replies that he understood. A little later, Park Do-hak tells another guy that his director has completely gone head over heels. How could he have influenced the appearance of the Flash? In response, the guy replies that he is, especially since Park Do-hak never lets him down just like that. Park Do-hak says that he would like to become awakened and earn some money. The guy asks him what he's up to again. He should give up on this already. Park Do-hak imagines the awakened and says that would be cool, right? Especially if he became like the awakened ones from his favorite game DNFO. This is the only thing where he can be completely sure. The guy in response tells Park Do-hak that enough is enough to carry this nonsense. He'd better think of something more feasible. Park Do-hak ruefully says that probably his interlocutor is right. Apparently these thoughts filled his head again after the director scolded him. The guy takes him by the shoulder and asks if his bus is coming. Park Do-hak screams that he ran and they will see each other tomorrow. The guy with a smile wishes him good luck, saying that this time he has to cope. A little later at 6 p.m. the sun is almost down. The city is illuminated by the sunset rays. Park Do-hak stands and thinks that he has traveled so much in order to sign this damn contract. Park Do-hak says that this idiot is unlikely to give him another indulgence. So Park Do-hak will sign this contract no matter what. Then the ground beneath him begins to shake. And Park Do-hak is terrified that it's an earthquake. Then he shouts that no, it's... Then a flash appears in front of him again. Park Do-hak presses his hands to his head and shouts that twice in a day. And this is not too much. Then from the other side of the street they shout to him, "Hurry up and run here." Park Do-hak immediately rushes in this direction. And monsters are already climbing out of the flash. Goblins run after him, mouths open. Park Do-hak is running away from the monsters, but they are all closing in on him. One of the goblins grabs his briefcase. Park Do-hyuk turns his head, looking at how the monster grabbed his briefcase. He clenches his teeth and shouts this. He punches the monster in the face and shouts that these are documents that are more important than his life. Park Do-hyuk holds the briefcase by the handle with his other hand and hits the goblin who grabbed him in the face with one. But another goblin is already jumping on him. They shout at him from behind. What is he doing there? He needs to get here soon. His savior takes Park Do-hyuk by the collar of his clothes. Park Do-hyuk is dragged behind a metal gate, which slams shut in front of a crowd of goblins. His briefcase was also left outside the gate. The one who saved him presses some button on his phone, and all the monsters are immediately fried by electric current. He tells Park Do-hyuk that this will delay the goblins for a while. The savior tells him that the awakened ones will arrive soon. Then the car stops abruptly. A lot of black cars arrive at the flashpoint. People get out of cars. The guy sees a crowd of monsters and says that there are so many. The girl replies that it doesn't matter, they are goblins. The guy says that normally they will raise money like this. They shout, insulting the goblins and attracting their attention. This is a group of people consisting of 4 people. Their leader is the E-rank fireball Kim Chul-jun. He shouts his team forward and rushes into battle. Goblins rush into battle on the enemy. Kim Chul-jun's team enters the battle. One of the team members uses magic, hitting some of the goblins with blue lightning. The other hits the goblin with one of his 2 swords. Kim Chul-jun jumps up, raising the sword above his head. An orange flash flashes above him. He lands in a crowd of goblins and attacks them, causing them to fly apart together with stone blocks. Later, people carry away the burnt bodies of monsters. The members of the team that fought with them are resting. Park Do-hyuk admiringly says that the awakened ones are really cool. Holy shit. Park Do-hyuk looks around and asks about where his briefcase with documents is. Then someone tells him not to approach. They're not done here yet. Park Do-hyuk apologizes in embarrassment, saying that he just wanted to find something quickly. Someone hands him briefcases and asks if that's it. Park Do-hyuk replies, yes, that's right, thank you. Kim Chul-jun says with a smile that he is. Awakened ones like them should always help weak people. He continues, saying that after all, the power that Deus gave them was given to them for this very purpose, in order to restore justice in the world. One of his team members, looking at this, says that Cap has started to show off again. She suggests someone to argue about how long Cap will chat this time. There is a strange sound. Kim Chul-jun and Park Do-hyuk turn their heads in surprise. A huge, pumped-up goblin is walking towards them, carrying someone's head in his hands, followed by a bloody trail. The monster's eyes are glowing red. He growls, raising a huge club in one hand and holding someone's head in the other. Park Do-hyuk covers his ears with his hands, protecting himself from this growl. Kim Chul-jun shouts at him to hide quickly. Park Do-hyuk replies that he would like to, but his body doesn't move from fright. Park Do-hyuk settles to the ground. Kim Chul-jun screams for him to run as soon as he can move. He shouts to others that those who can help him. His team shouts Cap. Kim Chul-jun rushes into the fight, shouting that he will buy some time. The gloves on his hands light up with fire. Park Do-hyuk opens his eyes in shock. Kim Chul-jun lies prostrate on the ground. The goblin puts his foot on his head. Park Do-hyuk opens his eyes wide. The team shouts that the monster dealt with the captain in a second. Their strength is not enough. They run away and shout to Park Do-hyuk to run. But he's sitting on the ground, his body sparkling with orange lightning. The monster looks at him with its tongue sticking out. Park Do-hyuk thinks with tears in his eyes that this is how his life will end. And he hasn't really done anything in his life. He says out loud that he said he didn't want to die. The monster attacks Park Do-hyuk. His body sparkles with lightning. He is informed that he has been awakened. The monster slams the club into the ground with great effort. Goblin smiles. His club broke through the asphalt. Smoke is coming from the pit. Park Do-hyuk is sitting safely in another place behind the monster. He asks about what it is. The system informs him that the awakened Park Do-hyuk can use D and F skills. Park Do-hyuk asks about the fact that he woke up at such a moment. The system informs that in order for Park Do-hyuk to become more familiar with the system, Park Do-hyuk was given access to all the necessary experience. His rescuer shouts at him to run faster as a monster runs at Park Do-hyuk, raising a club. Park Do-hyuk's body control was changed due to the danger. The monster approaches him, raising a club to strike. Blue lights appear under Park Do-hyuk's hand. He attacks the monster with magic projectiles. They hit the goblin in the face and body. The members of Kim Chul-jun's team watching them are discussing what it is. Wasn't Park Do-hyuk an ordinary person? After all, judging by his attack, he is also awakened. What rank he must have to use such power, they don't know. The goblin is standing with his eyes closed. Smoke is coming from him. Park Do-hyuk slips between the monster's legs. He turns out to be behind him and stretches out his arm in front of him to attack. He uses the Flaming Palm spell. His eyes are burning with a blue light. The hand lights up yellow. The goblin does not have time to turn his head when everything is flooded with bright light. A powerful explosion is heard. Park Do-hyuk watches the smoke dissipate. The goblin attacks him. Park Do-hyuk says shield. He is surrounded by a blue shield. The monster makes a jump to attack. Then Park Do-hyuk turns his head, noticing something. He picks up a sword. The monster stands with a club in his hands and looks at the enemy. Park Do-hyuk says the enchanted weapon and the sword lights up with a blue light. He looks at his enemy with determination. The monster looks back at him. Park Do-hyuk rushes into the attack. The monster raises a club to strike. Park Do-hyuk hits the goblin on the torso, slipping next to him. His eyes are still burning with a blue light. The monster begins to crumble. It crumbles into small pieces. They evaporate in the air. The monster dissolves into space. The system reports that the danger has been eliminated. Body control and skills have been returned. The awakened ones watching him are in shock. They think that Park Do-hyuk can't be. He is an awakened duelist. It can be even higher. The system informs that the training is completed. From that moment on, Park Do-hyuk becomes awakened. The year 2000, magic towers began to appear in capitals all over the world. They were made of materials hitherto unknown to the world. It was rumored that a creature called DONIS lived there. The towers were taller than any skyscrapers and glowed with a purple light. Currently, these towers are under the control of states. For a while, there were all sorts of rumors around these towers. Then outbreaks began to occur all over the world. And those who were chosen by DONIS appeared to help contain the creatures that were coming out of there. And 20 years later, in 2020, the whole world recognized the awakened, and this time is called the heyday period. On March 27th, at 6:12 p.m., the system informed Park Do-hyuk that he had been awakened. He became awakened. Apartment building, the sun is shining brightly. Park Do-hyuk gets up on the bed, rubbing his head. He looks at his rumpled clothes and thinks that looking at it, it looks like yesterday's incident was not a dream. His washed suit is hanging on a hanger. Park Do-hyuk remembers how he defeated the monster with a sword. What he looked like then. When the danger was eliminated, his body control and skills were returned to him, and Park Do-hyuk's eyes took on his usual color. He immediately began to turn his head, not understanding what had happened. He looks at the iron sword in his hands and does not understand why it happened. Park Do-hyuk thinks that he definitely saw a goblin warrior just now. Then it seems to him that the monster is standing right behind him. Park Do-hyuk turns his head in fright, thinking that maybe the monster is still alive. But there is no one behind him, only a club lying around. Park Do-hyuk asks about the fact that there is no monster. He thinks that the goblin warrior couldn't have come back. He sees a goblin club and a lower rank crystal, which the system informs him about. Park Do-hyuk looks at the sword in his hands and thinks that he really woke up and destroyed it. Then someone shouts to him, "Teacher." A girl with a boyfriend approaches him. The girl takes his hands and says that they saw how Park Do-hyuk dealt with this goblin with his cool magic. He asks them what they are talking about. The girl in response says that he is so modest compared to other magicians she has seen. The guy replies that he can talk to them informally, calling Park Do-hyuk a teacher. He is shocked and does not know what to answer. After a while, Park Do-hyuk says that they need to clean up this place, otherwise there are corpses all around. The guy replies that this is normal. In places where there was an outbreak, it's always like this. Park Do-hyuk thinks about the fact that people's deaths are normal. The guy says they're more interested. Wouldn't Park Do-hyuk like to join them since their boss is dead? The girl says that they are sure that he could definitely lead weaklings like them. Park Do-hyuk looks at their happy faces and thinks that just a couple of minutes ago they left him in a panic when their leader died. And now they call it the norm. Strange. Aloud, he asks them to give them time to think. The guy says he's asking him to lead them. The girl supports, saying, we ask. Here someone tells them to stop there. The guy and the girl turn to the voice. There is a girl with her hair braided in two tails. Two men in suits are standing behind her. The girl tells them to follow their instructions now. The guy and the girl say they have already come, quickly. Park Do-hyuk thinks that they came from the department and thank God. This is the management of the awakened, briefly up. 20 years ago, guilds began to form in connection with the appearance of the awakened in the world. This is how the Black Panther, White Lotus, Plum Blossom guilds appeared. The task of one organization is to protect the security of ordinary citizens in the state, and this organization is the management of the awakened. The girl from the awakened management says that they really came faster than usual. The girl is Lee Young-so. She tells the guy and the girl to come here. They are amazed, and Park Do-hyuk takes the opportunity to disappear. The guy and the girl turn in shock looking at how he runs. They shout to him, teacher, and do not understand what to do, run after him or not. They rush after Park Do-hyuk. A man in a suit asks Lee Young-so what she will order them to do. She replies that unless she needs to be asked about this, the men must bring the fugitives. Men catch a guy and a girl, pinning them to the ground. The man looks at the fleeing Park Do-hyuk and asks about his two. Someone shouts, teacher. Lee Young-so replies that no, it's not necessary. She bends down, picking up Park Do-hyuk's briefcase from the ground. She picks him up and says she thinks they'll meet him again. She smiles. It's 7 a.m. On Park Do-hek's watch, the alarm clock is ringing. He thinks about what he should do. Will the director believe him if he says that he could not sign the contract because he woke up? Park Do-hyuk looks at his hands, thinking that okay, that was. He puts his palms to his cheeks. He decides that first he needs to study his abilities. It is necessary for him to survive as an awakened one. This time, Park Do-hyuk definitely wrote something about the abilities from the game. He remembers the notification from the system. He studies the console. His rank is F, class mage, mechanic, alchemist. Almost all of its characteristics are 5. Park Do-hyuk finds it great. All indicators are on the top 5. Magic 3, protection from magic. It seems he has already seen it somewhere. Park Do-hyuk understands that this is a combination of classes. Park Do-hyuk excitedly shouts that this is the first character of his favorite game. It turns out that he just repeated 3 classes, as in the game. Park Do-hyuk thinks admiringly that even those who have 2 classes of double awakened are already very rare and guilds are willing to pay them a lot of money. And Park Do-hyuk turns out to be a triple awakened. He clenches his fists happily, and then he screams out loud. His cry wow can be heard even on the street. Then someone knocks on his wall and asks him to be quiet. Park Do-hyuk confusedly replies, "I'm sorry." He thinks that going to the dungeon now would be too stupid. Many awakened ones die on their first visits there, so he first needs to improve his skills. Park Do-hyuk opens the refrigerator, thinking about how he can earn money without straining too much. He pours milk into his glass, thinking about how to make money without fighting with anyone. He drinks milk thoughtfully. Then his eyes widen in amazement. He looks at the console, saying that for sure, among the spells of mechanics, there is a doubling of the maximum level. He looks at the spell description. It allows you to create an exact copy of the original thing. It is impossible to copy a thing more than twice. Copying a copy is also not possible. Items created by other users cannot be copied. The time to create a copy depends on the level, volume of the item, and its composition. The success of creating a copy decreases depending on the growth of the volume of the item. The higher the user level, the higher the success rate of creating a copy. He decides to try using this spell. Park Do-hyuk decides to try to start with a glass in his hand. He asks the grateful magic power to double this thing. Park Do-hyuk uses doubling the maximum level. The glass is illuminated with blue light. Then a blue glowing cell appears in front of him. A glass materializes in it. The system reports that the copying is completed. An exact replica of the glass appears in front of Park Do-hyuk. He happily picks it up. Park Do-hyuk picks up another glass and says that both outwardly and Reiki is a perfect copy. He thinks that a perfect copy is available in the game. Only a low level is possible. And for the awakened, an ideal copy is available. The level is not important. The higher the level becomes, the easier it will be to create copies. Park Do-hyuk comes to the conclusion that the skills here are even better than in the game. He says that since he's finished with the check, it's time to look for jewelry. Or better, to look for relics. Relics are objects that have absorbed tremendous energy. During the largest outbreak in 2000, relics are divided into several levels: weak, ordinary, magical, rare, unique, legendary, and deus. The value of relics of the rare level and above reaches 10 billion. People who possessed antiques that suddenly became a relic and acquired powerful energy abruptly changed their lives, becoming real rich. The problem was that many old items had become relics, but none of the awakened ones had the ability to feel them. Park Do-hyuk realizes that he has the skill of identifying from the game. The taxi driver informs Park Do-hyuk that they have arrived. Park Do-hyuk thinks that this is why the place he is going to. This is the nearest antique store. Park Do-hyuk decides to look for relics there. 3 hours later, he clutches the ring in his hand, thinking that there are even such cool things. Park Do-hyuk has an Ort ring in his hands. This is a rare level relic. Her abilities: increases the level of magic by 100, increases wisdom by 10%. When using any spell, once replenishes the energy level. He looks at the ring, saying that it's awesome, it's cool. Park Do-hyuk looks at other things and says he found more than just the ring. So you can leave. He looks at the objects he found: a teapot, a ring, a pen, and a bib. The seller says that Park Do-hyuk has been looking so hard here since morning. Park Do-hyuk says with a smile that he has such a hobby on weekends to go out in search of interesting antiques. The seller answers him like this. Park Do-hyuk comes out of the store with a bag in his hands. Then his phone rings in his pocket. Park Do-hyuk takes out his phone and realizes that the damn director is calling him. He looks at the phone and says that although now he cannot worry about it at all. He answers, and the director shouts at him why he is not at work yet. Park Do-hyuk asks in response, and what is already working time? He continues, saying that by the way, he informs him that he is no longer going to work in an office that does not value its employees. The director shouts to Park Do-hyuk that he is carrying. Does he not want to receive money? Does Park Do-hyuk think there are so many companies in the world that treat their employees as well and pay like their organization? Park Do-hyuk shouts back, what the fuck is being treated well? They give tasks on the same day, no vacation days, and even on weekends they demand to come to work. Even tramps from the street would laugh at such work. Park Do-hak says that's it. From today he won't set foot there. Park Do-hak walks, whistling a cheerful tune. He thinks that so the job is done. Now he can go home and start selling items. Then he hears someone shouting what you said and repeat it. In response, they say they were told not to show off with such a level. These are two guys who are about to fight. One of them says that he accidentally touched him, which is why he is aggressive. The other guy in response says that if you hurt a person, you need to apologize. In response, the guy shouts that he touched a little. What a fucking apology. In response, they shout at him a little. That bastard. Someone from the audience asks about what's going on here. In response, they say that the awakened one started a quarrel here, and they can hurt people too. The girl who asked the question says yes, then it's better to move away. Park Do-hak stands in the crowd and watches the quarrel. The guys are already ready to fight each other at this time. One guy shouts that no, that won't do, and raises his fist to strike, which flashes yellow. His opponent shouts in response to whoever is talking, and also raises his fist to strike. He lights up with a purple light. They are almost ready to strike each other when Lee Yong-so gets between them. She grabs both guys by the arms and forcefully throws them in different directions. Lee Yong-so tells them that fights between awakened are forbidden. They should read the instructions carefully. Lee Yong-so says that the first time she forgives them, but the next time she will send them to prison. Here, from the crowd watching this, shouts are heard about how cool Lee Yun-so is and that she is a beauty. She turns her head to look at the crowd. Then she smiles, noticing something. She watches as Park Do-hak stands among the people in the crowd. At the same time, Lee Yul continues to shout admiration. Lee Yong-so shouts, "Hey you," a guy in a black Olympic jacket and with a heavy bag, referring to Park Do-hak. He wonders if she is calling him. Lee Yong-so screams, calling his name. He waves at her, confused, realizing that he is definitely his. People next to him pay attention to him. Lee Yong-so yells at him to pick up the thing he left last time. He is amazed. A little later in the office, people are sitting and working in open space. Lee Yong-so apologizes to Park Do-hak, saying that they only have instant coffee. He replies that it's okay, everything is fine. The two of them sit down at a table. Park Do-hak asks her what about his stuff. Lee Yong-so gives him a crumpled briefcase, saying that this is what she left at the site of the last outbreak. Park Do-hak says thank you in return. Lee Yong-so apologizes, saying that she had to dig through his briefcase to find out the owner. Park Do-hak replies that nothing. The main thing is that he found it. Lee Yong-so says it's good that they're done with the formalities, and now it's time for them to get down to business. Lee Yong-so continues by saying that the two yesterday reported that they couldn't handle the monster that came out of the gate, and she thought Park Do-hak did it. Those two confirmed it to her. Park Do-hak asks what they were looking for to hire him for this. Lee Yong-so says she doesn't want to hire him, but if he has the power, he must register as an awakened one. Therefore, she wants to tell him about how the check is going. Park Do-hak speaks well. A little later, he comes out of the capsule, and the man behind the counter informs him that the check is over. He can pick up his things from the registration desk. Park Do-hak, putting on his shoes, says thank you. Lee Yong-so tells Park Do-hak that he can sit down. He asks her if the results are ready. Lee Yong-so looks at the sheet in her hands and asks to wait. She will explain everything. Park Do-hak thinks about why he is so worried. Lee Yong-so is thinking about something. Park Do-hak sees this and asks about what it is. His stats are too low. Lee Yong-so responds by saying no, nothing. She hands him a sheet and asks him to see what is approved on it, which means that Park Do-hak has passed. She turns to him, wishing him luck as an awakened one. And also Lee Yong-so with a smile wishes him a long life. Park Do-hak thinks that her speech is so-so. Lee Yong-so points his hand to the side and says that the exit is there. When Park Do-hak leaves, another employee approaches Lee Yong-so. He asks her why she is so nice to this guy. He doesn't have any prospects at all. Lee Yong-so replies with a smile that it's all about curiosity. Just curiosity. Park Do-hak leaves the awakened control. He sees a guy and a girl at the exit, who invite those who leave the building. The girl tells the exited guy to come to them. Their Black Panther Guild provides full support to newcomers. The guy next to her says that very promising newcomers have joined their Jinsen Guild. Why doesn't he come to us for a consultation? Park Do-hak looks at this and thinks that the representatives of the guilds are right at the doorstep trying to attract newcomers. He thinks that it is good that they are not interested in him at all. Park Do-hak thinks that it's much better for him to be alone now without attracting attention. After all, he only needs to earn money. Park Do-hak uses doubling of the maximum level on the ring. A blue energy cell appears. The system informs him that the copy creation failed. Its current level is not enough. The copy success rate is 0%. Park Do-hak rubs his eyes tiredly. He says that it looks like with his level, it's too early to try to copy a rare relic. He decides to look at the remaining three things then. This is 67-year-old Granny Kim Ok-bun's teapot. His level is normal. Abilities. If you brew and drink tea from this teapot, the level of maga increases by 0.01 for every 100 milliliters. Tea in this teapot never spoils, as it has an antibacterial property. The fountain pen of the writer Yu Disong, the level is normal. Abilities. Adds 20 magic points, adds 20 wisdom points, reduces strength by 3 points. Choi Jusong's champion belt. The level is magical. Abilities. Adds 50 energy points. The effectiveness of energy boosting potions increases by 50%. Park Do-hak decides to put the ring on himself for now. Since he already has the registration of the Awakened One, he can use the Deus Net, so he will know the price of the ring. And the rest of the things Park Do-hak decides to copy and put up for auction. Deus No. Over the past 20 years, many Awakened Ones have begun to appear all over the world, and Deus No became a kind of space that united them all. Here they share news, information about dungeons and other things, and there is also its own auction site where you can exchange or sell items. Japan, Nagoya, someone's house. The awakened re-shooter is sitting at the table. She clicks her computer mouse, finding something interesting. She studies the description of the writer Yu Disong's fountain pen, saying that such ordinary things rarely became relics. But she understands that the pen raises the level of wisdom quite well. She eats candy, saying that wisdom is so difficult to lift, so you should definitely buy a pen. She clicks the mouse, saying that so many people do not give up because of such a price, but the handle is hers. An awakened woman from Japan named Ri successfully bought a fountain pen for 120 million won. At the same time in Seoul, in the building of the White Lotus Guild, the office is on the highest floor. In the bathroom there is a girl who is talking on the phone, saying that the dear one knows that she receives a list of recent transactions on the Deus Net. She is talking to the master of the White Lotus, the best guild of the Republic of Korea, Kang and Han. He asks her what. The girl says that someone recently exhibited one rare and one ordinary relic. One of them has already been bought. Kang Ying-han asks about the fact that this is not an ordinary seller. The girl answers no, there is some new ID, about which there is no data. This is the deputy head of the White Lotus Guild, Min Sonal. She says that besides, with one awakened license, only one login can be created. Kang Ying-han asks her what she's getting at. Min Sonal replies that something is not clean here. These are relics that are unlikely to be found, even if you go around 30 dungeons. Kang Ying-han asks her what she means. That the seller has a hidden ability to find relics. Min Sonal answers yes. Expensive relics are usually sold at the Kanama market. She looks through the glass at Kang Ying-han and says that weak relics can be easily sold through Deus No. She takes a robe and puts it on, saying that the seller is not like those who often sell ordinary and rare relics. She gets out of the bathroom. Kang Ying-han says that's right, no one can have such relics. He says that's fine. He will contact the development team and ask for information about this person. Min Siniol in response says thank you dear. Bright sunny day. A park where people walk. Someone is keeping score. This is Pak Do-hak doing push-ups and counting the number of push-ups. He made 48. According to the assignment, he has to make 50. On the last forces, Park Do-hak makes 50. The system reports that he has completed the task of 50 push-ups and receives skill points. His level has been increased. He gets level 11 and has reached the second mage class. Park Do-hak says he didn't think he could do it, but it's great that he can raise his level, just like in the game, and even distribute points according to the necessary stats. He is studying his increased characteristics. Park Do-hak says that the characteristics of magic are slowly taking shape. He sits down to tie his shoelaces and says that he will now try to get the passives movement spell and concentration. He understands that he needs these abilities to resist the monsters. After all, what kind of magician does not fight monsters? That is why spells are mandatory in the game. But you can only get skills through training. Park Do-hak shouts strong and resistant armor. The system reports that the spell concentration failed. The armor spell has been cancelled. Park Do-hak thinks that nothing works out the first time. He will repeat until he succeeds. Park Do-hak is running. He shouts again. Park Do-hak again shouts strong and resistant armor, making a hand gesture in the air. The system reports that the spell concentration failed. The armor spell has been cancelled. Park Do-hak says that this was the 20th time. What is the problem? He is being watched by a child who thinks, wow, the guy has been running so much and does not get tired. Then someone shouts to the child that he got up where the ball is. He is shouted that he needs to go and find the ball before it gets lost. The boy asks for forgiveness and shouts that he will find him now. The boy runs after the sword, which lies on the other side of the highway. He runs out into the road, saying that it's good that the ball didn't roll very far. At the same time, a truck is rushing at the boy. Here he is shouted to be careful and look around. Park Do-hak notices this. He sees a boy on the road and a truck approaching him. He takes off. Park Do-hak runs, shouting damn. The boy reaches for his sword with a smile. The truck's headlights shine very close to him. The boy turns around at the bright light and opens his mouth in fright. Park Do-hyuk thinks that he should be even faster. He covers the boy with himself, shouting strong and resistant armor. The screeching of brakes is heard. Park Do-hyuk stops a car surrounded by blue shining armor. He clasps his hands in front of him, the armor completely surrounding him. But one shard from the windshield still hurts his cheek, scratching it. Park Do-hyuk thinks about the fact that the armor does not cover the whole body. He shouts at the boy, asking if he's okay. The child looks at him in shock, lying on the ground. Then, he admiringly asks Park Do-hyuk if he is a hero. He doesn't know what to say to that. The system informs him that the ability to cast a spell on the move has been activated. For 10 does not require any separate actions. Expends 1 point of magic. The spell concentration ability was also activated. If at the moment of concentration his mind points allow, then the skill will be applied in the usual way. However, if the mind points are below 5, then the ability will be impossible to apply. Mana points are not restored. Park Do-hyuk studies the consoles that have appeared. The boy answers him that he is fine, and his savior. Park Do-hyuk replies that he is too. He is glad that everything is fine with the boy. He pats the child on the head. He laughs in response. People from the sidewalk are shouting for everyone to look. They almost ran over a child there. Someone shouts that they will call the ambulance. Park Do-hyuk notices this and says he thinks it's time for him to go. The boy grabs his sleeve and shouts at him to wait. The boy asks him to tell him his name. Park Do-hyuk points at himself, asking him in shock. He thinks to himself about whether then they will start trumpeting about him all over the neighborhood. He doesn't know what to do. He came up with something, and smiling says his name is Park Do-hyuk. He continues, telling the boy that, as he said, he is something of a superhero. But the boy must not tell anyone his name. It will be their little secret. The boy admiringly puts his finger to his lips and shouts never. He would never tell anyone. Park Do-hyuk jumps up, disappearing, and finally shouts to the boy to be careful from now on when playing near the road. The people watching them are shouting that the guy ran away. Someone says no, he had no reason to run away. The man asks the boy if he accidentally knows his savior. The boy answers nope. He smiles and says he has no idea what the guy's name is. A little later, 2 people are standing on a dark street. One of them in a black pantsuit and sunglasses says that everything is fine. They checked. The man looks at the pen and the belt lying in the box and says that there is 1.08 billion without a commission for the pen. They will give 450 million won for the belt. A man is holding a tablet in his hands. Behind him, a man in the same clothes slams the case. The man with the tablet says that 1.53 billion were transferred to him. Let him tell you when the confirmation comes. Park Do-hyuk says okay, let them wait. He's looking at his phone. On the screen of Park Do-hyuk's phone, a notification appears about the replenishment of his account for 1,530 million won. Park Do-hyuk clicks on the Go to app icon. He happily realizes that the money has come to him. He is amazed to think that he has never had more than 10 million, and now he has 1.5 billion in his account. Park Do-hyuk tells the men that he checked. Everything is fine. They thank him in return for the deal. They will take care of these relics. Park Do-hyuk tells the men that if that's all, he will bow out. Park Do-hyuk walks down the street, amazed to say that so much has happened today. He thinks he can grab a chicken on the way. The next day, stop on a busy street. People go about their business. A bus pulls up to the stop. Park Do-hyuk steps out of it onto the sidewalk. He stops at the bus stop looking in front of him. He looks at the sign, asking about which bus goes to the Awakened Road. He understands that he needs the 13th bus. He still has 15 minutes before his arrival. In principle, it's not that long. Then the ground beneath him begins to shake. Park Do-hyuk looks down in amazement. He thinks that is it really. Sweat is streaming from his face. He imagines a lot of goblins with red eyes, and the dead leader of the Awakened team lying on the asphalt. Park Do-hyuk understands that it is most likely an outbreak. He is concentrating on where the gates will open then. Then someone falls on the asphalt. It's some guy who starts looking up in shock. Park Do-hyuk asks him if he's okay. The guy stutters and shouts in shock that it's on top. He stretches his finger up in fright. Park Do-hyuk raises his head and opens his mouth in amazement. A flash appears in the sky directly above him. Bright purple flashes are visible from there. Park Do-hyuk looks at the arrows flying at him. He dodges them and the arrows pierce the ground near him. Park Do-hyuk, seeing this, realizes that his enemies are able to pierce the ground with spears. He looks at the spear stuck in the asphalt, from which smoke is coming. Park Do-hyuk realizes that it looks like there are no ordinary monsters in front of him. There's something landing right in front of Park Do-hyuk. He looks at the enemy and says this type. Glasses and an old man's face. In front of him is a small man with red eyes and big glasses on his forehead. Park Do-hyuk understands that, in contrast to glasses and an old face, the enemy has a young body. This is the one who creates incredible things that no one has ever thought up before and that were made by the hands of a monster. The one that Park Do-hyuk and DNF caught out of boredom. Park Do-hyuk is talking about being a dwarf in front of him, isn't it? Park Do-hyuk is standing. There is a flash in the sky above him. A dwarf stands in front of him with a crossbow in his hands. Then someone shouts at them to stop. Park Do-hak and the dwarf turn to the voice. This is a girl with long dark hair who throws out her jacket. She says to fight her. There is determination in her eyes. She immediately pulls out her sword and rushes into battle. She is preparing to attack the dwarf from above. He puts a crossbow in front of him. The dwarf loudly shouts the words "General Gathering." Then other dwarves appear from the flash. The girl, seeing this, opens her mouth in shock. She is still in the air, and 4 crossbows are already aimed at her. There are even more dwarves. There are at least 7 of them, and all their weapons are aimed at the girl. She opens her eyes in fright, clenching her teeth. A lot of arrows are stabbed into her. She covers her face with her hands in shock. She looks at how the arrows pierced into the armor that protects her body. She asks about what it is. Park Do-hak, pointing at her with his finger, says that he barely had time. The girl looks at him, thinking that he covered her. Park Do-hak shouts to her that she should stop looking around. A dwarf with a sword and shield rushes at her from the other side. The girl blocks his attack with her metal armbands. Here someone uses the spell Harmony of Magic, Coherence of the Poles, a magic projectile. He defeats the gnome who attacked the girl. The gnome blows off part of his face. He screams in pain. The girl opens her eyes in shock. Park Do-hak says that it's dangerous here and she should leave. The girl in response says that no, she is also awakened. She must fight. Park Do-hak says she thinks she'll change her mind after seeing that guy. Someone fully armored appears from the flash. He is huge for a dwarf. He has a shield and a hammer in his hands. A red light is burning from the visor of the helmet. It shines with a bright light. The girl opens her eyes in horror. She asks about what it is. Her body is covered with orange lightning. Park Do-hak tells her that this is a special intimidating ability of higher monsters. If she gets scared, she won't be able to move anymore, just like now. In response, she asks him how he coped then. Park Do-hak takes her in his arms and says that he has experienced this once before. The girl asks about what it means. Park Do-hak, together with a girl in his arms, jumps from the place of the fight. He runs with her in his arms. The girl looks at him in amazement. Park Do-hak lands with her in his arms, dropping to one knee. Park Do-hak tells her that even though he used a shield, she must still be in shock from those arrows. She should rest for a while. The girl with a smile tells him well and thanks him for his help. Park Do-hak asks her if he can borrow her rapier. The girl says of course, but asks him to beware of arrows, since this sword, it is not very effective. Park Do-hak studies the rapier. This is Modif's rapier. Her level is normal. Opportunity, increase strength by 100 points. He says that such a weapon will do for him. Park Do-hak rushes into battle with her. He lands on the roof right above the dwarves. He studies his enemies. These are 10 dwarfs with hammers, 9 shooters, and 1 captain who is in armor. Park Do-hak says that with such equipment, he can't take it with a magic projectile. He decides to start with the minions. Besides, the captain's gnome shield looks suspicious. The shield glows green. Park Do-hak jumps into the attack saying Harmony of Magic, Coherence of Poles, Magic Projectile. He hits several dwarves with magic projectiles at once. Blood spurts from them. Park Do-hak lands on the asphalt. He thinks that it looks like the effectiveness of the magic projectile is better in reality than in the game. The dwarves, untouched by him, draw their weapons with a smile and anger. Park Do-hak goes to them with a gun in his hands. He tells them, stupid creatures, let them face the Great One. He says fear. 2 red eyes light up behind him. A red mist envelops everything around. Park Do-hak's eyes are also glowing red. The dwarves look at him in horror. One of the dwarves finds himself face to face with a dragon with red eyes. The dragon opens its mouth, rushing to attack the dwarf. The dwarf screams in horror and shoots an arrow from a crossbow at the dragon. The arrow hits the dragon in the head. Instead of a dragon, another dwarf immediately appears in front of him with an arrow in his head. He's bleeding. He screams in pain. Park Do-hak looks at how dwarves attack each other and thinks that fear is much more effective than many skills. After all, under the influence of wisdom, he can cause hallucinations. Park Do-hak thinks it's a good thing he kept a copy of the fountain pen. Park Do-hak thinks that the action of the fountain pen will not last long, so you need to hurry up and deal with the boss. Park Do-hak says Harmony of Magic, Coherence of Poles, Magic Projectile. Park Do-hak attacks the dwarf captain with magic projectiles. The latter reflects his attack with his magic shield. Park Do-hak understands that this shield has a high resistance to magic. Then he must find another way. He brings his hand to the rapier and talks about Mother Nature allowing the power of disharmony to be used, an enchanted weapon. The rapier is covered by blue light along with symbols. Now Park Do-hak has a rare weapon in his hands. Its capabilities: increases strength by 35, deals at least 500% damage to the enemy. The cooling time is 30 seconds. Park Do-hak is ready to join the fight. He takes off. The dwarf captain is ready to attack. Park Do-hak pierces his shield with 1 rapier strike. The shield's magic is dissipating. The dwarf's knees are shaking. Park Do-hyuk tells him with a smile that he trusts his shield too much. The dwarf captain occupies a stable position on the ground. He doesn't know what to do. He throws aside his visor. Park Do-hyuk opens his eyes in amazement, saying that there was emptiness inside all this time, and the red light is a light bulb. Park Do-hyuk lands next to the opponent, looking at the pile of armor in amazement. Then she starts to move, and the warrior raises his sword to attack. It flashes with black and red fire. The warrior hits the ground in front of him, causing stones to fly in all directions and smoke to rise. Park Do-hyuk, frightened, begins to speak the harmony of magic, the coherence of the poles, a magic projectile. He jumps up, hitting the warrior with magic projectiles. They scratch the armor and heat it up. Park Do-hyuk lands on the ground. His armor is white hot. The smoking shield falls to the ground. A dwarf appears from the inside of the armor. Park Do-hyuk realizes that the captain has been sitting inside the armor all this time. He looks at the opponent who has appeared and thinks about how the boss of the dwarves looks like this. Park Do-hyuk realizes that his enemy's shield is broken and it looks like his spells are starting to work. Park Do-hyuk looks at the dwarves struck by his spell and realizes that soon the effect of fear will subside. He decides to get it over with as soon as possible. Park Do-hyuk uses the magic projectile again. The dwarf captain hides from the spell behind a shield. He stands in armor with a weapon and a shield in his hands, but then he is very surprised by something. A lot of magic projectiles fly into it. At this time, Park Do-hyuk slips behind him. He also attacks him with magic projectiles in the back. The dwarf's armor heats up to white on his back. Park Do-hyuk circles around the dwarf captain and hits him from all sides with spells. As a result, the armor of the dwarf captain lights up with a blue light. The dwarf is smiling inside at this time. Park Do-hyuk also thinks with a smile that his opponent is mistaken if he thinks he is a simple magician. He decides to end it. Park Do-hyuk finds himself above the dwarf and raises his rapier to attack. Park Do-hyuk says harmony of magic, coherence of poles, magic projectile. He hits the dwarf's magic directly in the head from above. Smoke envelops everything. Park Do-hyuk looks at the empty armor, around which a brown puddle is spreading and smoke is coming. Park Do-hyuk turns his head, saying there are only dwarves or servants who are already gradually coming to their senses. Park Do-hyuk says that only these puppies are left. He rushes at them with a weapon. A little later, smoke comes from the dwarves' bodies. Park Do-hyuk thinks that fortunately this time only the leader had an enchanted shield, but there's no telling what might happen next. Park Do-hyuk thinks that he needs to find second-class spells as soon as possible. Then someone comes up to him and says, "Hello, Mr. Park Do-hyuk." He raises his head and says that Lee Yong-so is in front of him. She replies with a smile that yes, it seems they began to meet often. She turns her head and asks about what Park Do-hyuk really did here alone. He folded his arms on his chest and answered yes. Lee Yong-so looks at the bloodied bodies of the dwarves and asks about that girl Kim In. Park Do-hyuk says she was wounded at the beginning of the battle, so he carried her away. Lee Yong-so is amazed. But Park Do-hyuk continues, saying that more importantly he would like to talk about compensation for this outbreak. In the case when the awakened are involved in stopping an unforeseen outbreak, they are supposed to be compensated with trophies. Lee Yong-so tells him with a smile that he doesn't have to worry about it. 19 dwarfs and 1 leader. The crystals that were left from them, weapons and armor, corpses. If you count all this, then Park Do-hyuk will receive about 500 million. Park Do-hyuk thinks that it is possible to move out. He turns around and Lee Yong-so yells at him to wait where he's going. She stops by Park Do-hyuk and asks if he will give an interview. Park Do-hyuk says with a smile that he would not want to be conspicuous, so he asks to delete everything. Lee Yong-so says well in response. Then the up will take care of it. She thanks him for his work. Park Do-hyuk answers her on the run and says thank you to her as well, and let her pass the rapier to that girl. Then someone shouts, "Hey, wait." 2 young reporters approach Lee Yong-so from behind and ask her about what the awakened one who fought these dwarfs alone is saying somewhere here, and whether Yong-so knows where he is. The reporters would like to know more about him. They ask Lee Yong-so to tell them what he looks like and how he was able to do such a thing. A little later, in a skyscraper illuminated by the sun, someone says, "Master." At a table in a room with closed windows, a girl is sitting on a sofa with a glass of wine in her hand. She says, addressing the newcomer, "Chonghwa," she also said to knock before entering. He puts his hand to his head and asks the girl for forgiveness, saying that he will come out and come in again. The girl in response says enough is enough, asking what happened. The man is the deputy head of the Plum Blossom Guild, Chan Chonghwa. He tells the girl that there has been an outbreak in the Shinen area. However, there are no deaths, only 1 wounded. He continues by saying that there are 2 F-rank awakened ones on the spot. One of them took care of everything. The girl in response tells him to stop pulling the cat by the balls and lay out what he is driving at. Chang Chonghwa says that an F-rank novice was able to deal with a pack of E-rank dwarves with only magic and 1 sword, but they say that what he used was like a spell. The girl asks for spells, not magic. Chang Chonghua replies that yes, he moved his hands and spoke spells. The girl replies that she has only heard of such a thing. He asks Chang Chonghua if he thinks that this is a special kind of awakened abilities. Chang Chonghua says that this is the first time he himself has seen someone using awakened powers in this way. He continues by saying that in addition to this, the guy used something like magical crowd control and a magical force field. In response, the girl says that an awakened F rank did it. She says with a smile that while the rest of the guilds have not woken up, they need to take the initiative into their own hands. This is the master of the Plum Blossom Guild, Lizzie. She asks Chang Chonghua about why he came here after hearing this news. He does not understand her question, saying that of course, to report to her. Lizzie closes her eyes, lowering her head. She shouts to Chang Chonghua that in this case, he should have immediately snapped at the scene to find and hire this newcomer. Chang Chonghua asks again about hiring. Lizzie shouts to him that both she and he are hearing about such abilities for the first time, aren't they? It's something extraordinary. He doesn't think it would be worth bringing such a rarity to their guild. Chang Chonghua responds by saying sorry. He's moving out right now. Lizzie throws him out into the hallway, shouting that it's enough talking and it's time for him to get out already. Later, on a busy street, the sun illuminates the skyscrapers. A white car stops at a traffic light. This is the deputy head of the White Lotus Guild, Min Sonal, coming. In the car, the news is announced on the radio. Here the announcer moves on to the next news, saying that this time the outbreak occurred in the Shinan area. However, the main topic was that during this outbreak of F-ranked newcomers named Park Do-hek dealt with the dwarves with one blow. Min Sonal starts listening to the news with interest. The announcer continues, saying that according to the interview of the awakened Kim and who was next to him. Here the news is interrupted by an incoming call. Min Sonal is calling baby. She asks, "Dear, what is it?" White Lotus Guild Master Kang Yinghen is calling her. He asks Min Sonal if she is having fun. "I left all the work for my beloved." Min Sonal replies that they agreed that she has external relations. She asks about what price they will put. Kang Yinghen says about the price that let her try 3 billion. Min Sonal asks him in response if he thinks that this will be enough to attract such an unusual awaken. She says to raise more. Chang Yinghen answers her 10 billion. In return, she will pass the guild's internal test. Min Sonal asks if this is mandatory, but she immediately says okay, I understood. Min Sonal continues with a smile, saying that he will use all his charm and will definitely bring him. Chang Yinghen answers her not to flirt with other men, but to do business. The sun is shining brightly in the residential quarter. There are people standing at the door and studying an ad that says, 100 billion won. If you're not going to pay that much, please leave. One of the people reading this says he doesn't even know if he's that amazing or just crazy. One of the people suggests that to regard such an announcement as simply unwillingness to sign a contract. The other one says in response that yes, he definitely moved, thinks he's so cool. A white car stops here near these houses. Min Sonal comes out of it onto the asphalt. People open their mouths in shock at the sight of her, saying that this is the deputy head of the White Lotus. The girl behind their backs says in shock that this is the best guild in Korea. They are thinking that Min Sonal has also come to hire him. She removes her glasses, asking why so many small midges have flown here. From the crowd, someone says that they can go. It is unlikely that the guy has plans to sign a contract. Had he already negotiated with the Lotus? Min Sonal looks at the crowd in front of the doors and approaching her says that they didn't have a chance from the very beginning, but they decided to come anyway. She tells them with a smile that only with the wealth of the White Lotus can such an unusual recruit be achieved. Then something catches her attention. This ad, 100 billion won. If you're not going to pay that much, please leave. She repeats the sum of 100 billion in shock. She is amazed to ask what Brother Hongyi thinks about such a figure. This is the deputy head of the Makong Guild, Kim Hoon, who in response to her sternly tells her not to pronounce his name with her filthy mouth. He continues, saying, besides, which guild decides to pay so much to an awakened F rank because of some incomprehensible spells? Min Sonal responds by telling him that these are not spells. She said unusual. Did he see someone using spells? Kim Hoon thinks about these words and says no, but it's just a crazy price. They will never be able to get them in their lives. Min Sonal, with a smile, folding his arms on his chest, says that he does not know. He thinks Mr. Park Do-hek wants to find a place that will appreciate his talent. She shouts loudly, Mr. Do-hek. She screams that she will leave today, but next time they should meet with conditions that will satisfy both sides. She's leaving in her car. From the con, the words are already gone. Park Do-hek puts his hands behind his head and says that it's nice when so many people are trying to attract your attention. But Park Do-hek has no plans to join the guild yet because of the money. Besides, working in the guild requires some sacrifices. He looks at the cards in front of him on the table and says that then you can say goodbye to your freedom. And all Park Do-hek needs right now is strength and growth. He studies the maps and says that with this data he will be able to raise his level. Park Do-hek says with a smile that he thinks it's time to act according to plan. After 5 days, on the metal fence there is a sign with large letters warning. In this area, the probability of monsters appearing is increased. Entry is prohibited. In case of unauthorized entry into this territory, the person who entered is responsible for his own life. Park Do-hyuk thinks that he is finally here. He stands in front of a huge metal gate. He's thinking about the relics he's been collecting for 5 days. This is a gravel bracelet. His level is normal. Rosary beads for entrance exams. Their level is magical. Yuhana's bracelet. His level is normal. The bracelet of the youth. His level is normal. Binoculars of the Great Emperor. His level is magical. Mr. Kim Yong-wan's belt. His level is magical. Park Do-hyuk says with a smile that he also has a suit that he managed to assemble from what was left in Shine. He's wearing shining armor. He looks at the car to his left and says that he even spent 500 million on armored vehicles. He studies his stats and says that his stats have become much higher than 5 days ago. Park Do-hyuk thinks that the preparation is over. The man behind Park Do-hyuk tells him that he checked his license and he can pass. A man shouts an order to open the gate. The huge metal gates begin to open. Park Do-hyuk looks at the gap in the gate with a smile and says, "Let's go." Dungeons and territories. 20 years have passed since the Awakened Ones appeared. During this time, dozens of dungeons have appeared all over the country. However, most of them belong to either the upper guilds. In order to use the dungeons, it is necessary to observe a number of inviolable rules. And for an awakened person who does not belong to any guild, going there will be an extremely difficult task. However, territories are different from dungeons. This word means places where, due to differences in the ecosystem, monsters appear most often. They are fenced with a high fence, 10 meters long, and monsters live and breed inside. The reason for their similar content is that by killing monsters you can get magic crystals and raise your level. Basically, it is the awakened loners who go to such places. Behind the fence in the territory, 3 goblins are standing near a large pile of meat. They're looking at a treat, and then they rush to the food, starting to tear off pieces of meat with their teeth. Park Do-hyuk sits on a tree branch and watches them. A briefcase is slung over his shoulder. He says the harmony of magic, the coherence of the poles, the magic projectile. The goblins continue to eat meat without suspecting anything. They are immediately struck by magic. Blood splashes in all directions. Goblins are lying around a brown puddle. Park Do-hyuk says with a smile that his stats have finally grown, so now he doesn't have to rush like crazy after these goblins, trying to get into them. He thinks that he feels as if he has already seen something like this. Although this, of course, is not bad. Unlike the way he was before, it's like he's already used to it. Park Do-hyuk wonders if this was meant when he was notified that he had received all the experience. Park Do-hyuk comes to the conclusion that it looks like this system is not so bad. He opens his briefcase and pours the meat out of it on the ground. The smell of food attracts goblins, as well as a huge white wolf. Saliva begins to flow from the monster's mouth. His eyes burn with blue fire. Park Do-hyuk says that since he has already understood the level of monsters in this territory, monsters surround him from all sides, growling and grinning in his direction. Park Do-hyuk sees them and smiles. Aloud, he asks if we'll have some fun receiving the corpses of monsters. Someone says 47. Then the employee starts to keep the account. 48.4950. He says with a smile that for the first time he sees such a well-preserved goblin corpse. The same applies to other corpses. He thanks Park Do-hyuk for coming to sell them such good corpses. In response, Park Do-hyuk asks him how much will come out. The employee keeps account and says that for altogether it will turn out 300 million won. Behind Park Do-hyuk's back, the other awakened ones are saying 300 million admiringly. It's the first time they've seen someone get 300 million at a time. Someone has been here for 5 years and also sees this for the first time. The employee tells Park Do-hyuk that he will pay him off right away. And he also says that by the way he received a package. The employee apologizes to him, saying that they needed to open it for safety. They did not harm the object in any way. Park Do-hyuk pulls out the book and says nothing. Thanks for taking it for safekeeping. The employee in response tells him, yes, were you? They are grateful that such a talented person came to them. Park Do-hyuk says in response that he was just lucky. He smiles, standing surrounded by other awakened ones, and thinks that he so wanted to do without all this hype and glances. Then the guy with the mohawk pays attention to how Park Do-hyuk picks up the package. He offers others only to look at that type. He says that judging by what he heard, that guy only got 300 million on the corpses of monsters. He tells his partner that they somehow scraped together 30 million in a few days. He bangs his fist on the table and says that he is already tired of eating one doshik, and this employee has never been so nice to them. He remembers the smiling face of the employee. All 3 guys with irokeses, each of whom has strands painted in different colors, yellow, blue, and red. The guy with the yellow streak says that apparently the awakened one thinks that he is so cool since he knows how to use magic. Park Do-hyuk accepts the box with a smile. Otherwise, why would he behave so arrogantly? These awakened ones look at him and angrily think that Park Do-hak is a pathetic jerk. I wish they'd swat him and kill. Then one of them turns to his brothers, telling them, let's kill this jerk. His brothers look at him in shock. The guy with the blue streak says that Park Do-hak earned so much today, for sure he will come back again. They've been here for 2 years and haven't met him once, so he's sure he's new. When he shoves the corpses into the truck, they will approach him from behind and finish him off. Then they will pick up the truck, saying that they are his fellow travelers, and then they will be dumped from this territory forever. In addition, when entering the territory, everyone signs a contract that they themselves are responsible for everything that happens there. The guy with the yellow streak says great, his money. The guy with the red streak supports him, saying that the armored truck, crystals. The guy with the blue streak ends up saying that they will take everything. The next day, Park Do-hak loads the bodies of the slain monsters into his truck. He carries the body of a goblin on his shoulder, throwing the monster's body. He sighs wearily and says that it seems much more difficult to collect these corpses. Guys with dyed strands are watching him from the bushes. The guy with the yellow streak says that he went, let the others cover him. The guy with the blue streak tells him okay. There is a stirring in the bushes behind Park Do-hak. He turns around in surprise, opening his eyes wide. The awakened one rushes at him with a shield and a raised fist to attack. Park Do-hak meets his attack. He managed to surround himself with armor. The guy with the yellow streak doesn't know this and tells him with a smile about what happens when you turn on the brain. Then 2 other awakened ones come out of the bushes and cheerfully shout to eat, and it turned out great. They shout hit him high on. A guy with a yellow streak and burning eyes raises a weapon to attack. He swings, but Park Do-hak stops his attack with one hand. He presses his other hand to his head. He looks at his enemy and says that he attacked him with such skills. Park Do-hak holds out his hand, and he smashes his palm into his opponent's face. Park Do-hak says that killing a man who tried to attack him is called self-defense. He shouts the incantation Flaming Hands. The guy attacking him is illuminated by a bright yellow light. Park Do-hak looks at the enemy. His face also lights up. His 2 partners look at all this in shock. They are very scared. Park Do-hak stands with his arm extended over the body of the awakened one. Then he hears a sound behind him. 2 metal discs crash into him, which hit the armor created by Park Do-hak. He turns his head in the direction from which the attack came. Park Do-hak notices the 2 remaining awakened ones in the bushes. The one with the blue streak stands with his arm outstretched. It was he who made the attack. He opens his eyes in shock. The guy next to him yells at him about what he missed. The guy sweating profusely answers him that no, he definitely hit it. After these words, he turns around and starts running, shouting to his friend that this guy is not a beginner. How they thought of him. They need to run faster. The other guy stretches out his hand in his direction and shouts to his partner, hey, chain it. Blue lights flash around Park Do-hak. He asks them that their skills and ability to work together leave much to be desired, and they decided to go against him. Park Do-hak says the harmony of mania, the coherence of the poles, the magic projectile. Magic strikes a guy with a blue strand of hair right in the back. The guy with the red hair opens his eyes in shock, screaming chain it. He thinks that it will not leave so. He takes his shield and sword. He thinks that no matter how strong his opponent is, he won't be able to use spells forever. The guy's shield and sword flash red. His eyes also light up red. He thinks that with this shield, he will finish off Park Do-hak. Park Do-hak says a colorful mix, a jet of color. His hand flashes blue fire. He puts it forward and everything is flooded with blue light. The guy with the red streak sees this light and thinks that his opponent is going to limit his view. A jet of color can affect the enemy's view, as well as stun him with prolonged use. However, Park Do-hak's level of wisdom has grown quite a bit. Now this spell can direct waves of vibration into the opponent's body. The eyes of the guy with the red streak open wide. Blood begins to flow from them. He stops in amazement. His eyes and mouth are covered with blood. He falls to the ground, dropping his shield and sword, and thinks that he doesn't feel the blow. What the fuck is this? Park Do-hak walks towards him, passing by the sword and shield. The guy thinks that they made a mistake. He looks up, looking at his enemy. The guy understands that Park Do-hak is not a simple beginner. The same one kills the guy who attacked him with one blow. Park Do-hak dispassionately says that they wanted to take his life, so let them pay for it. Park Do-hak says that he was left alone. Near his feet lies the body of a slain opponent. He looks at the way a guy with a blue streak in his hair is pushing through the bushes. The guy holds his side and turns around in shock, opening his mouth. He stutters with tears in his eyes and shouts to Park Do-hak to spare him. He never catches his eye again. The guy shouts loudly, I beg. Park Do-hak stands and thinks that he is not so holy as to let go of someone who tried to kill him. Blue lights begin to light up around his head. Park Do-hak attacks the guy with a magic projectile. Blue streams of energy are flying at the guy. They hit a running man in the back. He screams in pain and shock. He is immediately struck again by blue streams of energy. Park Do-hak looks at his opponent. He settles to the ground. Blood is coming out of his mouth. All the trees around have been destroyed. The guy falls to the ground. Park Do-hak clutches his sword and says that his opponents could not withstand even one spell. How sad it is. There are some people running towards them. Park Do-hak turns his head at the sound. These are workers who are shocked to ask about what is here. They see Park Do-hak standing next to the car with a sword, and 2 bodies are lying next to him. One of the employees asks Park Do-hak if he could explain to them what happened here. He answers yes, of course. He begins to tell the workers about how he was attacked by other awakened ones. The employee says, okay, they got it. They will also check the recordings from the video cameras, but they think it's self-defense. However, they still ask him for cooperation. Park Do-hak answers, well, he got it. The employee tells the others that in this case they need to remove the corpses and move out. Park Do-hak thinks that the hell because of the assholes who attacked him. He will have to finish for today and lose money. Park Do-hak stands with his hands pressed to him. Something surprises him a lot here. He asks the workers if they feel this magic. They don't understand what he's talking about. Park Do-hak says that he means the magic that comes from there. In the shadows, 2 burning blue eyes look at them. The employee says he thinks Park Do-hak is too sensitive right now after the fight. He'll go and check it out. Park Do-hak looks at him in amazement and immediately opens his eyes. He shouts to the workers, run now. The employee asks what Park Do-hak is learning there. He does not have time to finish. A huge white wolf appears in front of him, with glowing blue eyes and symbols on his forehead. The wolf opens its mouth and lets out a loud roar. Park Do-hak looks at the monster and thinks that this is the leader of the wolves of this territory. The wolves he hunted in DNF. The wolf takes off and rushes to attack a man in a black suit and glasses. He freezes in shock in front of the monster. Park Do-hak shouts shield. From the monster's attack, the man closes the shield, and the wolf's claws scratch the blue shield. The employee does not understand what happened. Here someone shouts immediately, run here. Park Do-hak says fireworks at your fingertips. A blue light lights up in his eyes, and everything flashes orange next to him. Park Do-hak shouts flaming hands. The whole space around is flooded with orange light. The worker behind him rushes away screaming. The flame reaches the monster's muzzle. The wolf immediately jumps sharply away from the fire. He lands in a completely different place, and then he shows his teeth again. Park Do-hak seeing this says that such attacks will not work. The monster is too fast. He thinks that with his monster roar, he also called his pack. Other wolves are running towards them. The workers, seeing this, freeze in shock. They look around and shout about what the fuck they're coming from. They shout in shock that this is a pack of wolves of this territory. Park Do-hak stands by his car next to other employees, surrounded by a pack of wolves, and thinks about coming up with. Park Do-hak shouts to the workers to get into his truck and leave here. The truck is armored, so they can get out without any problems. The workers shout back to him what he is talking about. They will help him. Park Do-hak yells at them that they just almost died. Their absence will help him a lot more. Then one of the workers touches the other by the shoulder and, addressing him to Sunbi, says that he is also against it, but nothing can be done. They better leave and call for help. He says okay. The leader of the wolves lets out a loud roar. Other wolves surround one of the workers, spreading their mouths. The worker raises and clenches his fists, says he will stay here, and let the rest get in the car and leave. The wolf growls at him with its mouth open. The monster rushes to attack the man. He punches the wolf in the face. The man says that even without armor, you can. But then he is surrounded by 3 other monsters, opening their mouths. They knock the man to the ground. One of the monsters opens its mouth right at the man's head. Park Do-hak uses a magic projectile, and magic strikes the monsters that knock down the man. A worker leaning out of the truck shouts to Sunbi that they are ready. He looks in front of him in fright. His glasses are askew. He runs into the truck, saying that he understood they are moving, and immediately slams the door behind him. The truck is leaving. There are shouts from there that they will come with help. Park Do-hak turns to the truck with a smile. He thinks great, finally got them out. Well, then Park Do-hak is very surprised by something and opens his eyes wide. The leader of the wolves jumps on him to attack, raising his paw to strike. The claws on his paw light up with a blue light. He makes a paw swing. The leader of the wolves hits the place where Park Do-hak was standing. An explosive wave immediately emanates from this place and blocks of stone fly away. Park Do-hak realizes that it was a jump and a paw strike, and then a flick of the tail. He walks around the wolf from behind. Park Do-hak thinks that he definitely saw it in the game, and if he dodges this attack, then the others will attack. Park Do-hak stops, and the wolves immediately approach him. They rush in a crowd to the place where Park Do-hak was standing. The same one jumped up, avoiding the attack. He thinks that then, the leader of the wolves begins to sparkle with blue lightning that covers his entire body. He lets out a roar and lightning strikes up. Park Do-hak opens his mouth. Lightning strikes the ground. The monster rushes to attack. The whole space around is covered with smoke. Other wolves are looking at a crater in the ground, in a place where lightning struck. Wolves, not understanding what is happening, raise their muzzles up. They are immediately hit by magic projectiles. The leader of the wolves stops. He opens his mouth, sticking out his tongue. Park Do-hyuk says that just like in the game, the monster cannot move after using the ability. Park Do-hyuk holds up a finger, saying that it's okay to end this. The whole space around him is filled with blue lights. The leader of the wolves, frozen in place, looks at him. Park Do-hyuk screams fireworks at his fingertips. He shouts flaming hands and a magic projectile, and immediately the whole space in front of Park Do-hyuk is flooded with fire. Magic projectiles are flying through the flames. They all rush towards the monster. The leader of the wolves freezes before the attack. Immediately, the flames engulf everything around. There is an explosion. Park Do-hyuk looks at the body of the wolf leader. The workers who appeared checked whether the leader was really dead, and he was questioned about that trio. Thanks to the black box that was built into the truck, it was easy to prove the guilt of those guys. However, they might not be the only ones who might come up with the idea of stealing items from other awakened ones. That's why Park Do-hyuk needs to stay alert. Park Do-hyuk thinks that relying only on armor and weapons is too dangerous. He needs a companion. He thinks that the current level will be enough for him for some mini drone. On the territory, Park Do-hyuk is sitting on the roof of his truck. He's already a level 5 mechanic. He thinks that it could have been done at home, of course, but he is too impatient to check. He looks at the items lying in front of him and thinks that besides, all the necessary parts that he ordered at Deus Market have already arrived. Park Do-hyuk says that he is worried as before the first use of doubling. He looks at the console in front of him. Park Do-hyuk says that he thinks that a stone covered with metal will make a great drone. He starts making a mini drone. Park Do-hyuk thinks that this is a process of creating items that he has only seen in games. All parts are covered by a blue glowing sphere. The system reports that the manufacturing process of a mini drone is 10%, 25%. Park Do-hyuk looks into the sphere and says that he can watch it forever. The production of a mini drone is suspended by 50%. Here Park Do-hyuk says exactly. We must not forget about it. He picks up Avelin's sticks. Her level is magical. Features: increases magic by 20. Spell: can be used to cast a magic projectile. The system reports that Avelin's wand has been added to the mini drone. The sphere absorbs them. The production of the mini drone is 75% complete. The system informs Park Do-hyuk that the production of the mini drone has been completed. The sphere is illuminated by blue light. Park Do-hyuk picks it up and finally says, here in the bushes near him begins some kind of stirring. It's the goblins in the bushes. Park Do-hyuk decides to test his drone on them. He orders him forward, and he immediately starts flying. Although the appearance of this drone does not differ in any way from ordinary drones, due to the fact that he was created using a mechanic's spell, he can gain a lot of speed against monsters that do not have high skills. The drone is like the main predator. The drone targets 3 goblins. Immediately, blue lights flash around the drone, and immediately hits 3 goblins with a magic attack. Park Do-hyuk opens his mouth in delight. He says that now goblins even relatives do not recognize. Park Do-hyuk says that the drone is strong enough. It remains to check its other functions. To begin with, he decides to try using it to raise the level of the mechanic. After all, to create a golem, he needs at least level 11. And then he will have to fulfill only one condition. Someone is watching a video of how Park Do-hyuk dealt with the awakened ones who attacked him, as well as all his attacks and the use of spells. This video is called Park Do-hyuk's Battle with 3 Opponents and the Leader of a Pack of Wolves. In the comments, people write, wow, holy shit, and isn't this the one who single-handedly dealt with the recent outbreak? Someone writes that the magic of the awakened is capable of this, or how to explain it at all. Someone writes in the comments that he is an awakened D rank, and can say that this is impossible. It's all editing. In the comments, they answer him that they don't know about this monster, but did he deal with these guys not because they are weaklings? They didn't even have time to raise their hand. Someone still writes that this is definitely a montage. Someone watching the video says that thanks to this video, the number of subscribers and likes is growing. The girl eats a candy and says that it's good that she poured it. Thanks to this video, she will be able to gain subscribers, and Park Do-hyuk will become more popular. She says with a smile that she thinks this is the situation that everyone will benefit from, isn't it? In a huge skyscraper, someone shouts, no, what else is this? Lizzie comes up to Chan Chonghua from behind and asks about what happened. He says he found one video, let her just watch it. Lizzie asks about what he saw there. She immediately shouts that isn't it Park Do-hyuk? Chan Chonghua replies that yes, he thought it was just a video from his hunt. This is the video of Park Do-hyuk dealing with 3 awakened and the leader of the wolves. Lizzie puts her hands on the table in amazement. After a while, she says Chingua, and then he continues, saying that he thinks that this time she will have to personally go and talk to him. Chan Chonghua in shock asks her again that she will go in person. Lizzie angrily asks him if he didn't understand anything from this video. Chan Chonghua replies that Park Do-hyuk is unusually strong for an F rank. Lizzie screams about what is obvious. This F-ranked one killed 3 awakened ones and the wolf leader. Chang Changhua asks that isn't it too much to offer 100 billion to a newcomer. Lizzie asks him about how when he was F rank he could kill such a monster so easily. He answers her no, it's too hard. Lizzie screams that here she is, and she had never heard of such a thing, but this Park Do-hak is already so strong. But if he gets even stronger, then 1 trillion won't be enough for him. Lizzie grabs Chang Changhua by the suit and shouts that they don't have time to sit idly by. She drags him along, saying that they need to move out. At the same time, in guild number 54, the big picture is one employee shouting to another that they don't have time to sit idly by. In guild number 101 Black Comet, one of the employees shouts to the other rather, if they can get it, they will immediately break into the top. Guild number 70 JU employee says that they are obliged to get it. Park Do-hak leaves the building. 700 million won is credited to his account. He looks at the notification on his phone. Now he is not even surprised by such sums. Then his phone rings. Park Do-hak looks at the phone screen and says that this is the deputy head of the Plum Blossom Guild, who recently invited him to them. He took his number with the business card that he left. Park Do-hak picks up the phone. In response, they tell him that it's good that he picked up the phone. This is the head of Lizzie's guild. He asks again about the fact that isn't this the number of Young Changhua. Lizzie says Young Changhua is driving now. She would like to talk to him personally and asks him where he is now. Park Do-hak replies that he is currently busy on the territory. If it's not something urgent, then he hangs up. Lizzie says sternly, "Wait, Mr. Park Do-hak." She continues, saying that if he is busy, then it's okay. She wanted to talk about his admission to the guild. Park Do-hak replies to her, "Go on." Lizzie says that the last time he posted a price of 100 billion on the door. If what they saw on the video is true, then they are considering paying him this amount. Young Changhua tells her that it's still a bit. Lizzie puts the phone away and shouts at him to shut up and look at the road. Park Do-hak is calling her. She immediately picks up the phone again and says yes, how can he make such an offer? He still agrees to such conditions. Park Do-hak asks her about what she said there about the video. Lizzie says that yes, a man named So Harry posted a video with him on YouTube. He didn't know about it. Park Do-hak says it's the first time he's heard about it. He says he thinks he needs to sort out the situation first. He hangs up. Lizzie, not understanding, asks him to wait. But Park Do-hak hung up the phone and Lizzie calls him into the void. She looks at the phone in amazement. Young Changhua asks her to give up these stupid thoughts. Lizzie grabs his neck with her hands, screaming that he has nothing more to say. He coughing shouts Lady Road. Park Do-hak looks into his phone, where a video of his fight is playing. He says that someone really posted the video. He puts his hand on the hood of the car and shouts, "Who is it?" He exhales. Park Do-hak thinks that it looks like the video was posted for the sake of subscribers. Someone may misunderstand and think that he is some kind of killer. Park Do-hak clenches his fists in anger. He thinks that since everyone has found out that he uses spells, then he needs to take advantage of the moment. Park Do-hak says that he was not going to join the guild, but he will be able to descend into the dungeons, thereby increasing his level much faster. He types a message on his phone that it's Park Do-hak. He sends a message to anyone who wants him to join their guild. Despite the fact that it was not he who posted the video from his hunt, his skills are no longer valued at 100 billion. Tonight at midnight he would tell them the reason. If they are interested, then let them come to see in person. Jeongseong Building. The head of the Jeongseong group, Baek Eun-ho, tells Do-hai about how many times he asked her to dress modestly. The head of the guild Jeongseon Baek Do-hai and his daughter tells dad that it is inconvenient for her to move in the dungeons in other clothes. She is wearing shorts and a top. Baek Eun-ho shows her a costume model on the screen and asks about how she likes this version that the guild has made for her, how she will defend herself in her current clothes. Baek Do-hai tells her father that this armor protects much worse than her armor. He is amazed and asks what. Baek Do-hai tells dad that this time she doesn't want to sit on the sidelines. He asks why. Once she was attracted to this guy too. She says yes, she watched the video. And now she is absolutely sure. Baek Eun-ho says that he contacted the app and they said that he is a very ordinary magician. Is it known why magicians are usually rated so low? A magician can specialize in the fire element, specialize in the water element. Magicians are usually rated low because it is impossible to develop their skills in several directions at once. Baek Do-hee says she knows it all, but after watching the video with Park Do-hak, she is sure. He is not a simple awakened magician. Baek Eun-ho asks his daughter if she thinks that Park Do-hak is worth such a lot of money. She says she's not sure yet. Baek Do-hai says with a smile that her intuition usually did not let her down. The father then looks at her in amazement. He realizes that it's been a long time since he's seen the rain so lively. Baek Eun-ho believes that in his opinion this is an ordinary F-rank newcomer. But since his daughter is so inspired by this, he speaks well out loud. He thinks that's why Baek Do-hee came here to him. How much does she need? 10 billion. She says 200 billion. That's about what she needs. Her father opens his eyes wide in amazement. He says he understood and prepared everything. but he asks his daughter not to waste money. Baek Do-hee rushes to hug her father and says thank you daddy and she loves him. He laughs in response. 12 Night Gangnam Daeus Market. Lee Young-so says good evening ladies and gentlemen. She introduces herself and names her position. In front of her are Lizzie and Jang Jeon-ho. Lee Young-so says that they will hold a slightly strange auction today. She thinks that many people already know, but she puts her hand to the side and the light illuminates the figure of Park Do-hak. Lee Young-so introduces the guests to the most hotly debated face of their society in recent days. This is the awakened caster Park Do-hak. He takes the microphone and says nice to meet you, calling his name. He says, as everyone could see in the video, unlike other awakened magicians, after using magic, he does not need time to rest and accumulate mana. Then someone shouts at him what a lie. There has never been anyone who could use magic without wasting mana. The guy who shouted it shouts to Park Do-hak to stop this farce, otherwise he will meet with his ability. He is sure that Park Do-hak edited that video. Park Do-hak stretches out his finger and says shield, armor. The guy who spoke is surrounded by a created shield. The shield and armor spells are activated. The people sitting next to the guy are talking about what's so fast. No delay between spells. Park Do-hak asks about the fact that the speed is very different, isn't it? He asks about the fact that now the audience is happy. The guy who spoke clenches his teeth in anger. Someone from the crowd says that he thinks with such a simple spell as a shield, it's pretty easy. With attack spells, he's unlikely to be able to do that. Park Do-hak says that he assumed that they would start to doubt, so he got ready. He snaps his fingers and talks about showing them his skills on his assistant. Then someone raises his hand up, saying sorry. This is Baek Do-hee, who says she would like to help him with the demonstration. Park Do-hak asks again about help. Baek Do-hee says that yes, this is their guild's Jeongsin tank. She thinks she can help a lot more than his dummy. She asks Park Do-hak how is it. Behind her stands a girl clad in white armor. Skills and spells. To use their skills, awakened magicians need to weave spells. However, ordinary magic takes a certain amount of time, and also does not allow movement during the weaving of the spell. Therefore, in order to avoid monster attacks, they often have to turn to tanks for help. However, as long as he can cast the spell, they are triggered at the same moment. In addition, due to the fact that he does not waste time on weaving spells, he can move freely. The attack power, in comparison with ordinary skills, although it does not need to be accumulated, on the contrary, it turns out to be stronger. This is its peculiarity. Ma Sanmi steps up to Park Do-hak's stage. According to rumors, if someone wants her to go on a raid with him, then they will have to pay off a considerable amount. Ma Sanmi says Park Do-hak nice to meet you. He asks her if she is sure that she will cope. She replies that yes, he doesn't have to worry. She looks away and says she thinks she will definitely be better than his assistant. Besides, she would like to personally feel the power of their spells. She tells everyone else that Ma Sanmi is calling her. She works for the Jeongsin Guild. For this demonstration, she will show them her characteristics. Consoles appear in front of other people. They study them. Lizzie studies the console, saying that she thinks that with Ma Sanmi's help, they will really be able to assess Park Do-hak's strength. The level of defense cannot be raised by other statistics points. You can only rely on relics and skills. Ma Sanmi's physical defense is 101, magic defense is 155. Lizzie says that if Ma Sanmi has such indicators in a normal state, then during the fight they are probably even higher. Park Do-hak remembers how he fought with the Awakened. He thinks that apart from those three weaklings, this will be his chance to test his magic on a tank that specializes in defense. Park Do-hak says he plans to show all his strength. Ma Sanmi says she's ready. She raises her shield, and it is surrounded on all sides by the same and pink screen. There is determination in her eyes. In this case, for the safety of the audience, the stage will be protected by a shield. Immediately the screen lights up, which protects the audience from the scene. Park Do-hak smiles. A lot of blue lights light up around him. He says the harmony of magic, the coherence of the poles, the magic projectile. Blue lightning bolts immediately rush into Ma Sanmi. They hit the shield exposed to her with force. She holds the shield, thinking that each of the blows is incredibly strong. And Park Do-hak also launched 5 shells at once. Park Do-hak immediately uses fireworks on his fingertips, flaming hands. Fire rushes into Ma Sanmi. People in the audience are in shock shouting wow. Such devastating attacks, but Park Do-hak doesn't waste time weaving spells. Ma Sanmi holds the shield with clenched teeth. It begins to dissipate, falling apart. She opens her eyes wide in amazement. Baek Do-hee is shocked to think that Sanmi's first defense has been destroyed. Despite the fact that she is one of the strongest awakened D rank, he was still able to destroy her shield. Baek Do-hee smiles. Then someone asks him that he can show something else. Ma Sanmi holds the shield with a smile and says she can still continue. She didn't feel anything at all. Let him show everything he is capable of. Ma Sanmi smiles. Baek Do-hee says with a smile that Ma Sanmi who rarely recognizes magicians except the most outstanding ones, has finally become interested in someone. If they can get Park Do-hak, then they can make a great team. Park Do-hak speaks well, he understood. Blue lights light up in the air around him, and his hands burst into flames. He says he thinks there are enough games. Park Do-hak smiles. He uses flaming hands, blue lights flash here. Park Do-hak raises his hand. Masami opens her mouth. A monstrous explosion is heard. The shield created to protect the audience is destroyed. Lizzie opens her mouth in shock. Kang Ying-hen and Min Sonal also open their mouths in amazement. Lee Yong-so looks at the stage in shock. Masami stands clutching the shield, covered in soot and soot. She's in shock. Park Do-hyuk rubs his head, asking for forgiveness, and saying that he didn't mean so much. Masami says nothing in response. She says it's an honor to be wounded after all this time. Park Do-hyuk holds out his hand to her, thanking her for her help. Masami accepts his hand, saying it would be great to see him in action again. Well, this is the end of the demonstration. Park Do-hyuk tells the audience that now he would like to put forward his condition. He has no plans to join any guild. He would like to sign the contract not as a guild member, but as a mercenary and partner. Kang Ying-hen tells him in response that if he is not going to join the guild, then what is the point of paying him so much money? Park Do-hyuk replies that it's their choice. Kang Ying-hen says that showing off such skills, he shouts to Sonal that they are leaving. Other people talk about Park Do-hyuk wanting to be a mercenary. Of course, his skills are good, but there's no point in giving him 100 billion. Their guild would have no use for such a mercenary. Park Do-hyuk says with a smile that only you are left. He looks at Lizzie and Baek Do-hye. Lizzie asks about why they would spend so much money on a mercenary and not a guild member. Park Do-hyuk says that he is not satisfied with the idea of getting only money for the contract. He's going to sell such items. His mini drone appears in the air. Jeon Jeonghan asks in shock that Park Do-hyuk knows how to build products. Lizzie screams that she can't believe he's not just using spells. She screams that he is a double awakened. Park Do-hyuk presses his finger to his lips, saying it's a secret. Lizzie screams 100 billion. She accepts his terms. She offers him a 5-year contract. Their guild needs him. Baek Do-hye says 150 billion and she will give him 1.5 times what the Flower Guild will offer him. There are headlines in the news that F-rank newcomer Park Do-hyuk signs a contract with the Jeongseon Guild for 3 years as a mercenary. Newcomer Park Do-hyuk broke the record for the contract price by 30 times. A mercenary along with a guild member. Park Do-hyuk is in the spotlight because of an unusual contract. Park Do-hyuk in a suit shakes hands with Baek Do-hye. In the comments, people are discussing what a newcomer will cost 150 billion. Park Do-hyuk that brainwashed them or Baek Do-hye went crazy. The head of the guild has shrunk his brains altogether. People thought that being the head of one of the top 10 guilds of Baek Do-hye would be wiser to manage money. Someone writes that yesterday he saw with his own eyes how Park Do-hyuk uses his skills in the Deus market. Park Do-hyuk can wipe the nose of any magician with his abilities alone. In response, they answer that his ability to use spells was not a lie. Well, then it's worth recognizing him. It turns out that he can use a variety of types of spells, both attack and defense. Park Do-hyuk looks at his phone, saying that a day has passed. Isn't the news spreading too fast? He thinks about what he didn't even tell his parents, because I was afraid that they would worry. But it looks like they don't really mind. His parents told him that, whatever it was, he should value his life and not get into trouble for anything. Safety always comes first. Don't do anything that will make his mom cry. Mom and dad are very worried about him. Park Do-hyuk thinks with a smile that during the break he collected a few more relics. This is Kim Ok-bun's grandmother's bracelet. His level is rare. Features: increases wisdom by 25, increases magic by 20, increases attractiveness by 5. If used in a temple, then magic defense increases by 10 times. The recovery time is 3 days. The shoes of marathon runner Kim Yi-jo. Her level is rare. Features: increases dexterity by 40, increases dexterity by 20, increases dexterity by 10. Does not change stats at rest. An old prayer book. Her level is normal. Opportunity: increases wisdom by 15. The Twilight Ring of Nobulus. His level is magical. Features: increases mana by 20. When the mana reserve is depleted, it restores it by 100%. The reuse time is 1 day. Park Do-hyuk thinks it's time to check the statistics. He studies his characteristics. His wisdom and magic are already over 300. The rest are about 100. Park Do-hyuk says that he thinks that with such characteristics he is already pulling at the C rank. Now it's time to focus on learning spells, not relics. Park Do-hyuk says it's time to start. The sun is shining brightly on the skyscraper. Park Do-hyuk stands in the lobby of the Jeongseon Guild building. Other awakened ones are discussing him behind his back, saying what the head is thinking about, inviting a newcomer to the guild. Park Do-hyuk hears this and realizes that as he thought, there will be a lot of discontent due to his presence. But there's nothing to be done for the people here. He's just an F-rank rookie. Park Do-hyuk approaches the girl behind the counter, asking for forgiveness and saying that he came to meet the guild master. She says yes to him with a smile for a second. Here someone says who it is with us. There is a man standing behind Park Do-hyuk, who asks if this is really the super newcomer Park Do-hyuk in front of him. Behind their backs, the same awakened ones say that Young Min-kal is at it again. They are interested in how the rite of enlightenment of beginners for Park Do-hyuk will take place. He hears this and thinks about what the rite of enlightenment is. Young Min-kal holds out his hand, saying it's nice to meet him and introducing himself. Park Do-hyuk shakes hands in response, also giving his first and last name. Young Min-kal smiles strangely. He forcefully squeezes the outstretched hand. Park Do-hyuk feels it and squints his eye. He thinks about who would have thought that the rite of passage is just a cliched handshake like in the movies. Park Do-hyuk thinks that he can't just give up. Young Min-kal's eyes light up red. Park Do-hyuk activates the armor. Young Min-kal thinks that with such strength, he should have reacted somehow. He doesn't understand what's wrong with Park Do-hyuk. He leans over to him and asks about what can't be. That's all he has. Park Do-hyuk asks Young Min-kal if he can show him more. This angers the latter. He squeezes Park Do-hyuk's hand so that there is a blast wave everywhere, but he is surrounded by armor. Other awakened ones are screaming about whether it's too much. They're barely holding their ground, but Park Do-hyuk doesn't seem to care. He just stands there and smiles. Young Min-kal is lit up, illuminated by a red light. Park Do-hyuk asks him with a smile, "Is that all?" It seems that this rite of passage is nothing of itself. Young Min-kal says good with a smile in response. He tells Park Do-hyuk not to regret those words. The same one thinks about how easy it is to withdraw it. He lights up red all over. Other awakened ones shout that this is too much. We need to call someone. Park Do-hyuk is still standing silently. Young Min-kal screams, but then something happens and he falls. Young Min-kal is lying face down on the floor. Here, Baek Do-hye approaches the lying Young Min-kal and Park Do-hyuk. She says she just came from the dungeon, and they're messing around here. She turns to the man behind her, asking him to take up the manners of this Young Min-kal again. The man in response says that it looks like he taught him too badly. It's time to take it seriously. Park Do-hyuk looks at this and thinks that this is not an army after all. They train and train everyone personally. Baek Do-hyuk tells him what is Park Do-hyuk. She had heard that he had come to meet her. They can go. They came at such a convenient time. Park Do-hyuk thinks that they really wanted him to show his abilities in front of everyone. Park Do-hyuk decides that this can't be. He was thinking too much. Out loud he says yes well. A man carries away the body of Young Min-kal. Park Do-hyuk and Baek Do-hye come to the office of the master of the Jeongseong Guild. Baek Do-hye says yes. This is the guild head's office and the master's room. Park Do-hyuk asks what they use the office and as a room. Baek Do-hye says that, well, yes, nothing special. This place is almost like home. In any case, she is surprised. Shouldn't Park Do-hyuk be busy spending money for a contract? Park Do-hyuk replies that to be honest, spending money is not his priority. Besides, he came here for a reason. He needs a special dungeon for his abilities. Baek Do-hye asks again about the dungeon. Park Do-hyuk answers her yes, in particular the Goblin Mechanics dungeon. Had she ever heard of such a thing? Baek Do-hye replies that yes, it is just on the list. Goblin Mechanics dungeon is abbreviated PGM, Shinadrim, D731. Baek Do-hye studies its description and says it looks like an E-rank dungeon with a goblin engineer as the boss. She throws a document to Park Do-hyuk, saying that he can look at this list of guild dungeons, and she gives it to him. Baek Do-hye says he's helping him, since they signed a contract with him as an employee. With its growth, they will get even more benefits. Park Do-hyuk replies that he understood. The level of the dungeon he is interested in, F rank. Internal information. Intruders can be attacked with firearms and explosives. Park Do-hyuk studies the information and thinks that even though he came to get the golem scheme there, it looks like he can get more. Park Do-hyuk smiles, thinking that this dungeon is too similar to what was in the game, so the scheme is definitely there. Baek Do-hye is calling him. She says that this dungeon is now under their control, so in return for permission to enter, she would like to ask for a favor. Baek Do-hye asks Park Do-hyuk if she can go with him. The underground training pavilion of the Jeongseong Guild. Ma Sanmi is standing, holding a training sword and shield in her hands, and breathing heavily. She's sweating profusely. She's breathing with her mouth open, sweat pouring down her face. She stands up straight on her feet. In front of her lies a pile of destroyed training drones. There's a towel flying in the air. A man enters the arena carrying Young Min-kal on his shoulder, who asks Ma Sunmi if she is tired of training since the morning. Ta greets teacher Park Guide. She asks him what it is. He looks at the load on his shoulder and asks in this. He throws the guy to the floor and says that the master saw him when he got into a conflict with Park Do-hyuk in the hall. He was assigned to teach him a lesson. The girl says she heard that Park Do-hyuk got a contract for 150 billion. Park Guide answers her correctly. This was recognized as the largest amount for the contract for all time. Park Giddy asks her, saying that after all, she blocked his attacks, so she probably knows his strength. Like him to her, Ma Sanmi raises her left hand, saying that this is the first time she has been injured in a long time. She looks at her injured hand, saying that it was the first time she had so much fun. She says with a smile that she wants to fight him again. Park Gite says it's good that she has found a worthy ranger for herself. She replies to Park Gite that he is right. Park Gite, listening to her speech, says that she still won't stop talking like in the army. If she finally stopped talking like that, she would look more like a beautiful young girl. Ma Sanmi replies that it's just a habit to talk like that, since she grew up in a military family. Ma Sanmi wipes her head with a towel and says that she asks her to forgive. Park Gite says nothing to her. In any case, he will try to keep her place. It would be great to combine them. Park Gite asks her not to overdo it with training. Nothing good will come of it. Ma Sanmi replies that it is good and she understood. 6 am near the Shindoram station. Someone says, "Welcome, Mr. Park." Park Do-hak tells Baek Do-hee, referring to her as a master, that she works fast. He hadn't expected to go on his first raid as an awakened one so early in the morning. Baek Do-hee replies that it's nothing special. Still, he's part of their guild now and it's worth getting used to. She says she also called the porters. Only Park Do-hak remained. Most often, porters are ordinary people who collect corpses, but as expected from the 7th best guild in the country, even their porters are awakened. This is something like a training session for beginners to learn what dungeons are, since the chances of encountering monsters, except during outbreaks and in territories, are almost zero. Park Do-hak asks about whether he can enter. Baek Do-hee tells him that he understands that it's too late to ask this, but is Park Do-hak sure that he can handle it alone? He replies that he is sure that he will not die. Baek Do-hee asks him if he is too arrogant. Park Do-hak replies that his arrogance is based on clear calculations. Then a green light flashes in front of him. He stands and looks at the bright green light. A portal to the dungeon opens in front of him. Park Do-hak happily says that this is his first hangover. Baek Do-hee, standing behind him, speaks ahead. Park Do-hak passes through the portal. He turns out to be on the other side. Baek Do-hee follows him and says that the structure of the dungeons is always different, but this dungeon looks like something like a forest. She doesn't see anything special in the neighborhood. Then she calls Park Do-hak. She says that as she said earlier, she will just be watching from behind, and he can show what he is capable of. He stands and thinks about where he should go, since there is a huge tree in front of him, on the left side of which there is a dark side, and on the other side the sun is shining brightly. Park Do-hak thinks that one side is a deep forest full of tall trees and bushes, and the other side is a meadow that looks very well maintained at first glance. Usually people choose a meadow, but Park Do-hak decides to go to the forest. He uses the spell of strong and resistant armor, and also a shield spell. He thinks that goblins with intelligence will play dirty, setting traps in the meadow, where they expect all people to go. Park Do-hak steps on the side of the dark forest. He walks among the huge trees. Bullets are flying at him here. Bullets crash into the shield. The strongest explosion sounds. Smoke envelops everything around. In the thicket of trees there are goblins with weapons in their hands. The smoke begins to dissipate. Park Do-hak flies out of it to the enemies using a magic attack. Goblins are struck by his magic. The other monsters are already preparing to shoot at Park Do-hak. He says with a smile that he knew where they would be. Blue magic sparkles around Park Do-hak again. She attacks goblins, killing them. Park Do-hak asks about where the others are. Here at least 4 goblins with weapons in their hands appear above his head. They attack him. A blue light lights up on Park Do-hak's finger. He uses a shield. There is an explosion. Park Do-hak says with a smile that goblins are jerks. They thought that such an attack would go against him. They should only dream about it. He stretches out his hand, saying fireworks on his fingertips. The fire reaches the goblins. Park Do-hak uses the flaming hands spell. Fire burns goblins. All monsters are consumed by flames. Park Do-hak is standing with his hand raised, and everything is covered in smoke. Ash falls on him from the sky finally. Park Do-hak says that it's nothing special. Around him, the ground is littered with the corpses of monsters. Park Do-hak says there's no one left here and it's worth continuing. He walks on through the dark forest. Then something catches his attention. He wonders if this is really the one famous for its multiple traps. Park Do-hak comes to the maze. It's a mechanical maze. Park Do-hak approaches the maze. Baek Do-hee thinks that Park Do-hak has exceeded her expectations. She thought that goblins with their bazookas would certainly give him trouble. But what surprises her even more is the accuracy of his spells. Usually, awakened magicians of his level have an accuracy of 35% or so. Baek Do-hee looks at Park Do-hak and thinks that this guy got these abilities just a month ago. There is a mechanical maze ahead. If you go the wrong way, vampire wasps will be waiting for him. They have poisonous thorns, and also the mechanical maze is filled with various traps with saws. Baek Do-hee opens his eyes in surprise. She doesn't understand why Park Do-hak stopped. He wants to give up. He takes something out of his pocket. and Baek Do-hee realizes that this is the drone that Pak Do-hak showed in the Deus market. She doesn't understand that the drone is really functioning in the dungeon. The drone begins to hover near Park Do-hak's head. Baek Do-hee is shocked to think that after all, no human product works in the dungeons. Drones take off over the dungeon and begin to move, scouting the territory. Park Do-hak uses the review function. Park Do-hak can use drones to see where the goblins have hidden traps, and there are a lot of them. Park Do-hak closes his eyes, thinking that it is possible to attack goblins in order to gain experience. Park Do-hak walks through a mechanical maze. Drones hover next to him. With the help of drones, Pak Do-hak is unlikely to get lost or fall into a trap. He says he's sure this is the place. Here he comes face to face with a squad of goblins. Goblin shouts to the others to attack. Park Do-hak jumps up, preparing to attack the goblins. Goblin shouts to the others, aim and fire. A lot of guns are aimed at Pak Do-hak, from which shots are fired. He covers his face with his hands, defending himself. Monstrous explosions are heard. Park Do-hak dissipates. Another Park Do-hak says that this is an illusion taken for the present. He asks the goblins and what it's like to attack illusions. He uses a shield and flaming hands, and attacks goblins. Monsters are consumed by flames. They burn together. Park Do-hak screams, aiming a fire shield at them. The system informs him several times that his level has been raised. Baek Do-hee watches him from afar. She thinks with a smile that she expected Park Do-hak to repeat his techniques, and he cornered the goblins and killed them. She looks at Park Do-hak and thinks that here, even an awakened S rank like her can't attack, defend, and buffy at the same time. Besides, he has drones. As expected, 150 billion was a great investment. Park Do-hak reaches the entrance to the boss room. Drones hover around him. Park Do-hak says let's take a look and enters the portal. He looks into the portal. He understands that there are guns on both sides, and in the center sits the head of the goblins. This is apparently the Goblin Lord. Park Do-hak realizes that the bright burning stone in the Goblin Lord's forehead must be connected to the cannons around him. They are probably at least 5 times stronger than those used by his henchmen. Park Do-hak realizes that he is unlikely to withstand their blow with only armor and a shield. The recovery time of the guns is a minute. That will be more than enough. Park Do-hak goes through the portal and says the harmony of magic, the coherence of the poles. Blue lights immediately light up around the drones. Park Do-hak uses a magic projectile. All charges are flying at the Goblin Lord. He continues to sit on the chair. All the shells hit him. He gets up from his chair and gets into the car. He sits down, taking control of the car in his own hands. The ruby in his forehead burns red. Red lights are also starting to burn in the guns. Park Do-hak looks around. The guns are getting ready to shoot at him. Here the Goblin Lord shouts come out. A metal arm protrudes from the ground. A goblin immediately appears from it. Park Do-hak stands surrounded by metal goblins emerging from the ground. Metal goblins surround Park Do-hak. They draw their swords. One of them rushes into battle. Drones immediately approach him. Park Do-hak looks at the opponent. He also rushes into the attack. Blue lights flash around him. He puts his hand on the metal goblin. Park Do-hak uses a magic projectile on the enemy. The place where Park Do-hak's hand was located is hot and smoking. Smoke is coming from the metal goblin. Park Do-hak says that's enough to deal with his servants. Then Park Do-hak realizes that his opponent is unharmed. The goblin rushes to attack him. The Goblin Lord charges at him. He strikes with a metal paw at the place where Park Do-hak was standing. The metal arm hits the shield. Stones fly to the side, but the shield withstands the attack. The Goblin Lord stands surrounded by smoke. Park Do-hak, hidden behind a shield, says the harmony of magic, the coherence of the poles. Drones appear behind the Goblin Lord, with blue lights burning on them. Park Do-hak says magic projectile. The strongest explosion sounds. Park Do-hak thinks about repeating this again, but then they are preparing to attack him from the left side. Park Do-hak flies away from the impact. The Goblin Lord covers his bloody eye with one hand. Park Do-hak runs away from the attack of the metal goblin. It hits the ground in front of him, and Park Do-hak stops. He raises his hand with blue lights lit on it. He uses a magic projectile spell against the metal goblin. A metal head flies off his enemy. It flies away separately from the body. Park Do-hak smiles. The Goblin Lord looks at him with one whole eye. He attacks Park Do-hak with his cannon. A huge glowing core is flying towards him. An explosion sounds. Park Do-hak opens his mouth in surprise. There is an explosion. He is sitting behind a shield, which is gradually crumbling. Park Do-hak flies away. He thinks that his shield is broken. His business would be bad if he didn't have armor. Then he looks somewhere to the side. He realizes that the guns are almost fully charged. The Goblin Lord attacks her once more. Park Do-hak realizes that he doesn't have much time. Park Do-hak rushes to attack the enemies. The metal goblins are smiling. Park Do-hak also does not hide his smile. Park Do-hak creates his own illusion. With it, he easily passes through the Goblin Lord's servants. He watches as the Goblin Lord prepares to attack him with his cannon. The guns around are also almost ready to fire. Park Do-hak jumps using the drone as a springboard. He dodges the attack. The Goblin Lord opens his eyes wide in amazement. He stretches out his hand in front of him, shouting fireworks at his fingertips and flaming hands. A pillar of fire is coming from his hand towards the Goblin Lord. The Goblin Lord screams in pain. Park Do-hak smiles. Goblin's burnt hands appear out of the smoke. They reach out to Park Do-hak and grab him by the neck. He opens his mouth in shock. The fire on the guns turns green. They are ready to shoot. The monster's hands are clutching Park Do-hak's neck. The goblin growls. Beak Do-hai opens his mouth in horror. The Goblin Lord clasps his hands around Park Do-hak's neck. The guns around are preparing to fire a salvo. He opens his mouth in surprise. The enemy is looking at him. Beak Do-hee takes out her sword, thinking that she can't let Do-hak be killed like this. She has to step in. Orange lightning starts surrounding her. Beak Do-hai takes out a weapon lit with an orange light. Here she is surprised by something. Park Do-hak draws a symbol in the air with pink fire. He uses the spell Sweet Whisper of Seduction. He's using a charm spell. The Goblin Lord becomes fascinated by him. Park Do-hak thinks perfectly with a smile, and it turned out. All the guns are firing a salvo. All the shells from the cannons are flying at Park Do-hak and the Goblin Lord. Park Do-hak looks at them in surprise. Here, from behind, the Goblin Lord in his huge armor leans towards him. He covers Park Do-hak, protecting him with his armor from the volleys of cannons. The cannons are hitting the Goblin Lord directly. Beak Do-hai stands surrounded by clouds of smoke. She doesn't understand what just happened and why the boss just protected Park Do-hak. When the smoke clears, the damaged armor of the Goblin Lord is visible. It rattles all over and starts to sparkle with orange lightning. And an unharmed Park Do-hak is sitting under it. The armor begins to crumble into pieces. The armor crumbles into pieces, falling to the ground. Beak Do-hee runs to him asking if Mr. Do-hak is okay. He gets out from under the armor, saying that it could be dangerous, but he is completely unharmed. Beak Do-hai says the wrong word with a smile. Park Do-hak answers her with a smile that he is surprised. I didn't expect the boss to be such a tough nut to crack. Park Do-hak wipes a speck of dust off his shoulder, saying that he thought he would end it with fiery hands. And yet it ended as he had expected. Behind him is a pile of motionless armor. Light smoke comes from the guns. The charge is empty again. The Goblin Lord is dead, his body lying in a pile of armor. The system informs Park Do-hak 4 times that his level has been raised. He is now a level 20 mage. Park Do-hak is happy that he got so much experience because he killed the boss alone. And after the Goblin Lord's death, there were a bunch of items left. Beak Do-hai is calling him. She says that she has a lot of questions about the spells that he just used against the boss, but she will go for now. Give him time to check the dropped items. Beak Do-hai says with a smile that today's raid proved to her that he really is worth his money. She can't wait to continue working with him. The master left after these words, and Park Do-hak began to check the items left after the boss. This is a medium level 1 space stone, a second class spellbook, strength plus 50, a second class spellbook, a spider web, the ability to shoot a web that will allow you to bind your enemies, a second class spellbook, a mirror image, summons a clone that mirrors the magician's movements, as well as scrolls with diagrams of the golems he wanted. This is a complete version of a middle class golem. It allows you to create golems using medium-level space stones, as well as 5 pages of mechanical golem diagrams, schemes of goblin bombs. 3 different types of bombs can be created using these systems. Park Do-hak thinks that he will finally be able to leave this dungeon with a calm soul. Park Do-hak says that since he has received second-class spells and schemes, he can start right away. 3 days later, in the underground training hall of the Jiangxin Guild, a voice from the speaker asks Park Do-hak if he is sure he can handle it. He answers yes, please. He asks you to adjust everything to the maximum level. He presses the zoom button. The person at the console tells Park Do-hak, since the works are set to the maximum level, they will attack as soon as they notice the target. He asks him to be ready. Then Beak Do-hai enters the hall. She says with a smile that they came out of the dungeon not so long ago, and what Park Do-hak is up to this time. He replies with a smile that he has an offer for her. Beak Do-hee asks that this proposal is something like the drones he showed her last time. Park Do-hak tells her just look at it. The person informs him that the robot setup is complete. They will attack immediately. It's dangerous. Robots choose Park Do-hak and Park Do-hai as targets. The robots draw their weapons and prepare to fire a volley. Park Do-hak says get up Akron. Something appears here. It destroys the floor of the training hall. This is a huge golem that appears in all its glory. His eyes burn with red fire, and his body is illuminated with blue fire. He easily destroys one of the robots while Park Do-hak and Beak Do-hee are watching him. The robot is preparing to fire a salvo. The golem easily deals with him with one blow. He also destroys another robot. Golem wins an easy victory over all his enemies. Baek Do-hye looks at the golem in amazement. She immediately asks Park Do-hak if he is going to sell this golem. He spreads his hands with a smile and says that unfortunately he did this for himself. Baek Do-hye replies that's how it is. Park Do-hak says he brought it to check before going down to the dungeon. He's calling Akron. The golem in response says Akron responds. Park Do-hak says that the master is waiting. Let him show how he deals with the rest of the robots. Akron replies that he understood. He holds out his palm, aiming at the robot in front of him. Akron says flaming hands. His palm lights up with fire. A column of fire immediately turns into a robot. Instead of the robot, a handful of melted metal remains. Akron is standing, and around him lie the remains of 4 robots. Baek Do-hye opens his mouth in amazement. She immediately thinks about something. She asks Park Do-hyuk for forgiveness, saying that she seems too surprised since she has never met such golems. Park Do-hyuk replies that he understands, because this is the first time she sees his Akron. Baek Do-hye asks him that if he is not going to sell this golem, then what then? Park Do-hyuk says well. Park Do-hyuk puts the device in front of him, saying that to start with this giant bomb, and an ice bomb with a surprise. He takes it out of his inventory. Park Do-hyuk continues talking and finally a blinding bomb. Baek Do-hye sternly tells him to wait a minute. He looks at her with a question. Baek Do-hye asks about what kind of space is this from where Park Do-hyuk pulls out bombs. Park Do-hyuk looks at the space behind him and says this. He throws up his hands and says that he somehow got such an ability. This is an interdimensional ability, not something that is obtained just like that. Baek Do-hye thinks that only S-ranked awakened ones can use this ability. Park Do-hyuk says he must be lucky. Baek Do-hye asks again about lucky. She says that Park Do-hyuk has now demonstrated a characteristic that surpasses his rank. Park Do-hyuk replies with a smile that this is probably why he is unusual. Park Do-hyuk asks that now they could open the doors of the hall. The employee answers him well. Park Do-hyuk says that instead of words, he will show them what these bombs are capable of. Park Do-hyuk throws it, saying it's a giant bomb to start with. The bomb released by him lights up red. The strongest explosion is heard. Everything around is engulfed in flames. A huge column of fire rises up. The worker, looking at this, tells the master, Baek Do-hye, that this is an incredible force. After the explosion, the walls covered with stones of the space simply melt. It could end badly if they don't lower the temperature. Park Do-hyuk tells them not to worry. He'll figure it out with this. An ice bomb appears in his hands. He throws it, saying that this bomb is the second in line. Immediately, a huge ice crystal appears at the place of her fall. All the walls and the space around are covered with ice. Park Do-hyuk says the ice is temporary and it will disappear in 10 seconds. He asks Baek Do-hye about the effects of the bombs. She replies with a smile that she likes them and asks to show her the last one. Park Do-hyuk says in response that she needs to put this on first before doing this. He gives her sunglasses. Baek Do-hye is surprised to pick them up. She puts on her glasses, saying that Park Do-hyuk has prepared well. Park Do-hyuk throws the last blinding bomb. Immediately there is a flash of bright light. Bright light covers everything around. Baek Do-hye takes off his glasses and says that all 3 bombs seem to be very useful. She asks him the price of their production. Park Do-hyuk replies that it's a secret. He plans to sell them to the guild for 6 million. And to the rest for 10 million. Park Do-hyuk says it's a pity he can't name the production price. He tells her that Pandora's box is most beautiful when it is closed. Baek Do-hye says that the price that Park Do-hyuk called sounds quite acceptable even without the cost of production. It represents what the effect will be from the use of bombs in real combat. After all, these bombs can be used not only in dungeons, but also in other places. Park Do-hyuk says that he thinks this is a pretty low price to pay for saving a life. Baek Do-hye tells him that she would like to propose to him. He asks her what conditions she is talking about. Baek Do-hye tells him that if he sells them only to them, their guild will pay him 10 million apiece. So Park Do-hyuk made a deal with the master. They shook hands with a smile. The next day, someone is running very fast. This is Lizzie, who is wearing a protective suit. Then Jang Chonghwa shouts to his master that they have serious problems. She asks him about what happened. He shouts at her just to look at it. The Jiangxian Guild is rapidly gaining a profit of 123,500, increasing it sharply by 28,500. She picks up a tablet and says that the Jiangxian Guild, thanks to their exclusive contract with Park Do-hyuk, have started selling explosives that can be used in dungeons. She slams her fist down hard on the table. She thinks about the fact that she has seen his manufacturing skills. Lizzie remembers the drone created by Park Do-hyuk. She thinks she should have gotten it despite the price. Jang Chonghwa tells her with a smile that Park Do-hyuk's contract expires in 3 years. Then they will be able to invite him. Lizzie clenches her teeth in anger. She's calling Jianghua. He freezes. Lizzie screams at him to think before opening his mouth. There is an explosion, as she is very unhappy. Other employees hearing this ask about what they are again. It seems their bosses have dispersed today. It seems like it's all because of that news about the Gyeongsan Guild. Chang Chonghua is lying and shaking on the floor, and Lizzie is standing over him with a clenched fist and shouts that Park Do-hak, who is now at the F rank level, is worth 150 billion. She shouts that Jang Chonghua thinks that in 3 years Park Do-hak will be the same level. Jang Chonghua answers her no way. Lizzie leaves, and Chan asks her where she is going. Lizzie screams about how he thinks she is going to negotiate with Gyeongsan, and he should also get ready. Chan answers her so exactly. A little later in the sales department of the Gyeongsan Guild, a lot of people come to the staff of the Gyeongsan Guild. One of them is shouting about how to sign a supply contract. Someone in the crowd is shouting about how much they have. Guild employees are shocked, as they do not have time to cope with the pressure of willing buyers. Someone in the crowd is shouting that they heard that the bombs were created by Park Do-hak. It's true. The guild employee Gyeongsan replies that yes, that's right. They sell them on the basis of an exclusive contract with him. Immediately in response, the question is that they have concluded a contract with him for monopoly rights. The employee replies that since the negotiations were conducted by the master, he does not know the details. From the balcony, Baek Do-hye watches all this with a smile. Then someone asks her why she's here. Baek Do-hye replies that it's still the first day of sales. She says she thought it would be fun. The employee asks her what she means. Baek Do-hye asks her if she remembers what happened 2 years ago. 2 years ago, due to problems with exclusive rights to the dungeon near named station, Gyeongsan and Plum Blossom became rivals. At that time, Lizzie started spreading dirty rumors about Gyeongsan and Baek Do-hye, who was only 18 years old at the time. In the end, she won the rights to the dungeons, and a bad reputation haunted Gyeongsan until today. Baek Do-hye says that he understands why Lizzie did it then. Baek Do-hye continues by saying but, and then she sees Jang Chonghua and Lizzie in the crowd below. Baek Do-hye says there's no way she wants to miss the opportunity to look at her face today. She offers the employee to come down with a smile. Lizzie stands shivering and asks Yoonghwa if it's not cool in here. He takes off his raincoat, saying he doesn't even know. Here someone says, wow, Lizzie hasn't seen you for a long time. Lizzie and Chan Chonghua turn to the voice. There were embarrassed smiles on their faces. Baek Do-hye says with a smile that if Lizzie had warned her in advance, she would have met her. Lizzie laughs back. She asks Baek Do-hye so why is she here? Baek Do-hye replies that this is after all the first day of sales of Pak Do-hak bombs. She couldn't possibly miss such an important day for their guild. Lizzie smiles and says what a coincidence. She just wanted to meet her. In response, Baek Do-hye says this and suggests that they talk separately in her reception room. They collide with each other. A huge snake glowing with red fire appears behind Baek Do-hye. And behind Lizzie, a toad glowing with blue fire. Someone is watching the collision of Baek Do-hye and Lizzie on the TV screen. This is Park Do-hak, who is sitting and making bombs, saying with a smile that he would not like to be there. Then someone asks him for forgiveness and asks where to put the new crystals. Park Do-hak says thank you. The crystals can be placed near him. An employee puts a huge box with crystals. Park Do-hak says he can't move during the build, so thanks to the employee for the help. The employee says in response that nothing is a burden to him. Then Park Do-hak notices in shock that the crystals were brought to him by Ma Sanmi. She tells him it's been a long time since we've seen each other. Park Do-hak asks her about how she got here. Ma Sanmi says she was looking for him and the master told her he was here. Park Do-hak asks that she was looking for him. She wanted something from him. Ma Sanmi says yes. She asks him to fight her again. Determination burns in her eyes. Park Do-hak asks again about fighting. She says that last time she only blocked his attacks. Ma Sanmi remembers their battle and says that this time she would like to fight him one-on-one. So she asks Park Do-hak for this favor. Ma Sanmi puts her fist in her heart area. He lowers his hand, talking about the fight. He answers with a smile well, he agrees. Ma Sanmi smiles happily in response. She says she'll go get ready then. Park Do-hak in response asks her if she could wait a little. He's a little busy right now, and it seems this activity will take some time. Ma Sanmi happily approaches the chair. She sits on it, smiles and folds her hands in her lap. Park Do-hak looks at her and confusedly asks if she can come back later. Ma Sanmi says that no, she will wait here. Ma Sanmi continues with a smile, saying that if Park Do-hak needs something, he can talk. He does not know what to say to her in response, as he sees the enthusiasm in her eyes. He closes his eyes with a smile. Park Do-hak stands up and looks at Ma Sanmi. He says that he thinks he has done quite a lot for sales. Besides, it's too boring to just sit and design, so he continues with a smile, saying that they should go and fight. Ma Sanmi with a smile in response says yes, great. Park Do-hak is standing in a special suit. He puts on gloves. Its shape is highlighted in green. Ma Sanmi stands in front of him with a shield in his hands in the same suit and asks him if he has put on all the equipment. Park Do-hak replies that yes and asks about what it is. Ma Sanmi replies that it is a protective equipment that adapts to them and helps to increase their endurance. Depending on their state of health, the form will glow green, yellow or red. Ma Sanmi continues by saying that the equipment also absorbs most of the attacks, and when the health drops to 0, the suit will turn off as if they died. In this case, the match will be over. Park Do-hak says that this suit is worth 25 billion apiece. It's amazing. Ma Sanmi says that the master said it was cheaper than getting injured guild members every time. Park Do-hak says that since he has such an expensive item on him, it's somehow a pity to fight just like that. He asks Ma Sanmi about how about a little argument. She asks him back. Park Do-hak says that if he wins, Ma Sanmi will be his personal tanker. If she defeats him, then he will be her personal magician. Ma Sanmi asks him how long the contract will last. Park Do-hak gestures with his fingers and says 3 months. Park Do-hak says with a smile that of course the loser will work for free. He asks Ma Sanmi how she likes such an offer. He thinks it's going to be fun. Ma Sanmi thinks about his proposal. Then Baek Do-hye comes to them and says she thinks it's pretty interesting. Those in shock at the sight of her shout master. Park Do-hak talks about thinking she was talking to Lizzie. She asks with a smile if he has seen them. She smilingly tells Park Do-hak that thanks to his invention, she was able to have a lot of fun with Lizzie and thanks Park Do-hak. Then Ma Sanmi calls her, who says that she is D rank. And Park Do-hak is F and does he need a handicap? Park Do-hak says that in this case he refuses to fight. He can do without it. Baek Do-hye talks about what an incredible confidence and asks about what about Unni. Ma Sanmi says well, they will fight without concessions. Baek Do-hye raises his hand and says that in that case, get ready. Ma Sanmi puts her sword in front of her and says that this time she will give her all. Park Do-hak says that he is no longer the same as she saw him in the Deus Market. Baek Do-hye shouts for them to start. Ma Sanmi thinks that she must defeat Park Do-hak before he can cast his spells. She is preparing to attack. A red fire is burning around her. Park Do-hak is also engulfed by this red light and opens his mouth in surprise. He looks at himself and thinks that his legs are moving by themselves. He thinks about the fact that this is the skill of provocation. His leg begins to sink under the floor. Park Do-hak rushes into battle using strong and resistant armor, and also the harmony of magic, the coherence of the poles. It activates magic projectiles. Ma Sanmi shouts Iron Wall. Movements during the skill are prohibited. It strengthens the defense by 50% and allows you to use an auto counterattack. Behind Ma Sanmi, a figure of a warrior in armor appears in yellow light. Park Do-hak thinks that Ma Sanmi used a provocation to get him closer, and now an iron wall to increase her defense. Ma Sanmi was waiting for an opportunity to launch a counterattack. This is a fairly standard defense strategy. Park Do-hak thinks that he could just break through with fire, but a blue fire lights up on his finger. Park Do-hak thinks that this is not the outcome he wants. Magic projectiles appear in the air. Blue energy flashes around Ma Sanmi. It completely surrounds the girl's figure. Ma Sanmi looks around through a curtain of smoke. She realizes that she is surrounded by a smoke screen. She uses a mana locator. It allows the user to feel mana for 3 minutes. She sees a lot of blue lights in the smoke. Ma Sanmi asks in shock that Park Do-hak has already used so many spells. She opens her eyes in surprise. Then projectiles of blue magical energy fly into it from all sides with all their might. He flies to the side, opening his arms. Ma Sanmi cancels the iron wall and uses the fast wind. It increases the speed by 40% for 5 seconds. Restoring this ability takes 20 seconds. She quickly rushes to attack Park Do-hak, who is still flying after the last blow. Ma Sanmi raises a sword to attack, which burns with a bright purple light. Park Do-hak opens his mouth in surprise when he sees this attack. Ma Sanmi hits him once on the chest with a sword, then also forcefully hits him again in the chest. After that, Ma Sanmi hits Park Do-hak in the chest for the 3rd time. The sword in Ma Sanmi's hands is burning with a bright purple light. She is preparing to attack again. She rushes into battle, holding a weapon in front of her. A flash of purple power breaks from the sword, which flies straight at Park Do-hak. She slams it into the floor, causing it to collapse and smoke rises up. Ma Sanmi stands panting. She looks at the pile of rocks at the place where Park Do-hak fell and the smoke rising from there. Baek Do-hye, watching the fight, speaks with a smile about what was to be expected from Sanmi. She was able to improve her skills in the short time that they did not see each other. Then she notices that Ma Sanmi seems to be bound by blue threads. Baek Do-hye's eyes widen in shock. Ma Sanmi is bound by blue luminous threads that do not allow her to move. They are increasingly entangling the girl's figure. Baek Do-hye, watching this, asks about what it is. Threads entangle Ma Sanmi's figure, her equipment, and sword and shield. Baek Do-hye touches the thread and says that this sparkling and sticky thing is a spider web. Then Baek Do-hye looks up, looking at something that surprises her. She realizes that the whole room is shrouded in cobwebs. Ma Sanmi says that she can't move. She asks Park Do-hek, who has appeared, about what it is. He looks around with a smile and says that while there was smoke here, he installed them. Park Do-hek says that no matter how these suits protect them, he still wouldn't want to hurt her. Ma Sanmi says that it turns out that Park Do-hek came closer not because of the lack of mana. He replies with a smile that yes, he wanted her to launch an attack and take down the iron wall, although it was quite dangerous to release the armor. Ma Sanmi opens her mouth in amazement, and then he smiles. She says that she lost in this fight, but next time she will definitely win. Park Do-hek tells her okay, they will definitely fight again. Ma Sanmi says that then he could not release her. Park Do-hek apologizes with a smile. He forgot to do it while talking. Then the two of them turn, looking away. Someone claps their hands. It's Baek Do-hee who says they both did a great job. She takes Park Do-hyuk by the hand and says that he is the winner of this fight. She asks him to take care of Sanmi. Park Do-hek says yes of course with a smile. In the office of the White Lotus Guild, the girl stands at the window and looks at the setting sun. A man approaches her from behind it, addressing her as a deputy, says that the mercenaries have just arrived in the country. She asks in response like this. After that, she asks about how, after all, they put a guard. The employee answers her yes of course. The man continues, saying that the transaction was carried out through the account of the ghost aunt. It won't lead to her. The girl tells him well, he did a great job and can go. The man walks away, leaving her alone. The girl looks at how the doors have closed behind him. She looks into the phone at a photo of Park Do-hek and Baek Do-hee shaking hands after signing a contract. She says Park Do-hek, his abilities are like a chicken that lays golden eggs, but he decided to go to these Jeongsal. She continues, looking at the image of Park Do-hek and says that if she didn't get him, then no one will get him. The phone screen cracked. Bright sunny day. A bus pulls up to a huge glass building. People come out of it. Among them is a man dressed in brown clothes. He is on the phone telling someone that he has arrived. Let them send him information on this bastard. Another man in a black suit tells Mr. Song that Seoul is really a wonderful city. This is the land of beauties. Mr. Song answers him about what these unnecessary conversations are about, calling him an idiot. Tomorrow he will return to his shithole anyway, as soon as he has sorted out all his affairs. The dream says that they will leave back as soon as they deal with this puppy. His partner replies that he understood. The man who was talking on the phone tells them that this Park Do-hek is so popular, it seems they will find him very quickly. The dream says that then they can split up and start looking for him. But the man asks his partners if they think that the price for his head is some kind of high for the F rank. In response, he is told that they are only tedious to fulfill the order. Mr. Song tells his people that they should start doing it. In the cave, blue crystals glow on the walls. Monsters with bone helmets on their faces come out of the darkness. Then one of the monsters gets hit in the face. He flies off to the side after Ma Sanmi's attack. Another monster is pierced by sword blows from both sides. Ma Sanmi pulls the hand with the weapon to the side. 3 monsters with weapons rush at her at once, exposing spears to her. She is breathing heavily and looking at her opponents when blue energy lights up behind her, and flashes of blue energy fly past her face into the opponents. They hit all 4 monsters at once. Their charred and stricken bodies are lying right in front of her. Ma Sunmi thinks about the fact that she felt it during their sparring, but the power of Park Do-hek's attacks. He calls her, interrupting her thoughts. Park Do-hek tells her to finish up here as soon as possible. These guys are putting him into melancholy. Ma Sunmi thinks that with such a spell power, Park Do-hyuk doesn't even need a tank. She feels like some kind of mule, namely a rapist. Ma Sunmi thinks in anger that she cannot afford to become a tank from which there is no help to the team. She thinks she has to find something she can help him with. Park Do-hyuk asks Sunmi what she's thinking about. She answers him that it's nothing, she's just a little stuck. By the way, she's not surprised. Ma Sunmi tells him that who would have thought that his drones could be used in dungeons. One of the drones hovers near Park Do-hek's head. He tells her with a smile that if they continue, they will see something more interesting. Park Do-hyuk tells Sanma that he did say that she could talk to him informally. He asks her about the fact that it is still difficult for her to switch. She does not know what to answer him to these words. Ma Sunmi purses her lips. Park Do-hyuk tells her that he thinks there are a lot of people who don't just switch to informal speech, so she can take her time. Ma Sunmi answers well. Park Do-hyuk tells her that since it's their first day, he will be buffing so she can move more freely. Buff is a concept in computer games that denotes the temporary strengthening of a player, usually under the action of a special spell. Park Do-hyuk says that even though she is a tank, she doesn't have to follow his rhythm. They just need to be on the same wavelength. Ma Sunmi tells him understood. Here monsters are approaching them through the cave. They turn at the sound. These are huge hairless monsters with red eyes. Park Do-hyuk says that here are the main monsters of the dungeon. Ma Sunmi opens her mouth at the sight of them. These monsters are trolls. They are huge, slow, and have high regeneration, but they are not very difficult to defeat. However, there are exceptions. Park Do-hyuk tells Sanmi that he would like to ask her to get rid of these goblins and trolls. She answers him so accurately, but she is afraid that it will be difficult to hold out for a long time. Park Do-hyuk tells her okay, but for now. A blue light lights up in his eyes. He'll deal with that goblin shaman for now. He stands clutching a staff behind the trolls. A red ball lights up at the top of the staff. Goblin shaman opens his mouth and sticks out his tongue. When goblins are accompanied by a shaman, then with the help of a buff, both goblins and trolls are reborn into strong berserkers. From the action of the goblin shaman, the monster's eyes light up red. They fly into a rage and growl. Goblin shaman directs his staff towards the enemies and shouts to other monsters to attack. All the other monsters immediately rush into battle on Ma Sanmi and Park Do-hyuk. He calls Akron. A golem created by him immediately appears. He hits one of the trolls with force. He flies away from him, crashing his head into the ground. The golem stands and looks at the defeated opponent. Ma Sanmi opens her eyes in shock. Not understanding what kind of robot it is, Park Do-hyuk tells her not to worry, it's his Akron golem. He says he will leave it to help her. Park Do-hyuk says reality is beyond the control of the eyes and invisibility. He dissolves into space in blue light, becoming invisible. Ma Sanmi realizes that he has disappeared. Ma Sanmi realizes that she is already surprised by his drone and golem. But to use invisibility, which is available only from a rank, she thinks with a smile about how much more Park Do-hyuk will be able to kill her. The golem is already fighting another troll. Ma Sanmi thinks that it looks like she is still far from providing real help to Park Do-hyuk, but she rushes to attack monsters. She thinks that she should try her best to support him. At this time, a beaten man is sitting in another place. He is covered in wounds. His clothes are torn and covered in blood. He asks someone why they are doing this. A man with glowing red eyes says they're just cleaning up the trash from the floor, unless a special reason is needed for this. The man says that the beaten man was just lucky. Only a bloody trail remains on the wall. One of the masked men asks the other if they have found something. Another masked man tells him that he noticed Park Do-hyuk's footprints while he was exploring the area. He didn't think it would be so easy. A man with long hair and a mask asks Mr. Song that shouldn't these Koreans be punished for the fact that the gate is poorly guarded there. Wasn't it too easy? Mr. Song says that Korea is a small country. He asks his partner about whether they will have extra hands for protection. Besides, this is a D-rank dungeon, so they put the first one they came across to protect it. Someone tells Mr. Sun that he is so smart. He replies that stop talking nonsense. The mules are coming soon, so they need to deal with Park Do-hyuk before they come. They go to the dungeon and say that they need to finish and get out of here as soon as possible. Akron and Ma Sanmi are fighting trolls. Ma Sanmi throws the monster away from her with one blow. She thinks about whether Park Do-hyuk can bypass so many monsters and go straight to the shaman. The shaman stands behind the monsters. A red aura emanates from him. He smiles at his enemies. Park Do-hyuk appears behind him. The shaman feels someone's presence and turns his head. He says Alohomora. His staff lights up red and symbols appear on the ground around him. Park Do-hyuk speaks in a whisper of pain. His hands light up green. He continues by saying poison arrow. The goblin shaman opens his eyes wide in amazement. He is struck by Park Do-hyuk's spell. Goblin shaman is struck in the head. Park Do-hyuk stands and looks at the gap in the enemy's head. He smiles. The troll raises his fist to strike. The fist smashes into Ma Sanmi's shield. It blocks the monster's attack. Ma Sanmi then jumps to get around the monster from the side. She screams and attacks the monster with a blow of her sword. The troll's body is cut open. Ma Sanmi looks at her enemy. The severed part of the monster's arm begins to glow with green lights. Ma Sanmi lands on the ground in front of the enemy. Two goblins with bone helmets on their faces immediately rush towards her. Here the monsters are absorbed by bright light. Ma Sanmi turns her head towards the light, opening her mouth. Akron stands with his palm raised. Ma Sanmi looks at the goblin who just did this spell. It's Mr. Do-hyuk's goblin. Gollum says he is Akron and follows the orders of the master. Ma Sanmi stands with her mouth open. Park Do-hyuk shouts to Akron, great job. He appears behind the monster's back in front of Ma Sanmi. His hand lights up with a bright fire. He uses the spell Unexpected Wave and Lightning Bolt. Bright light covers everything around. Ma Sanmi covers her face with her hand, protecting herself from the bright light. The troll is lying and smoking. Park Do-hyuk stands in the middle of a place littered with the bodies of burnt monsters. He tells Ma Sanmi that it looks like it's finally getting harder. Ma Sanmi says he is completely different from who he was in their fight. She asks him what it is because he met with the head of the guild after the duel. Park Do-hyuk says they had to discuss something personal. After the fight, with the help of the guild head, he purchased 3 books from the Gyeongseon repository. From the outside, they seem to be completely useless books written in ordinary language. But thanks to the identification spell, he was able to find the spells he needed in them. This invisibility spell, the user instantly hides. Poison arrow launches a poison arrow forward. Lightning bolt, spherical lightning can be launched forward, allowing you to hit enemies nearby. Park Do-hak asks Ma Sunmi if they will continue. They continue the battle. Park Do-hak uses spells. Ma Sunmi fights with her weapon. Akron also deals with monsters. Ma Sunmi says there doesn't seem to be much left. Park Do-hak tells her that she can rest. Ma Sunmi replies that no, she's not that tired. He offers her to relax together. There's something that surprises him a lot. The two of them turn their heads. One of the crystals lights up with a blue light. Park Do-hak thinks that they only wanted to rest. He uses the spell reality, which is beyond the control of the eyes, invisibility. Park Do-hak releases a drone there. He uses a review spell. He sees 3 masked men enter the dungeon. He thinks that these people are not from their guild. Park Do-hak thinks that the entrance was definitely guarded by people from the department. He asks about who these strangers are then. He calls Sunmi. She asks him what happened. Park Do-hak asks her what to do if people got into the dungeon without permission. Ma Sunmi says that first they need to check if they really don't have permission. However, in case of an attack from their side, as far as she knows, they are allowed to kill. Park Do-hak asks her like this. He says that's what they'll do then. The monsters kept coming. Sunmi and Park Do-hak were watched by 2 people. The man, addressing Mr. Song, said that it seems that his magicians are not as strong as they say. The man with the short haircut said that he was right. Who knew that it would be so difficult for him in a D-ranked dungeon? Another man said that even though they were being paid, he didn't think it was worth complaining about it. And one man said that he was just wondering how such an unremarkable type became their target. 2. The man asked if he saw that group of trolls. He's got to get them wet. And turning to Mr. Song, they asked if he was really trying to go the easy way. Does he want to hide behind them and attack them when they run away from them? To which the man with the short haircut said that now he sees he has understood everything even without words, so he should go and do business. His subordinate said that's right. Another man told Mr. Song to make sure they didn't do anything strange. The man with the short haircut said he understood. Park Do-hak exhaled and told Shinmi that they should take a break, because it's harder than he thought. Sunmi said that their ability to regenerate is higher than they thought, but she thinks they have enough strength to overcome them. Mr. Song said he still can't believe this guy is worth 150 billion. The man told him to stop talking already and let him look there. Looks like angry monsters are on their way. 6 trolls and 9 goblins. Sunmi told Park Do-hak that she could hear the rolls. Park Do-hak was shocked and asked what. They weren't even supposed to move in their direction unless they were burned. A man with a short haircut, addressing Mr. Song, said that he thought they could end them even without a fight and asked Mr. Song what he thought. Mr. Song asked him if he really thought he could handle it, to which the man with the short haircut said that, of course, it's easier than a turnip. Kill the target, and what about this girl? After that, he launched a lot of blades at Park Do-hak. But Park Do-hak had special armor, so no blade hit him. And I ordered Akron to move out right now. A huge robot appeared behind 2 of these men. Mr. Song was not at a loss and asked what it was, rushed to attack the robot. But the huge murmur with its iron hand grabbed Mr. Song by the throat. After that, the robot abandoned the gentleman. A subordinate approached Mr. Song and asked what was going on here, to which Mr. Song asked him that how could he know about it. They were approached by Park Do-hak, who said what it was like to be attacked like this after they were like rats planning to attack them from behind. A subordinate of Mr. Song called Park Do-hak and rushed to attack him. But Park Do-hak remained calm and applied his ability to spark at the tips of his fingers, flaming hands. Mr. Song was scared and thought that his strength was at a completely different level, unlike what they had seen during the battle with the trolls. Then why didn't he show his true strength? Did he do it on purpose? Did he realize that they were going to attack from behind? Did he know that he was planning a trap in advance? Park Do-hak turned to Mr. Song and asked him, "What, is he really just going to stand there?" Mr. Song was grabbed by one of the goblins. He was very scared and shouted for help. Then one of his subordinates rushed to his aid. He tried to attack Park Do-hak, but it was all in vain. After that, Park Do-hak attacked the man himself. The man was at a loss and thought that he had noticed his attack. But how? Then he looked into the air and saw a drone there. And I thought what it was. Did he reveal their location with it? Park Do-hak told him that they rely too much on their skills. This man thought that in the end they just played according to his plan. And at that moment, this man was crushed by goblins. The tower of the Gyeongseong Guild. Park Do-hak and Sunmi were sitting opposite each other in the office. Sunmi put the papers on the table, then sipped from a mug of water and told Park Do-hyu that the result of the investigation of yesterday's incident came from the app. Firstly, all 3 are quite famous mercenaries and their ghost ant looks like him. Park Do-hak asked, "What is the ghost ant? Who else is this?" Sunmi said that this is an awakened one from China, but no one knows him. That's not why he is called by this nickname. And what's more, no one has ever seen his face. Park Do-hak said he had never heard any news or any rumors about such a thing. to which Sami told him that this was not surprising. After all, the ghost ant is a cold-blooded killer who is known for being addicted to killing exceptionally famous awakened ones. Park Do-hak asked that then why did he send intermediaries to him? To which Sami replied that he probably has a group that works under his patronage. She thinks that the case with them someone just ordered mercenaries through him. Park Do-hak interrupted her and asked, by the way, is something known about this customer? Sami hesitated a little and, putting the glass on the table, said that this was just her personal guess. But thanks to the sales of bombs, the shares of their guild have grown noticeably. That's why it seems to her that this is someone who is interested in stopping them. Park Do-hak asked, what does it mean to be someone from a white lotus or a plum blossom? Sami said that yes, this is someone who thinks that if he didn't get it like that, let no one get it. Moreover, she seems to know who could pull this off. Park Do-hak asked what and who is it? Sami was silent for a while, after which he said that since she knew, for sure she'd better keep quiet so that no problems would arise. Park Do-hak did not insist and said that it was good enough for him that she knew who it could be. Then this girl remembered something and handed Park Do-hak a business card, on which it was written that this company repairs houses. I gave it to him. Park Do-hak took this business card and asked what is it. The girl told him that there is a possibility that this case will not be just one attack. Therefore, she thinks it would be nice to introduce security to him, as well as to have an alarm system installed in their house. Park Do-hak smiled at her and thanked her for her concern. Then he got up and said he still had things to do, But the girl did not let him finish and interrupted him, asked what else was going on. Park Do-hak said that he received a quest to upgrade his rank to level E. Hwangwon District, the entrance to the Dais Tower. He went inside this building and saw a scoreboard on which the names of those were written, who completed this quest and the time in which they were able to do it. Park Do-hak thought it was brighter inside than he had expected. Then a man called out to him and told him to come here. The quest to raise the rank is just beginning. He must get in line. Park Do-hak paid attention to the monitor and asked what kind of monitor is it. The man said that this is the rating of the time that people spent on completing the quest. The results are also recorded in the UP database. Park Do-hak asked that is it really interesting to anyone? For what? The man replied that, of course, because it shows the level of skills. After the conversation, Park Do-hak got in line and thought that although he had already attracted enough attention, but if this time he sets a record, he will be able to turn the management's gaze on himself and gain access to their archives. And after that, he will be able to find traces of the customer. Then someone came up to him again and, calling him uncle, asked him if this was his first time here. How can you come to the quest in such a beggarly form? To which Park Do-hak replied that he was fighting from afar, so he wasn't particularly worried. This man's armor was all sparkling, and he asked him that it wasn't because he didn't have money, but he thinks that he will not be able to go back in such a pitiful state. Park Do-hak still remained calm and said he didn't even know, but he thought it would be the other way around. Although, judging by the way this man stretches his money for unnecessary junk, it is not for him to judge who will pass the quest and who will not. The men were very angry with his words, and he started shouting, asking what money was being spent. Since when did they switch to you? Does he even know who he is? Does he not see this sign? He's from the White Lotus Guild. He should look at it and remember it. Park Do-hak told him to shut up already and prove his words with skills. The man called him a pathetic brat who couldn't even get into the guild, and even wears cheap items. Park Do-hak, do you think this is a logical conclusion? If you only look at what he's wearing. And I told this loudmouth man that they would learn everything from the results. After that, the door to the dimension opened. The system has started collecting settings. After some time, the collection of settings was completed, and she said that the awakened one who meets the requirements should get ready. They can start. After that, the two of them entered this dimension. After a certain amount of time, the quest was already completed. After getting out of this quest, that loud man began to warm up and said that it was easy, and I thought that he was a beginner who got into the White Lotus Guild for 5 billion. Is there any trash and cheap items that can compare with him? He definitely spent only 4, now he is 3 in the ranking. Then he heard screams. Everyone ran to the rating board, and they began to say that he completely shifted the entire rating. It's just fucking awesome. This man thought that it was all about him and thought that yes, let them envy his result. Well, here we heard that someone said that, as he thought, there was still a reason why they paid 150 billion for Park Do-hak. This man tensed up and thought, is it really Park Do-hak? Is it really the one who signed a contract with Jiangxian for 150 billion and recently created bombs that can be used in dungeons? And he said it was just unbelievable. Then Park Do-hak came up to him and asked him what it was like to lose to the scum. When Park Do-hak entered this quest, the system told him that the quest to raise the E rank had begun. You need to destroy the monsters on its territory and go to the specified location. At the moment, 0 out of 100 monsters have been killed. With the help of his robot, Park Do-hak dealt with almost half of the monsters in a few minutes. But still a few monsters survived, and Park Do-hak thought that who could have known that he would be able to withstand Akron's attack. Although this does not mean that Akron will not be able to defeat him. After he defeated all the monsters, he ran on and saw some kind of door, thinking that he was really already at the finish line. The system notified him that 100 out of 100 monsters had been killed. After he entered this room, the system congratulated him that he had passed the quest to increase the rank. Its execution time was 59 minutes 35 seconds. Park Do-hak's house. Park Do-hak was in his kitchen and thought the quest was pretty simple. Akron and the drones weren't strong enough for trolls and ogres. There was a 60-year-old kettle of Grandma Kim Akbun on the stove. Recognized, 100%. Level, normal. Ability number 1. If you brew and drink tea from this teapot, the magic level increases by 0.01 for every 100 milliliters. Ability number 2. The tea in this teapot will never spoil, as it has antibacterial properties. After the kettle boiled, Park Do-hak took it and brewed tea for himself, thinking that he would strengthen not only himself, but also the golem with drones. After that, he logged into the system, and after reading what was written there, he said that he needed to change his profession. After that, he changed his profession from a magician to an alchemist. The system also showed him his own characteristics. His level has now left 21. General level 35. At the moment, his rank was F, but it was written that updates were required. Class, Alchemist, Mechanic, Magician. Strength, 35. Energy, 64, but can be upgraded to 96. Wisdom, now 67, can be upgraded to 308. Magic, now 199, can be upgraded to 391. Dexterity, now 44, can be upgraded to 146. Luck, 5. Attractiveness, now 38, can be upgraded to 43. Physical defense, now 1, can be upgraded to 11. Magic defense, now 1, can be upgraded to 11. Available points, characteristics, 0. Park Do-hak said he used the glasses he had been saving up all this time. After that, the system sent him a message that rank updates were required, and there were answer options, yes or not. Park Do-hak of course clicked that yes. After that, the system notified him that he had been promoted to the rank of E, and he was also given the opportunity to choose a special spell. Special spells work passively and are given depending on the character of the user. There is a special spell of miraculous alchemy, a special spell duplicated by mechanics, a special spell enhanced by the mage wisdom. In the game, the player can only receive this spell at the beginning of the game when creating a character. After that, there will be no such chance. Park Do-hak thought that he didn't think he could get a special spell with his current ability. How lucky was he that he was able to get it? For someone like it, who already has a defense attack spell and summons the most needed. It's a healing spell. This is a special spell called Healing Hymns. Level 1, Priest Skill. This spell expends 200 mana points and immediately heals the person the spell was directed at by 60%. If used again within 30 seconds, then 2 times more mana is spent. Park Do-hak said he could handle it even without a healer. And I thought, so this is what it feels like, as if someone is always looking out for him. The private building of the White Lotus Guild. Bedroom. Park Do-hak came to the deputy master named Min Sonal. Min Sonal said that how unexpectedly she had not contacted him since that very meeting in Deus Market, and he decided to visit her so early in the morning. She just wanted to meet him. Park Do-hak asked what is true. Min Sonal said that of course he is a super beginner, which everyone is talking about now. Park Do-hak said he doesn't plan to be here for long, so he'll come straight to the point. Min Sonal said that well, she also likes to go straight to passionate love and not wasting time on foreplay. And I asked him what he wanted to talk about. Park Do-hak asked her that why did she try to kill him. Min Sonal was a little surprised and asked him what he meant. Park Do-hak said there is that he knows that it was she who hired people through the ghost ant in order to kill him. Min Sonal still didn't understand what he was saying. And he said she didn't understand what he was talking about. What is this ghost ant? And what kind of mercenary? Is he saying she tried to kill him? Did something really happen? She walked up to him and grabbed his arm. Park Do-hak thought she looked very excited. But, pulling his hand out of her hands, he said no. The White Lotus have long been famous for their unclean reputation. He can't believe them. And especially Min Sonal. After all, she is known for being ready to do anything for money. After that, Park Do-hak told her that he was ready for such an answer. He sat down in a chair and added that he would give her 2 options. Min Sonal still pretended not to understand and said she didn't understand what he was talking about. Park Do-hak said that one option, if she provides him with sufficient compensation, then he will not sharpen his grudge against her and make enemies of them. Min Sonal wanted to tell him something, but Park Do-hak interrupted her and said that he wasn't finished yet. Option 2, if she doesn't give him anything, then he will reveal their attempt to kill him. Min Sonal became more serious and said that everything he says has nothing to do with their guild. After that, Park Do-hak stood up and said that they were free to choose any option, but they know who one is and will suffer when he makes all this public. heading for the exit. He said that they would pretend that this conversation had not happened. Park Do-hyuk was about to open the door, but Min Sonal jumped out of bed and asked him to wait. She asked him how much he wanted. Maybe $1 billion or $2 billion. Is it really $3 billion? Let him tell you how much you need. Park Do-hyuk said 10. Min Sonal was shocked and asked what 10? How can he ask for so much when he's not even sure she did it? To which Park Do-hyuk replied to her that, looking at her reaction, doesn't it seem to her that she has revealed herself? Min Sonal said that it was fine, she agreed. But if it gets out, then she will definitely kill him. Park Do-hyuk headed to the parking lot. And then he received a message saying that entering detailed information about strengthening the protection of his house. He remembered Min Sonal's face and thought that the rumors about this Min Sonal turned out to be true. He doubted that this was her last attempt to stop him. Besides, when this ghost finds out that his order has failed, he will surely send more of his thugs. Therefore, in order to prepare, he needs to become stronger. When he received a message, he said that the Guild of Information had finally contacted him. The messages said he was Jay from the Nair Information Guild. The antique shop he was asking about changed its address. Now he will be sent a new address. Address: Seoul, Sadan District, Isu Station. Park Do-hyuk said that he was just going to pick up a couple of books from the Isu Station, so he'll stop by on the way. It's been a while since he went on a treasure hunt. A park near the Isu Station. A man in a tuxedo was sitting in this park and thought, what's the problem? He looked at the card they gave him. It was written on it that it was a financial planner named Shin Tipun, and his phone number was also written there. And there were 2 sentences attached at the bottom, which said that he would plan a bright future for people they should trust and leave everything to him. This man sitting on the bench said that he thought everything would get better when he started working as a financial planner, and here is the result. Then his phone vibrated and he opened group chat number 5. Kim Gait wrote that it was his first time going to a D-rank dungeon. It was epic. Ko Janhek wrote that wow and asked him if he was already D-rank. Did he get something out of there? Kim Gait wrote that there is usually no relic in D-rank dungeons, but he was able to get one, and he was able to get a lot more crystals than usual, so he got about 10 million. After reading this in a group chat, the man thought that he was barely scraping together at least some money here, and he got so much from one dungeon. Just look at how this man is showing off. Putting his phone in his pocket, the man stood up, and I thought that it wasn't his fault that he was born at ease at such a time. Then the ground shook, and he thought, what is this vibration? It was another outbreak that began to suck people in there. Not far from there was Park Do-hyuk, who asked if it was really a flash, and he thought that he had never seen people get sucked in before, and since they are dragging ordinary people, and not awakened ones, then they will immediately be killed by monsters. He needs to hurry. But then she saw a man who takes out a sign that says that you do not need to enter. A man appeared who said he was the awakened Kim Junjun. They had already reported everything to the up. Another man said he was the awakened Yun Minsu, and asked all people to evacuate urgently, in connection with the attack of monsters. Park Do-hyuk thought it was a great view. There are other awakened ones here. He came up to them and said that he had also come to help. He was an awakened E-rank. Those 2 guys greeted him. One of the awakened ones handed Pak Dijak a weapon and told him that then Putin would take it and go to regulate the roads. Park Do-hyuk asked what? What are they talking about? Because these people need to be rescued immediately. Kai Jangju turned to Yun Minsu and asked him if he had heard him. E-rank was going to save people. Yun Minsu asked, is it really serious? He thought he had imagined it. Kai Jeju put his hand on Park Do-hyuk's shoulder and sternly told him that instead of creating more problems, he should go to a dungeon of unknown rank. It's better to let him go and regulate the road. Park Do-hyuk asked him that since when is this part of the duties of the Awakened? This is spelled out in the Charter of the Awakened, Chapter 1, Article 1. In the event of an emergency, all awakening South Koreans are obligated to protect citizens. And this article is not just written down. Kim Jong-ju started mocking him and said he didn't know he was such a cool hero. Does he really think he can save everyone here? Park Do-hyuk said yes, so he should get his hands off him. This awakened one called him names, but Park Do-hyuk did not listen to him and very quickly rushed past them, and got right on the other side. Meanwhile, that man in the park woke up in this place and asked where he was. After all, he is sure that he has just been at the Isu station. But then he felt a sharp pain and looked at his leg. He was seriously injured. He couldn't even get up. Then terrible sounds were heard and a monster appeared. This man was very scared and screamed. Hearing this, the monster rushed straight at him. The man started screaming for help, saying he couldn't die here. He started crawling away from the monster and thought that he had not had time to help his parents. At that moment, the monster grabbed him with its huge paw and was about to stick his mouth in. This man began to forgive the Lord God that, if he exists, he must save him. He'll do anything. But then Park Do-hyuk came to his aid and freed this man. Park Do-hyuk asked this man if he was okay. The man asked him who he was. Park Do-hyuk introduced himself and said he was an awakened one, and he came to save him. Park Do-hyuk asked the man if he was okay. The man said that he had injured his leg and could not move. Park Do-hak looked at his leg and said that's how he had a wound. He used his healing power and said that may the blessing of heaven not fall on him healing. After that, the man's pain was delayed. Park Do-hak asked him if he could go now. The man thanked him and said that yes, the leg moves freely. Park Do-hak told him that there was a portal behind his back and there he would be able to get to Isu Station. The man looked behind him and was very scared, because there was a huge monster standing there with its mouth agape. But then the robot Park Do-hak intervened, who detained this monster by the tail. Park Do-hak told him to send him flying. After that, Akron sent this monster into the sky. Park Do-hak held out his hand to that man and said that there might be others who needed help, so he should hurry up. Meanwhile, at the Isu station, 2 awakened guys were saying that everyone urgently needed to evacuate because it was dangerous here. 2 people passed through the fences. The awakened one said that this area is fenced off. They can't just come in here and walk around here. The man said that he was Choi Di-ho from the Seoul branch of the UP. Choi Di-ho is the deputy director. He asked the 2 awakened ones if they had checked inside. 2 awakened ones started bowing to him and said it was an honor to meet him. Choi Di-ho asked them what they were doing. The awakened one said they were very happy to see him. They regulate traffic in this area, but one crazy awakened ran in there. Choi Di-ho asked them what they were doing while he was entering the dimension gate. The guys said they were waiting for up. They can't just die like that. Monsters can fall from there. Choi Di-ho asked them what monsters appeared. The guy said not really. Choi Di-ho was very angry with them and asked them if they hadn't even thought about helping the citizens and the awakened who got there. Have they forgotten their awakened duties? Don't they know that the responsibility of the awakened is much higher than others in cases of emergency? A girl intervened in their conversation and told Mr. Choi Di-ho that she didn't think they had time for this. Mr. Choi Di-ho said she was right. Park Do-hak kept walking around this dimension, noticed the registered person here and thought that this was the last survivor. After that, he attacked this monster and saved this person. Then Park Do-hak felt a strong headache and thought that, it seems, the constant use of spells causes a headache. But he can still be patient. Park Do-hak grabbed this girl in his arms and attacked the monster and ran. He told her to be patient a little longer. After a short time of trying, Park Do-hak was still able to tie up this monster. After that, using the incarnation of Hellfire Fireball. At this time, Mr. Choi Di-ho came in accompanied by this girl and told her that they needed to split up to search. The girl said that's right. After that, the 2 of them saw some kind of light in the sky. After that, he distributed all the fiery blow. Mr. Choi Di-ho heard some noise in the bushes and asked who was there. It was Akron. Mr. Choi Di-ho and this girl are already going to attack this robot, but they saw that some man was hiding behind this robot, who asked if they had already come. Then these people saw Mr. Choi Di-ho and said that they were from the department. Now they are definitely saved. Mr. Choi Di-ho thought, are these really the ones who were pulled into the portal? And what is this golem? He doesn't know anyone who could create such a thing. Meanwhile, this golem said that the connection with the control was confirmed by the reaction of others. He has completed his mission and is returning to his master. The girl asked what to the owner. The golem said that Park Do-hak was his master. Mr. Choi Di-ho asked Yongso that isn't Park Do-hak a magician? Unswa said yes, but he was also able to construct bombs. Mr. Choi Di-ho said that it seems that the management database is incomplete. He has such abilities, and not a word has been mentioned about them, and ordered Unswa to take people away from here. And he decided to look for more people. Then he got to the place where Park Do-hak killed the monster with his fireball. At this point, he left a huge hole in the ground and Choi Di-ho asked what else is it. Mr. Choi Di-ho approached the dead monster and thought that it was a sea devil. It was a monster with a rank with fire protection. I can't believe he could burn it. Did he use this? Then Park Do-hak came up and asked him who he was. Mr. Choi Di-ho asked him, what is he, Mr. Park Do-hak? Are there any survivors left? Park Do-hak pointed to the girl and said that he had saved the last one and was about to leave. Mr. Choi Di-ho said that he is the deputy director of the Seoul office and thanked Park Do-hak for his help. Thus ended the outbreak at the Isu station. In the evening of the same day, the news about this took the first page in the Dewsnet. One of the articles was devoted to an interview with the awakened SS rank, Choi Di-ho. But an interview with Mr. Choi Di-ho said that he thinks Mr. Park Do-hak showed what a real awakened person should be. He was not afraid of death and immediately went to the portal opened as a result of the flash. He rushed to the rescue with only one thought to save people. All 10 citizens who were dragged into the portal were successfully rescued, thanks to Mr. Park Do-hak. This interview, Sonmi was watching right now and asked Park Do-hak, who came out of the portal, that this was why they were busy all these days. Park Do-hak said no, it's just a coincidence. Before the flash appeared on the station in Isu, he received a Class 3 spell. This Class 3 spell was called the Herring Ball. When used, it creates 4 fireballs and hits enemies, and also a spell of Class 3 heights for a certain time. This spell accelerates the user. The speed of movement depends on the level of wisdom. after Park Do-hak was able to destroy the Sea Devils. Then he received a lot of relics, such as a deck of truth and falsehood cards, a magic colon level that allows you to determine the veracity of the interlocutor's words. It can be used 2 times a day. He also received the fragrance of passion, the level of which was also magical. It increases the level of attractiveness and sexual satisfaction by 5 times. And the last thing he received was a ring of light faith, the level of which was unique. Increases wisdom by 100. Increases luck by 50, increases magic protection by 50 using the light around, stores an additional 50 mana points that can be used, and also Park Do-hak was able to get the 9th level of alchemy. Then he tried to strengthen Akron. The system said that alchemy is an enhancement, level 1 active skill of alchemists, spending 20 mana points and allows you to create 1 artificial dimension stone. The stone strengthens the armor and mana reserve of the one on whom it is used, while lowering its level of maneuverability. Also allows you to add an additional slot for the product. Akron's attack power is now 112%. The mana reserve has now become 1,500. Armor protection level per level. Maneuverability 92%. The system told Park Do-hak that he had added a new slot for Akron, and she asked me to name the formula that needs to be added. Park Do-hak used an instant influx of power, heights. The system said that a new formula is being added. After some time, the system notified that the addition of a new formula was completed. Park Do-hak looked at the improved Akron and said that he had become even stronger, and asked him to take care of him, to which Akron said that he would protect the owner until he died. After that, they went to another dungeon and Sanmi said that in the next one, the monster was already on the way. Park Do-hak said he understood. There were a lot of monsters, and they were all very angry. Park Do-hak told Sanmi to repeat it. Sanmi prepared her shield, and Park Do-hak activated the swamp from which there is no escape. The web. Park Do-hak said that armored trolls are different in that they cannot be defeated by attacking from the front. Therefore, it is simply necessary to get close to them from behind. Meanwhile, Sanmi distracted them. She said she was ready, after which Park Do-hak activated the Hellfire incarnation, the fireball. After that, Park Do-hak was very excited and thought that Sanmi was okay, right? But she was fine. But everything was not so great, because a huge monster appeared behind her. Park Do-hak shouted to her that he was behind her. The monster hit Sanmi and she hit the wall. Park Do-hak called out to her and she said she was fine. But it seems that this monster has gone into a rage. Park Do-hak has to be careful. After that, this monster rushed at him. Park Do-hak thought that he wondered if there was a way to knock him out in one hit. Attacking them with fire is not a bad idea, but there is a risk that some of them, like this one, will be able to block it. Therefore, he used a super high-speed wave, a lightning strike, and he thought that if he concentrated the charge, he thought he could penetrate his armor. After that, he pushed off the ground and said that an instantaneous influx of power, heights. Sanmi was very scared for him and called out to him. Park Do-hak thought it would be better if she trusted his skills a little more. After that, he hit this monster and punched a huge hole in it, from which black blood flowed. The monster you have defeated. After that, Park Do-hak began to heal Sanmi's wounds. She told him that what they had done recently was too dangerous. Park Do-hak asked her if she really thought that. He was more worried about how she would get hurt, to which Sanmi said that she was a tank. Small injuries were nothing to her. After that, she got very excited and said that she was very worried that something might happen to him. Park Do-hak patted her on the head and thanked her for her care, but he wouldn't take such a risk unnecessarily. He would give enough, he thought everything through and only then attacked. Sanmi said she was scared for a moment that she had lost such a good partner, and apologized to him. Park Do-hak said that it's okay. He will try to use safer methods next time. After that, he noticed that his drone had flown back and told her to rest here. Sanmi immediately started up and asked him that where was he going. Park Do-hak told her that because of the last incident, he began to place drones around and it looks like they spotted something suspicious. Sanmi said that then she would go with him. Park Do-hak said no. If it's dangerous, he'll come back right away. Otherwise they won't have time to rest in front of the boss. He will leave a drone here to look after her, so she can relax. Sanmi said it was fine, but he had to be careful. After that, Park Do-hak headed to where the drones spotted something strange. He came to some cave and asked, "What is it really here?" He went inside and thought he hadn't seen it, but he thinks that this artificial structure is here for a reason. After that, something strange happened, and he went out on the road. Park Do-hak looked very excited and surprised. He looked around and asked, "Where is he? What is this place?" Then he noticed someone's silhouette not far from him and thought that it was simply impossible. Shoulder-length gray hair, wine-colored robe, even the staff at the end of which the blue stone shines. And he asked, "Is it really Berhard?" Berhard said he was the first one to call him by his first name so confidently. And he asked Park Do-hak that how did he know him. Park Do-hak thought that how did the NPS from the game suddenly end up here. And he said that there was a game in their world, and there was a character just like him. Bernhard asked, "Is that how? This is very surprising." Park Do-hak said he was surprised too. "It's like a dream. It's like he's about to wake up." Bernhard asked him what dream he was talking about. Many strangers who wandered here said the same thing. Park Do-hak was very surprised and asked, "What are the strangers?" Bernhard said that those who came to them through the crack of time and space, those who live in another world. And this is the examination arena that he made for strangers. This is a space that will allow you to test his abilities and potential. Park Do-hak asked, "What does it mean that the others who came here also passed this exam?" Bernhard said that was true, but none of them could handle him. Many people had to suffer because the final task is always different. And I asked him that how is he ready to accept this challenge? This is a test that will allow the one who has passed to accept it with joy and modesty, and the one who has failed to accept his defeat humbly. It doesn't matter where he is now. If he can rise even higher thanks to the trial, then it's worth it. And Park Do-hak said that he accepts this challenge well, and I thought that he would do anything. The exam conditions are simple. The main goal is to get to the top of the tower without dying at the same time. It is clear that the road had a lot of traps and moving objects, as well as hitherto unknown monsters. And finally, the exam will be considered passed successfully, if only you can overcome or bypass the giant black lions that guard the magic tower. In total, 5 attempts are given to pass this exam. Park Do-hak's remaining attempts are 5. One attempt was unsuccessful. Now he has 4 attempts left. The next one was also a failure. Now he has 3 of them. After that, it was also unsuccessful, and now he has only 2 attempts left. Well, on the second attempt he was defeated by that giant lion, and now he has 1 attempt. Reborn next to Bernhard. Park Do thought that he didn't think that the feeling of being chewed alive would be so realistic. Is it even possible to pass this exam? He knows how to get around traps and monsters, but black lions are on a completely different level. There's no way he can beat them with the current level. Then Bernhard called out to him. He told Park Do-hak not to be afraid of trying again. Park Do-hak didn't really understand him, so I asked him what he meant. To which Bernhard replied that he could not tell him that. Then the old man turned away from him. Park Do-hak thought about it and thought that there really is another way to go this way. He looked at the road and thought that the path in front of him was exactly the same as in his previous attempts. Cliffs on the sides are a direct path to death. And what about the back? He looked back and was very surprised, asking that why is there a wall? This map has a standard scheme where all paths except that road to the tower lead to death. Then why is there a wall instead of a cliff? There was one character in the film who left a deep impression in his soul. He came up with something that others could not even think of. Therefore, Park Do-hak decided to follow his path. Too, will think more broadly. Then he said he was going. He rushed to that wall and thought that there was no need to be afraid of new attempts. After that, he used an instant influx of power, heights. He broke down that wall and walked through it. This place was exactly the same, but slightly changed. He saw Bernhard there and called out to him. He raced on and thought that he had not noticed him, which means that he is now in another dimension. The same huge giant lion got in his way, but Park Do-hak did not slow down and thought, what does it mean he can pass by them? But then a real black lion appeared, and Park Do-hak used a multicolored death, a colorful flash. After that, the system notified him that he had successfully passed the Bernhard exam. Park Do-hak reappeared next to Bernhard. He woke up and shouted the word exam. Bernhard said he passed, so there's no need to worry. He won who passed his exam. This exam requires the lion's share of creativity and stubbornness. Great job. Park Do-hak shook his hand and said that he wasn't at all, he just looked around after his words. To which Bernhard told him that he had said this to everyone who passed his exam. And if the words passed his exam, he will give it to him in his blessing. And I asked him what is his most valuable relic now. Park Do-hak took it out and said that this is the ring. Bernhard told him that he would raise his level by 1 with the help of Deus' blessing. But now it belongs to him, and only he can use it. Park Do-hak may think it's bad, but let him believe that it's not as many as good blessings as this. Park Do-hak asked what effect it gives. Bernhard said that with this relic, he would no longer have to cast spells out loud, and I asked him if he would accept it. Park Do-hak, without even thinking, said that of course this is the best offer. Bernhard said that he was fine, and then improved his ring. Now it was a ring of faith and light, and its level was now legendary. It increases wisdom by 250, increases magic by 500, increasing the cottage by 125, increases magic protection by 125, using the light around, stores an additional 125 mana points, which can be used at will. The Deus blessing allows the user of this ring to cast a spell without saying them out loud. Park Do-hak has now received his improved new ring. He thought it was his one legendary ring. Bernhard asked him that this was how he found it. Did he like it? Park Do-hak was just happy and said he didn't just like it. Now he feels like a completely different person. Bernhard said he was happy for him. And now it's time to send him back. Park Do-hak asked him if they were really saying goodbye to him forever. Bernhard said he didn't even know if the day would come when their worlds would be connected again. And if that happens, they will meet him again. Park Do-hak said that's how. And he himself thought that he couldn't even talk to him normally because he was too focused on the test. Then Bernhard said that if you think about it, then he doesn't even know his name. And I asked him what his name was. Park Do-hak introduced himself to him. Then he disappeared. Bernhard said he would remember it. After that, he said goodbye to him and said that it was very nice to meet him. After all this, Park Do-hyuk went to Sanmi. He said that's what she says, that it's only been 30 minutes since he left, and she was even looking for him when she saw him coming out of a distorted place. Shinmo was fighting monsters again and said yes, and she is very glad that he is okay. Golem Akron came to her aid. Sanmi noticed and thought that his golem looked a little different. As he becomes stronger, she was a little distracted, but then Park Do-hak shouted at her to be careful and use a fireball, along with the poison arrow, and directed his power at that monster. The monster was defeated. Shinmo was a little confused and thought that even though she uses the same defense techniques, but it seems to her that his spell has become much stronger, and he doesn't cast spells like he used to. What happened to him in those 30 minutes? Park Do-hak came up to her and said that it was great to go on. The next day, the Gyeongsong building. Park Do-hyuk was sitting on a chair in the office and thought it was a great day. He met Bernhard and he gave him the legendary ring, and he even took out a fire arrow spell. A fire arrow sends a charge of fire in the shape of an arrow towards the front. Then a girl came up to him and asked how he was doing with Sanmi. According to the guild's report, she fights in dungeons with a plus level. Park Do-hak said that everything is just fine. She defends him wonderfully, taking a lot of damage, and the fact that she trusts him so much. The girl said that she was very happy for him. It seems that something has hurt her. She comes to train even on weekends. It would be better if she rested from time to time, so he has to take care of her for her. Although she looks strong because of the situation at her home, she is a very nice girl. Park Do-hyuk said he should be very grateful to her for letting them fight together. After that, the girl asked him what now. Can he tell her why he called her? Park Do-hak said that there is an item that he would really like to sell with her help. The girl asked what is the subject. Park Do-hak put a package on the table and said that here. The girl picked it up and said that it was a magic spell recognizer, and asked him what it means. Park Do-hak said that this is the essence of this scroll. In other words, you can use it to find out the hidden abilities of objects, for example. But the girl interrupted him and asked him to stop, and I asked him that maybe then they would use it on a more important subject. There's a beautiful sword on the table. It's a silver sword, the level of which is unique. It increases strength by 150, increases agility by 150, increases speed by 10%, effective during use. The unknown strength of the ball allows him to be punished more easily. She said it was a white sword and she really enjoyed using it. Park Do-hak asked her if she knew his capabilities. The girl said she had been using it for years, so of course yes. Park Do-hak told her that then he would show her the power of this bundle. After that, he tore the sheet and used the item. He said that everything was ready. The girl should take a look. After Hana looked, she said it was just incredible. A new ability has appeared. It was a skillful, white sword, a level that is unique. He also still increases strength by 150 and increases dexterity by 150. Increases speed by 10% and has an increase in stamina by 55. Park Do-hak said that this is recognition. This is a force that is able to pull out the hidden capabilities of objects. Recognizer. Since many items in the game had hidden features, almost all players tried to learn this basic spell. However, there are still many relics in their world that cannot be recognized, and there are simply no people who would have the ability to do this. That was until Park Do-hak mastered this spell. It has been 10 years since she became awakened. As the head of the guild, she met a lot of people with a variety of abilities, but she had never met anyone like Park Do-hak. Park Do-hak asked her what she thought about it. The girl hesitated and said that she needed time to think. She thought it was an irreplaceable item, something that only Mr. Do-hak can do. And I asked him that how many such scrolls could he make in a day. Park Do-hak said that 120 is no longer possible. He would also really like the Gyeongseon Guild to have exclusive rights to sell. The minimum price for a scroll is 20 million won. He plans to raise the price depending on the market reaction. The girl said that in this case, if he gives them 10%, then she will deal with these sales. And I asked him what he thought about it. Park Do-hak said it sounds good, and that's where they'll get along. The girl said that she thinks that this scroll will raise a lot of hype. Park Do-hak said he was already looking forward to it. 5 days later, this scroll was written about in all the news. The appearance of these scrolls completely changed the view of relics. This became the basis for disputes about levels, opportunities, and much more. For this reason, the media turned all their attention to Park Do-hak, who invented the recognition scrolls. Soon he was invited to TV shows, and whole fan clubs were created. The woman had just read all this news and, addressing Mr. Choi Di-ho, said that it had been 5 days since the scrolls were shown in public, wasn't it? Choi Di-ho said yes, that's right. The starting price was 20 million won, but now it has grown to 33 million. He would never have thought that just one awakened person could bring so much in just a couple of days. The woman agreed with him. Mr. Choi Di-ho said that if news about the inventor of the scrolls reaches other countries, they will certainly start acting. He thinks they should be the first to do something. The woman said that she had heard that Lee Yong-so was acquainted with Park Do-hyuk and asked him to contact her and make an appointment with Park Do-hyuk. Park Do-hyuk was standing outside on his phone and thought that, as expected, his influence had greatly increased. Now it is only increasing at a high speed, so we need to start acting on a larger scale. To do this, he needs to establish relations with an organization that is connected with the state management of the Seoul branch. There Mr. Park Do-hyuk was met by Liu Yun-soo. She asked him how long he had been waiting for her. Park Do-hyuk said no, he just came in, and he thought that who knew that the department itself would call him. Liu Yun-soo asked him, is this really his first time in this building? Park Do-hyuk said that yes, the Seoul branch looks very busy. Liu Yun-soo said that dungeons, guilds, all reports go through them, so there is no time to rest at all. Park Do-hyuk said that's how it is. They came to the place they needed and Liu Yun-soo, opening the door, said that they were here. The girl told the director that it was Liu Yun-soo, and she was with Mr. Park Do-hyuk. The director told them to pass. Park Do-hyuk thought that this person was the head of the Seoul branch of the department. Yes, he came in. The director greeted him and asked him to apologize for calling him here. She said she should have met him in person, but she was afraid there were too many eyes around. She introduced herself and said that her name was Cho Chang-mi, and she was the head of the Seoul department. Park Do-hyuk thought that these are SS rank people. Their countries, the pressure here is serious. Cho Chang-mi told him that she would get straight to the point. Park Do-hyuk agreed with her and said that, yes, he would prefer that too. Cho Chang-mi said that in this case, they in the department believe that he will become the next rising star to represent South Korea. Park Do-hyuk was a little shocked and asked, what's a rising star? Cho Chang-mi said yes, attack, spell defense, buff, golem and scroll creation and other stuff. Unlike others, Park Do-hyuk is strong not only in one area. In such a situation, they have no choice but to. Park Do-hyuk thought, are they really planning to put pressure on him? He was going to make a deal with them, but he's not going to be at their beck and call. Oh Chong-chaman went on to say that to give him full support, including dungeon raiders and in other areas. Hearing this, Park Do-hyuk thought, does this really mean that they want to support him? How unexpected it is. And I asked them if there was a special reason for such a decision. Mr. Choi Di-ho said that the department always provides support to the promising awakened. The main reason for this is not to allow other countries to poach them. In addition, their organization was created in order to maintain order among the awakened, as well as to ensure the safety of citizens from the country. They don't have any ulterior motives about him. Park Do-hyuk listened to them and said he understood. He will accept their support. Park Do-hyuk said he would accept help from the department, and he will be waiting for news. But he did not have time to finish, as the ground shook very much. Everyone was very scared and Park Do-hyuk asked what it was. After that, the earthquake calmed down and everything turned red. Park Do-hyuk told everyone to look out the window. Jeong Chang-mi turned around, and very surprised, he asked what is it really? Park Do-hyuk asked her what does she really know what it is. Jeong Chang-mi said it's a large-scale outbreak. An announcement began to be rolled around the city that this was a public safety alert. In total, about 78 large-scale outbreaks have gathered in the locality. Civilians should evacuate to the nearest underground shelter, and after this incident, they ask all of them to gather near the nearest community center. Liu Yong-so drove the car in which Park Do-hyuk was also sitting. Liu Yun-so said that a large-scale outbreak occurred in Gangwon-do 5 years ago. Previously, there were only 30 or 40 low-rank outbreaks, so there weren't that many casualties. But this time there are 78 flashes at once, which makes them worry. Park Do-hyuk asked that it's okay that he's riding with SS rankers. Choi Di-ho said that depending on the request, they can do a specialized translation, so that's fine. Then Liu Yun-soo said that the flash area was seen ahead. Choi Do said that he would go there with Mr. Park Do-hyuk, and she should go with the director of the department and should always be in touch. People in the area were very scared, because there were a lot of monsters. One guy was surrounded by 3 mantises at once and were going to kill him already. But then the Akron golem comes to his aid. He used his fiery hands to save this guy. On the roof of the building that was next to this place was Choi Di-ho, who said that the location was established. Then he jumped off the roof and killed this mantis. Akron said the area has been cleared. Now we need to evacuate citizens to a safe place. Choi Di-ho said that Mr. Park Do-hyuk's golem never ceases to amaze him. Park Do-hyuk called out to Mr. Choi Do over the comm. He told the gentleman that there was no response. He has to follow the drone. Mr. Choi Di-ho said that yes, he understood. Then they were joined by Jiang Chanmi, who asked Mr. Choi Do that he wasn't destroying the building again, was he? After she receives the video from Park Do-hak, she will check everything herself. Jiang Chanmi reported that they had received a signal from several survivors outside. Young Chan-mai said she understood, so they need to hurry up now. After that, she was surrounded by a lot of spiders, but she dealt with all of them with ease. Then she asked to show her the way. From the roof of one of the skyscrapers, 2 girls from the Tiwa Guild watched the whole spectacle. Kang Son said it was really a rare sight. Julia agreed with her and said that she sees so many big shots, like their manly Uncle Di-ho. He's as hot as ever. Kang Son, turning to Julia, told her to just take a look there. And I asked her that wasn't it Baek Do-hai. But it seems that it is, although it is very difficult to see it from here. It looks like Ryu Nami got hurt. She would have given them such help if she had just died. That Julia noticed Park Do-hak and asked if it wasn't him. Kang Son asked what? Is Park Do-hak really here? He's their main reason why they're here. So they decided to look at his skills. Meanwhile, Park Do-hak was healing all the wounded. He healed Ryu Nami, and the girl who was sitting next to her said that his healing powers were simply incomparable. I didn't think he had them either. Park Do-hak said that it takes a lot of mana. That's why he uses it so often on it. The girl said that even so, it's still higher than the recovery skill of a healer of rank B. 3 people gathered around them, one of whom said that Park Do-hak is really comprehensive. And the other guy said that even though his rank is higher than Park Do-eum's, he's still useless. Ryu Nami stood up and thanked Park Do-hyuk for saving her. Now she owes him a favor. Park Do-hyuk said that she was healed early on the outside, but most likely the poison is still working inside, so it would be better for her to sit for a while. The girl agreed with him and said that yes, that's what they would do. After that, she took Ryu Nami in her arms and rushed off somewhere, shouting to Park Do-hyuk that then she would leave everything else to him. Then Park Do-hyuk was contacted by Young Chanmi, who said that she had found some civilians who were hiding. And one of them said he saw a huge monster inside the department store, but she hasn't found him yet. Park Do-hak thought, could it really be the same boss? Jiang Chanmi told him that he could go his way, so he had to be careful. And the new monsters and spiders kept appearing. Kang Son asked, is this really the same poisonous arachne? Julia said that the date is the most likely. It is the boss of or B rank. It's just amazing that he was able to dodge the surprise attacks. Well, maybe it's because Do became a guild master at such an early age. But it seems that she is still a complete zero. Or those who are ranked below do not even know how to cope with attacks of this level. It should be difficult. The other awakened ones were ecstatic and asked that how this amount of firepower should be more than enough even for the boss. They shouldn't even dare to underestimate the Gyeongsan Guild. Park Do-hak thought that things were bad. The poisonous arachne has the ability to resist type 1 attacks. So it turns out, however, it should have been just a fire attribute that many of them have. But the spider showed no reaction. Is this boss resistant to magic? Then the other awakened ones decided to go on the attack, and the magician should move away. They began to use shields for protection, but even they could not cope with the attacks of this monster. Kang Son, grinning, said that it was unlikely that they would be able to strike when their defense against physical attacks was reduced by half. If they don't have people with such good teamwork as they have, then it will simply be impossible. Park Do-hyuk thought that if he could avoid these attacks and get closer to this monster, then he would be able to hit it. Then a girl came up from behind and asked him if he was really weak to physical attacks after all. Park Do-hak said that he would be able to inflict at least some damage on him if he got closer to him. But the girl didn't even listen to him. Irina decided to attack that monster, telling him to help her then. Park Do-hyuk thought that if he could hit and knock out this monster's legs, then this girl will be able to finish this battle. But who is she? After his thoughts, he still decided to team up with her and help her kill these monsters. He said he should help her properly. After that, the monster was defeated. This girl came up to Park Do-hyuk and asked him if he still didn't remember her. She took off her mask and said that she was Shin Ju-hai. Shin Ju-ho said that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Park Do-hyuk was a little confused and asked her if she was also awakened. Shin Ju-hai said that yes, she worked for the guild in Britain, and recently her contract expired, so she returned to Korea. Then they heard a huge explosion. Turning his back to him, Ju-hai said that it looked like they didn't have time to chat. Park Do-hak supported her and said they needed to take care of the outbreak first. Then Mr. Choi Di-ho contacted him. He told him that he would join them at Point B. Jiang Chanmi said she was almost there too, and I told them to spread out. Park Do-hyuk told them that it was fine, he would join them too. Sheena Ju-hai said that she is here to support this area. As soon as the flash is over, she will look for him in the Gyeongsan Guild. Park Do-hyuk said that yes, they will see each other again. Julia asked Kang Son what she was thinking right now. Kang Son said that she wasn't sure about the power of his spells, and thought that his strength and attack speed were exactly different from the average awakened. And he also has a healing skill. Right now they only need to watch him. 3 days later, the large-scale outbreak was completely suppressed. Park Do-hek was reviewing his stats and said that his level is pretty good. Promoted for this battle, he had finally reached Class 4, and his wizard level had risen to 31. To all this, the spell that he got from Dea's store. It was a Class 3 spell called Dispelling Magic, also a Class 3 spell called Flight, a Class 4 spell called Stone Skin, an Ice Storm Class 4 spell. Park Do-hek thought that now he is not sure that he can find something worthwhile in the local north of Dusne. Then a man came into his office and asked him, "What is he, Mr. Do-hek?" Park Do-hek said that yes, it is him. The man said his name is Shin Tipun and he saved him last time the Flash, and I'll thank him for calling him here. Park Do-hek said yes, and invited him to sit down in order to talk. Shin Tipun said he was so happy and he didn't think he would contact him again. Park Do-hek said he just needed help with his long-term assets. In any case, they can talk to him informally, they are the same age. Shin Tipun was very touched by this, but said that how could he even talk to Mr. Do-hek? Park Do-hek repeated it to him and said that informally. Shin Tipun said that he understood well, and then he would talk to him more freely. According to Akado, Hek thanked him for this and said that it would be much more comfortable for him as well. After which Shin Yu-item asked him if there was anything else here, besides financial planning. What does he need help with? He looks at these books, and it seems to him that they are from another world. Park Do-hek said he was right. Recently, he began to be interested in linguistic books of another world. Besides managing his assets, he wants him to find and collect his books and the tools he needs. He will pay him for all the necessary types, office, salary, and rent. And I showed him the contract in order for him to look at it. Shin Tipun took this contract and told him that it meant something like a manager, didn't it? Park Do-hek said that yes, he is right. The most important thing now is collecting our genetic books from another world. Does he want him to collect them all? And I asked him what he thought about it. Shin Tipun jumped up from his chair with joy and said that, of course, he wanted it, and asked him when he can get to work. According to Akado, Hek thanked him, and handing him the card, he said that on this card there was an amount with a limit of 1,000,000,000 won. He should use this for procurement, and be in touch during the process, and he leaves everything to him. Shin Tipun asked him if he was really leaving already. Park Do-hek said he has another meeting. Should he try? Shin Tipun said that well, Park Do-hek can rely on him. And to himself, Park Do-hek thought that he would like to get a useful spell. Meanwhile, Shin Ju-hye and Sanmi were practicing. Shin Ju-hye, he said that she is mastering the skills quite well. It's just incredible power. Then a hake came into this room in the city and was very surprised. He told the girls that they had come very early. Shin Ju-hye said yes, she thought maybe she should look around since she's back in Korea. But only Sanmi was here, so he decided to arrange a duel. Park Do-hek said that it was clear and asked her what about Sanmi. Shin Ju-hye said that she had even met someone in Britain who answered the role of tanker so well. Park Do-hek asked that is it really true? And turning to Sanmi, he asked her, what about her? To which Sanmi said that if she had been distracted for even a second, her armor would not have stood it. She even had the feeling that she was looking at Do-hek when she started her physical attacks. Shin Ju-hye thanked her for that. Park Do-hek told them that he is very glad that they have a good one impression of each other. But the reason he called both of them here is until Ju-hye finds a new guild. He would like to hire her to their team for a while and asked them what they think about it. Sanmi said she would be only too happy. They will have an attacker that they needed in the formation for the Raiders. Shin Ju-hye said that of course she would join. If they have an all-round Do-hek and an incredible tanker like Sanmi, then doesn't that mean she can go on? At the same time, without worrying about what surrounds her, Park Do-hek said it definitely looked that way. Shin Yu-ui should trust him and start going crazy as usual, and he will look after her. Shin Ju-hye walked up to him and put her hand on his shoulder, saying she didn't want to hear it from him. Park Do-hek asked her what did he say that something was wrong. Shin Yu-ui told him to stop fooling around. Sanmi was watching this and was very dissatisfied with it. She told them that, apparently, the two of them are very close. Park Do-hek said he didn't introduce them properly. He and Shin Ju-hye have been friends since high school. Shin Ju-hye took his arm and told him that she was his girlfriend. Sanmi was shocked and asked what. Park Do-hek said no, they may have met before, but it's been 10 years. Shin Ju-hye said he was so rude, and she was his one love. And didn't they share all sorts of shameful things together? Park Do-hek told her not to joke, so that's enough already. The past is already enough. And asked them what. How about we go to the dungeon and check their connection? Sanmi said it sounded good. Shin Yu-hye I've also supported and said that it was great. Then Park Do-hoku received a notification that the dungeon for rank enhancement has been activated. Park Do-hek went there and the system told him that the start of the quest to increase the rank of Class D. Having got into this on this quest, Park Do-hek was a little surprised and thought that this place is for sure the Temple of Nightmares, Valarax, the devil who wanted to conquer the middle world. While he was looking for a person as his devoted servant, knowing what effect it would have when his faith changed in the wrong direction. He chose the most valuable monasteries and Desingwen as the object for the curse. After that, the curse of Valorax fell on the monastery, and the most sacred place submitted to the devil and turned into a temple of moral decay. And why is this world connected with quests for promotion? Recently, Park Do-hyuk met Berhard, and everything related to raising levels. Everything he did is related to this world. He thought it was a small mechanism that only affected him. However, this world is built into the awakened system. And if this world is an important element of the system, then they need to look at the game in more detail. But he decided to think about it a little later. After all, he had already entered this place and met a lot of monsters there, who also noticed him. Park Do-hyuk thought maybe he should check out his new spells now. Then I decided to use an ice storm. Well, since he couldn't defeat everyone at once, he decided to apply stone skin. After defeating these monsters, Park Do-hyuk said that it looks like the ice storm doesn't have a large radius of defeat. After that, he used flight acceleration. He thought it wasn't fast enough yet, but it was enough to win the duel. After that, he used a fireball. He broke through the floor, and all the monsters fell to the lower floor. Park Do-hyuk also went down there. Then I woke up. Some stone monster said that no one has the right to disturb the peace of the Lord, and all violators will be killed. Park Do-hyuk thought it was a statue of Lakato, and there's a special spell on his sword, so he should be wary of any cuts. Many attacks don't work on it, but venomous attacks should be enough to deal damage on it. And on top of everything else, this place, he found it after 50 raids in this world and continued to use it in secret. The position of reloading the statue, after which, this stone statue said that the guardian does not leave his position. Pack Planks thought that, judging by the way it is implemented, he is sure that this is the world. Such a cheap method, but what to do? He uses it properly. After that, the statue was defeated, and the system congratulated Hake proudly on the fact that he passed the quest to increase the rank of D. Now the user Park Do-hyuk got the opportunity to use special spells. Park Do-hyuk said that there were no healers before, so he chose a healing spell. But from now on, he will work more in a team than alone. It was a special spell called Furious Summoning. His level was technical. This spell consumes 500 mana, while increasing the combat ability by 250% for all team members within a radius of 10 meters for 2 minutes. During the use of this spell, mana cannot fall below 1, and the owners of this ability will not feel pain. The cooldown of the spell is 30 minutes. Park Do-hyuk decided to say that this time he would choose something related to the buff. The assistant sent him a notification that he had received a special spell, a Furious Summoning. Park Do-hyuk was walking down the street, and then 2 guys came up to him and asked him that they were his fan. Can I get his autograph? They also asked him that what is the secret of his level up. Then a car drove up to him and a woman got out of it, who greeted Park Do-hyuk. She said her name was Ko Yuri, and she hires people to the American Freedom Guild. And she asked him that if he wasn't busy right now, could she take some of his time? Park Do-hyuk asked her what such a sad guild wanted from him. Ko Yuri said that actually, after hearing from him, she came to talk to him about the dungeon. Park Do-hyuk said he has no plans to join another guild. Ko Yuri said she knows that. The reason she's here now isn't to hire him. And I asked him what. How about we discuss an S-rank dungeon? Park Do-hyuk agreed and said it was fine. Ko Yuri said there are too many people here, so can she talk to him in the car? Park Do-hyuk said yes, of course. Ko Yuri told him that the Free Guild was planning an attack on an S-rank dungeon in America, and the guild master wants to invite him as mercenaries to the party. Park Do-hyuk said he thinks there are enough strong awakened ones in America without him. Ko Yuri said that's the way it is on the likes of him now. No. Park Do-hyuk asked her what and why they came here in order to hire an awakened D rank. Ko Yuri asked him if it really surprised him so much. After all, he has a lot of abilities that make him a buffer, a debuffer, and a magical damager. He alone is much more effective than 3 separate people. Isn't that an obvious choice? And besides, the master said that if he participated, he would allow him to choose one of the relics of a unique rank. Park Do-hyuk asked, what are the relics of a unique rank? Ko Yuri told him that, yes, he could consider it a reward. And, of course, after the raid, they will divide the loot equally. She showed him the papers and said she wasn't lying. She swears to him on behalf of the master of the Caste Guild, and asked him what he thought about it. Park Do-hyuk took these papers and thought that he was not losing anything. And besides, there shouldn't be any rank awakened there, since he was invited there. The dungeon they are attacking now is a chance to test their territory. Ko Yuri told him that they were almost at their destination. Park Do-hyuk told her that he would accept their offer. After he sends his schedule, then he will contact them. Ko Yuri was very happy and thanked him for it and said that the guildmaster would be very happy. Then she would notify the guildmaster about it right away. After they brought Park Do-hyuk, she told him that she would wait for his call. After Park Do-hyuk left, the driver asked Miss Ko Yuri that it's okay that they don't talk about guild membership. Ko Yuri said that yes, everything is fine. After what she saw, she realized that Mr. Park Do-hyuk could not be bribed with money. Oppa is more important to him. She will allow him to have an unforgettable experience, and then she will make it so that he cannot refuse. The stairwell of Park Do-hyuk. Now there were two girls who called Kang-seon and Julia. They tried to open the door to Park Do-hyuk's apartment. Kang-seon asked how she was doing right now. Julia said she was expecting this, but there's a lot more security than she thought. There are a lot of mono sensors here, so if you overdo it, you can set yourself on fire to the crest. Kang-seon asked that how much did he spend on such protection then. Julia said that, most likely, more than 50 billion. She can even feel the energy of the dimension stones through the building. And I thought that how could they then get through such protection? And Kang-seon said that wouldn't it be better to just let this situation go? To which she replied that no. Considering the stock prices of Park Do-hyuk, she is sure that the management is definitely involved, and now they have a new director. But in the past they gave him so much support, after which they struck from the back when she thinks about the past, and then the elevator arrived on the 31st floor. But it turned out to be empty, since Park Do-hyuk sneaked up on them from behind. Dr. Hyuk approached them from behind and asked who they were. He doesn't think they are his fans. So what do they want then? Kang-seon came forward and said that they would talk later, because this is not the best place to talk. After that, they both turned around and were about to leave, but Park Do-hyuk told them that as they wanted. After the girls left, Park Do-hyuk said he only thought it was finally quiet. For 2 days he was busy finishing all the cases in Korea. He created items for Young-song, explained the whole situation to Sanmi and Shin Ju-hai, and I will check the book that I received recently. After he collected the non-dangerous necessary things for the flight, Tun went to the States, USA, New York Freedom Building. There he met the head, and it was the guild who told him that he was welcome and extended his hand. Park Do-hyuk said he was glad to meet him and shook his hand. And I thought that this man, the head of Freedom, is the best guild in the USA. The man said it was mutual and said his name was Brox. He is the head of the Freedom Guild. Park Do-hyuk noticed and said that he had so many books from another world. Brox said he's been learning the language of another world lately. After all, you never know when you will be able to talk to them. Park Do-hyuk asked what was wrong with them. Brox told him he'd better sit down first. After they sat down, the man said that he had recently received quite interesting news. In the dungeon, his people met a man who spoke the language of another world fluently. But, unfortunately, he died immediately after their meeting. Someone ordered it. Park Do-hyuk asked him if the dungeon they would go to this time was the same. Brock said yes. They hoped to find other traces of the new world. But since there are restrictions of 6 people per dungeon, Park Do-hyuk thought so. That's why he was interested in him. Brox went on to say that usually an awakened person has only one ability and will raise it to the SSS level for the rest of his life. He also has a similar ability, but other than that he can't use any magic or other abilities. But if they have Park Do-hyuk, someone who has different abilities, and with skills, then they will be able to create as much hibernation as they want. Therefore, he decided that Park Do-hyuk was the most suitable candidate. According to the cat, Hake thought that this man spoke as if he was interested in him only within the dungeon. But he probably wants to invite him to his guild. But now he has no reason to refuse, because with this raid he will be able to satisfy his interest, as well as take advantage of unique relics. Brock said that since they were done with explanations, he would fulfill part of his promise. He opened a secret passage in the wall and told Park Do-hyuk to follow him. The two of them entered a new room and Brock said that he either did not need the relics in this room, or he did not use them, as he had others that were much more useful than this. Park Do-hyuk looked around and thought that even with one glance he could understand that these relics were above a unique level. Brock told him he could pick them up after he recognized them. Park Do-hyuk tensed up and thought, did he do this on purpose so that he would use the recognizer? After that, he used recognition, and decided to take this ring. It was Kata's ring. His level was unique. Recognition level, 100%. This ring increases wisdom by 100, increases magical abilities by 100, increases luck by 50 and increases dexterity by 52. If the remaining mana is less than 10%, then the recovery rate increases by 5 times. Brock said that in that case they should go to another place for a briefing before the raid. According to the act, Heck asked Koyuri that wouldn't Mr. Brox go with them. Corey said yes, he had gone to France on his own business. Then she opened the door and said they were there. Park Do-hyuk walked into this room and saw a lot of awakened ones. There was a man named Larson S rank. He was the main tank. There was also a girl named Sarah, also of S rank. She was a master of close combat. There was another man named Lincoln, also of S rank. He was the main attacking tank. And the last awakened one who was there was a girl named Ri. She was a rank and was a ranged combat master. After everyone got to know each other, the team went to the trials. They were walking through the forest, where it was raining now. Larson said he didn't think there would be a poisonous rain here. Another man agreed with him and said that it was full time without swearing in Mr. Park, and we had a hard time. Sarah said he even has different buffs. The girl was happy and said that it was the first time she had received so many buffs. Then Park Do-hyuk heard something and shouted to everyone that they were coming. After that, they were surrounded by many monsters. Everyone started to defend themselves. Larson said there was no way he would lose to them. Sarah also went on the attack and destroyed one of the monsters. Park Do-hyuk watched her and thought, as expected of an S-rank Milishnik, she cuts the thick skin of these creatures. So difficult to cut ordinary meat. Maybe then he will find the owner of these guys for now. After that, he used moving the view, and he was able to find it. It looks like they didn't notice the drones because they are busy controlling. This is excellent. He was also watched by a girl who thought that looking at how he could control the situation with the help of drones and a golem, she understood why Park Do-hyuk was not so much interested in the team. Meanwhile, Park Do-hyuk opened the spatial door. After that, he defeated those monsters. In the middle of the battlefield, one of these skeletons fell. The man thought what it was. Where did the black lick fall from? The blonde girl was very surprised and thought that it could not be magicians with abilities in space management. This is a real rarity. Besides, he is only a D rank. Park Do-hyuk asked them what they were watching, and turning to Ko-yuri, he told her that they needed to use their firepower. Ko-yuri was still under the impression and thought that it was really possible to increase her abilities so easily. Now she also really wants to know more about him. Meanwhile, the raid was still going on, and the more this raid took place, the more Park Do-hyuk showed his abilities, destroying annoying debuffs, and the ability to slip through dangerous places with the help of invisibility. So, the team finally got to the boss faster than she had planned. After entering this place, Park Do-hyuk thought that it seems that he is not here for the first time. Just don't let them tell him that. But that's just not possible. If this guy is here, it will be very difficult for them. Then someone from the team shouted that someone was here. They paid attention to the thrones their monster. It was the S-rank Black Prince Archines, and he was the boss they came here for. Sarah said that the Black Prince, this is the first time she has seen such a mob. Ko-yuri joined her, said that besides its chaotic energy, this boss turned out to be very fast in the blink of an eye. He moved to them and told them that they were all going to die now. This Black Prince easily neutralized Akron's golem. Larson shouted that he was behind. Rhea said that first everyone needs to get together and come up with a formation. Sarah said it was fine. Ko-yuri told Mr. Park Do-hyuk that they needed to leave soon. Park Do-hyuk thought that they would not overcome him with simple changes of formation, so he shouted to everyone to pay attention to him. Then he told them that after one attack, the Black Prince would target him, the weakest. He later explained how he knew this, but he would do it later, so for now they should listen to him. After that, the Black Prince attacks. He hesitates after his teleportation. After discussing this plan, everyone began to act. Sarah thought, why is it so difficult? But the Black Prince did not intend to give up and attacked them with renewed vigor. Park Do-hyuk used the sword's underground skill. The Black Prince managed to injure several members of the team. After that, a notification came that the soul separation ability was applied, debuff. After 90 seconds, their soul will be separated from their body and they will die. Park Do-hyuk shouted that those who were touched by this sword should immediately go to him. And turning to Lincoln, he told him to put the Arcanes on himself. The Black Prince told Lincoln that he would be the first. Lincoln could barely hold on and told his team to act faster. Meanwhile, Park Do-hyuk used scattering magic on them. But the notification came that he had used a magic scattering spell, but the soul separation debuff was not cancelled. Therefore, he thought that the possible level of wisdom of this boss is higher than his. After all, even in the system it was written that he had the third class of Russia outside of magic. It nullifies the spell, but the probability of success depends on the level of wisdom. Therefore, he decided to try again to apply this magic. Now he has succeeded. The debuff was cancelled. Meanwhile, the Black Knights got very angry and ordered his minions to leave. Park Do-hyuk said he would take them on, and they should all help Lincoln. Larson told him to be careful. An intense battle began. After some time, Park Do-hyuk told the team that they should now attack the Black Prince with their strongest attacks. After all, this is their only chance. After that, Park Do-hyuk used the Furious Summoning skill. Lincoln was very surprised and asked what was what. What kind of skill was that? All his pain just disappeared. This was the action of the Furious Summoning skill, buff. The skill increases the combat ability by 250% of all team members in an audio C10 meters for 2 minutes. During the use of this spell, few can fall below 1 and the owner of this ability will not feel any pain. Larson asked if it was really a buff pack Do-hyuk. Rhea said she was going to take the potion already, but it's even better. Park Do-hyuk said that the Black Prince is now invulnerable to physical attacks, but this skim lowers his magic defense. Therefore, they must use magic. Larson shouted that he would block his movement and use the Guardian of Light skill. Then Lincoln said it was his turn. He used his justice. The Black Prince called them pathetic insects, and he tried to attack them again, but Larson covered everyone with his shield. Now Rhea started attacking him and told them not to lose their vigilance. Sarah shouted for Rio to duck. Then she attacked the Black Prince herself, and the end was Park Do-hyuk, who struck the last blow. A lot of dust rose, and the team asked if they had finally killed him. Well, when the dust of Russia was being conducted, it turned out that this was not the case. Larson said that you are just incredible. He withstood their attacks even with a buff Park Do-hyuk. Lincoln said it was necessary to finish him off before he could fully recover. The Black Prince said it wouldn't end so easily. After that, the Black Prince used a destructive blow. The entire team was unconscious except for Park Do-hyuk. He wasn't even injured. The Black Prince also suffered from this attack. He asked Park Do-hyuk, why is he not injured? Park Do-hyuk said he doesn't even know. The Black Prince asked if it had something to do with the source of his power. Park Do-hyuk asked, what's with his strength? The Black Prince said that all his energy was invested in his last explosion. The fact that he is not injured can only mean that their energy has a special relationship with him. All his people died while traveling in time and space. Park Do-hyuk thought there was something similar between him and the Black Prince. The Black Prince asked him if he really knows him. Park Do-hyuk thought that def, and he said he knew. After which the Black Prince told him that then he would give it to him. He handed him the book and told him that if he ever met any of his people, they would recognize this pendant and ring. He asks him not to make them go through this hell and save them. After that, the Black Prince turned into ashes. Park Do-hyuk told him to rest in peace. After that, he started receiving alerts from systems that said that he had raised his level. Now the user Park Do-hyuk has risen to level 41. He became a class 5 magician. Now his spatial storage skill has become a special spatial storage. The spatial storage has a length, width and height of 30 meters. It can store a large number of items. The instructions for using the special spatial storage are learned automatically. Park Do-hyuk exhaled and looked at the book the Black Prince had given him. Was it a translation book? The recognition level is 100%. There is no recognition level. This book allows you to translate from the language of the world called Ij into the language of the user. The transfer time is 1 or 2 days. Park Do-hyuk asked if they really want to say that this book can translate the language of that world. And I thought that there were also 2 unique items, one of which was Desmond's ring. His level was unique. This ring increases wisdom by 100 and increases strength by 100, and also has immunity to all debuffs. 2 thing, it was also a ring called the Infinity Ring. His level was also unique. The user of this ring will not feel hungry and even without food, and will not feel tired without sleep. As long as the user of this ring wears it, then he will be immune to emotional psychological attacks. So Park Do-hyuk looked around and thought, are these really the first awards for Arcanes? He should still leave the Stones of Space, but maybe he should still take this book. It could be a spell book. He touched this book and thought that's what he thinks. It was a level 5 spell book called Solar Flame. After that, he decided to try this Solar Flame. After the application, sunlight began to spread around the area, and his team began to wake up. One Koyuri woke up and asked, what kind of heat is this? Park Do-hyuk asked her that she was awake, and he himself thought that their raid on the S-rank dungeon had just ended. They returned to the Freedom Building and exchanged contacts with the team. He thinks they were all impressed. Koyuri offered him a place in the guild, but he still refused. Carefully and finally, he returned to Korea, the administration building in Korea. Cho Changmi went to Choi Di-ho and woke him up. Dho was very scared and asked her why she was such a person who worked all night. Cho Changmi told him that she had an important story about Park Do-hyuk. Choi Di-ho immediately roused himself and said that it had been so quiet lately, and he asked if something had really happened. Cho Changmi said that he was recently called by the USA guild called Freedom, and she heard that they had raided the dungeon. Choi Di-ho said they probably did it in secret, and asked her that how could they have known such a thing. Cho Changmi is just incredible. Cho Changmi said that information is life, but the most important thing is that everyone who was with him on the raid was impressed by him. After that, the Freedom Guild tried to hire him. Choi Di-ho said that such a large guild has already made attempts to adopt nothing, but they can't just sit idly by. Shi Changmi agreed with him and said yes, and that's why. How about inviting him on an expedition to the dungeon on behalf of the department? Choi Di-ho said that he thinks it's a great idea, even though he has a low rank, but they can offer him experience points or rewards. He would call Liu Yunsu and contact him. Meanwhile, Park Do-hyuk was looking at his stats and said that his stats had also gone up. And I thought that the spell book that Tippun found for him while he was in America, it must be difficult to find one book from those rebel. Therefore, he deserved a reward. Now he has another spell book. The system told him that he had learned a level 3 spell called Infrared Gaze. Now he's got Thermal Vision. He also learned a level 4 spell called Polymorph. Now he can change his appearance. He also learned a level 4 spell called the Magician's Eye. Now he can create a fully movable 3 eyes. After which, Park Do-hak thought, well, finally, a spell that created a huge chaos in the balance of the DEF world, up to the order of space. It was a level 5 spell called Unknown. This spell can preserve the effect of any spell permanently. It is cancelled, but with the help of a scattering spell. Park Do-hak picked up a sword whose level was weak and the recovery rate was 10%. He asked what he could try on this, but first he decided to use an enchanted weapon. It was a sword whose level was normal. It increases strength by 10, its recovery level is 10%. Buff, an enchanted weapon. The effect time is 59 minutes 59 seconds. Park Do-hak said that, and if he uses immutability on it, then I did it. Now it was a sword whose level was still ordinary. He increased his strength by the 10th. The recovery rate was 10%, but now his was a buff, an enchanted weapon. Park Do-hak said it worked. The time timer is gone. He didn't think that thanks to this, the level of the item would also increase now. Although the number of unique items is still limited, maybe then he should look for something for himself for close combat. If the requirements for the user reach, it would be nice to raise the level of the glove. Maybe then he should call Liu Yunsu. But he was outpaced by the girl herself, who called him one. He picked up the phone and said that he was just going to call her. Liu Yunsu asked, is it really true? Well, they look like Siamese twins. Park Do-hak asked him what she wanted. Liu Yangsu said it wasn't very important, so let him speak first. Park Do-hak asked if there is a mitten sale in Deus Market today. He would really like to purchase one of a unique level. Liu Yangsu asked him to wait a second. Then she said that yes, there is one. Park Do-hak said that he would also really like to put his skill up for auction and asked her if it was possible. Liu Yunsu clarified with him, asking what is not an item, but a skill. Deus Market, Gangnam. The man, addressing his mistress, asked her what, didn't she say she wasn't interested in today's exhibition of exhibits? The mistress said yes, she said so. The man asked her that then why was she here? And what are they doing here? The lady said that a few hours ago she received a notification about a special auction. The man asked, what is the special auction? The lady said exactly what and asked him what he thought. If the market notifies about this, will there be no loss to come? So they'd better hope there's something worthwhile there. After a while, Liu Yangsu announced that their usual auction was over. In that case, they'd better move on to the special one they were notified about. After this, they will now welcome Mr. Park Do-hak, who organized today's special auction. People started whispering. Someone asked what did she just say to Park Do-hak? They notified about a special auction, but not about unusual news. What is he going to sell? It is unlikely that it will be several manuscripts. Then Park Do-hak came on stage and said that he welcomed everyone. This is his second visit here. And he's not here to trade an item, but to sell his skill. The man asked his mistress, is it possible to sell the power of the awakened? The lady said that the items at the auction are worth hundreds and $1,000, and this means that the skill he wants to sell is very valuable and, probably, that's why the markets allowed this special auction to be held. Park Do-hak said that only the first 10 buyers will be able to take advantage of this opportunity. He can level up their weapons by exactly 1. The lady was very shocked and asked what? She doesn't get into it. The audience was also alarmed. One of the men asked if there really were such spells. He was answered by another man who said he had no idea, but the only one who uses spells here is Park Do-hak. Ms. Min Sonal was also here and asked him if he was telling the truth. Park Do-hak looked at her and thought, is she really here after all? And he asked her if she had ever heard him lie. Any weapon below the legendary category can be upgraded by 1 level. However, if someone perceives him as an enemy or tries to harm him, then the level of their belongings will immediately drop to the original. When he said these words, he was looking at Ms. Min Sonal. Mrs. Min Sonal told him that there are many people who can enchant things like precious and spatial stones, to which Park Do-hak replied to her that if this was his plan, he would not have announced the sale of skills. She thinks too primitive. If everything is clear to everyone, then they start the auction with 500 million won. After some time, Liu Yunsu said that it was sold for 2 billion won. In total, this is 20 billion won. All 10 buyers are down if they already have their money. And now she's asking Park Do-hak to start upgrading. Park Do-hak said that then he starts. He asked these 10 people to put their weapons on the table right in front of him. After they did that, then Park Do-hak started his spell. One who took her weapon was that lady. She said she just couldn't believe it. Her Satito has truly become a legendary weapon. Another person said that his rare weapon was now unique. And who did you even say that this is a scam? Park Do-hak told Liu Yunsu that he needed to go somewhere, But Liu Yunsu understood him and without listening to the rest, said that of course and thanked him for his work. When Park Do-hak came out of this room, he thought that the other 2 who were staring at him besides Min Sonal were definitely Ki Hinsu and Kim Hoon from the Mukhian Guild. They probably won't try to catch him unexpectedly like Min Sonal. However, caution will never prevent him from remembering this. Then Choi Di-ho came for him and said he needed to come here. Park Do-hyuk said it was nice to see him again. The last time was already during a large-scale outbreak. Choi Di-ho agreed with him and said that yes, a really long time had passed, and I asked him that he had already finished with the business in the market. Park Do-hyuk said that the auction had already gone smoothly, and he had achieved what he wanted. Choi Di-ho said that's how. This is great news. Then they already need to go to the meeting place. Min Sonal was also moving towards the exit. Then she noticed that someone was following her. She told them that she thought stalking a woman was hardly good manners, right? They were Cha Hinsu and Kim Hoon from the Mukon Guild. The master of the Mukon Guild, Chang Hinsu, told Min Sonal that there was no need to show off like that when she called them. After all, the reason for her secret call with is that jerk, isn't it? Min Sonal said yes, that's right, it's Park Do-hyuk. Bombs, scrolls, recognition, and this time also strengthening weapons. If they leave everything to the mercy of fate, then they will become just toys in his hands. They must destroy it by any means. And I asked them, what about a temporary truce? In the end, they will think that they now have a common enemy. Did Jang Hensu say what a common goal means? And I asked her if it was Park Do-hyuk or the Jeongseon Guild after all. Min Sonal said both. They're in the same boat. And that's why they can't write anyone off. If they can't get what they want from them, then they have to destroy them. Cho Chang-mi was standing at the entrance to the flash. She looked at her watch and said it had been 2 hours, and she asked if it was really a failure this time, too. Then a car came for her, and a covered Ho got out of it, who said that even in such a remote place there is a dungeon. The dungeon has only recently appeared, so no one knows about it yet. Park Do-hyuk asked, what is it like? Cho Chang-mi said yes, but they left him unattended for too long, and that's why it's hard to say when the next outbreak will happen. Park Do-hyuk noticed her and said she was here too. Cho Chang-mi said that yes, they had not seen him for a long time already. Cho Chang-mi told Park Do-hyuk that she would briefly explain everything to him, since he likes to get straight to the point. Initially, they planned to invite him to another private dungeon, which is controlled by the app. Park Do-hyuk said that yes, he heard about it from Liu Yunsu. Cho Chang-mi said that he was, but after the report, they found out that there is an open dungeon here, and for the sake of the safety of people in the area, they tried to quickly neutralize it. Park Do-hyuk interrupted her and asked her if there were any problems after they entered there, didn't he? Cho Chang-mi agreed with him and said that yes, firstly, only one person can enter there, and when he fails, the same person cannot come back. There are already 5 victims in the up. She and Choi Di-ho are SS ranks, but they were still caught off guard and failed. Choi Di-ho said they still don't know exactly what they need to do. Park Do-hyuk asked them, what are the monsters inside so strong? If even 2 SS rank like them failed, wouldn't it stop being impossible? Cho Chang-mi said it wasn't about strength at all. There are invisible traps and monsters with resistance to attributes. There are too many factors that affect the outcome. That's why they need Park Do-hyuk with his extensive skills. Park Do-hyuk said that he only came because he received an invitation to a private dungeon. Cho Chang-mi asked for his forgiveness for this moment, but they can't just ignore the existence of this dungeon. Then Park Do-hyuk said that since he is obviously risking his life, he really hopes that the compensation will be appropriate. Cho Chang-mi was surprised and asked him what, for example. Park Do-hyuk said that he wants to be assigned a ranked dungeon where he will have complete freedom and individual access. Choi Di-hong couldn't stand it and jumped up from his chair and said that this was too much. The knight of Cho Chang-mi stopped him, and she told him that she would take care of it herself, and he should cool his ardor. While the two of them were arguing, Park Do-hyuk thought that the dungeon was being restored after being conquered. So this is a very precious nest where you can get experience points. He can understand their reaction to the request to provide a dungeon at the disposal of a single awakened one. However, he is risking his life, and that is why they should be able to give him at least that. After they discussed everything, Cho Chang-mi told him that the dungeons belong to the country. The transfer of ownership of the dungeon is almost impossible. Therefore, she suggested to him that if the ownership would belong to UP, but the dungeon itself, he would be able to use at his discretion the way he looks at this account. Park Do-hyuk said it sounds good, and he agrees. Cho Chang-mi told him that there was one condition that he had to accept unconditionally. If the dungeon is open for too long and it causes an outbreak, then he will take full responsibility only on himself. Park Do-hyuk said that of course he will take full responsibility for everything. And now they need to talk about an urgent problem. Cho Chang-mi told him that as soon as he entered the dungeon, he should run. If he is even 1 second late, the poisonous clouds will catch up with him. After he leaves this cloud, then lava will block his path. Cho Chang-mi suggests that Park Do-hyuk can use walls to overcome. There are also a very huge number of different traps in the dungeon. That's why she really hopes that he will be extremely careful. After that, there will be a place that is difficult to describe in words. At the end of the cave system there is a straight road in complete darkness. Park Do-hyuk must find the light on the other side of this tunnel. Being already in this tunnel, Park Do-hyuk thought that from now on he would have to overcome everything on his own. He applied his skill called infrared vision, and I saw a huge number of snakes in this tunnel. He thought that if it was a high-ranked dungeon, then in complete darkness, anyone would be easy prey. He used his lightning bolt skill. Since this dungeon is difficult to clear, it gives a lot of experience points. But in a situation like this, when he can't relax and it's worth taking out all the drones for a second, he must continue to pass this dungeon with even more caution. Choi Di-ho told Cho Chang-mi that Mr. Park Do-hyuk should have already reached the unexplored part. Cho Chang-mi suggested to him that then they should check it out. Then Liu Yunsu arrived and said that she rushed here right after the call without any equipment and asked them that it was okay. That Chanmi said that it doesn't matter, because it won't be her who needs to conquer this cave. Choi Di-ho said she would have a very simple task, since only one person can enter the caves. They will check Park Do-hyuk's condition, so whether she can enter, since they can't do anything else. Liu Yunsu asked, is that really all that is needed from her? Choi Di-ho said she wouldn't be able to clean up the cave in Ranga. Liu Yunsu asked the director if she was worried that she thought Park Do-hyuk would be okay. After all, it had been several hours since he had entered there. Cho Chang-mi said that Park Do-hyuk has a wide range of skills needed here, so they can only trust him and wait patiently. Choi Di-ho said that if Park Do-hyuk failed, then they would have no choice but to ask for help from the highly rated guilds. But still they hope that he will return to them with good news. Meanwhile, Park Do-hyuk finally reached the boss room, and I thought that if Lemon didn't use drones, then 100% would have fallen into a trap and maybe even died. Well, now he decided to take a look at this jerk who runs this dungeon. He entered this room, but there was no one there. Park Do-hyuk was at a loss and thought, what does this mean? Where is the boss? Then he noticed a woman chained to the wall and thought, who is this woman? Is this person at all? Then this monster asked him who he was. He got out of the floor and said and asked him, where did someone like him get Arcane's things from? It was a monster named Lick Deluxe. He was a rank. Park Do-hyuk thought that Lick a rank. He had never seen such a monster on the DEF floors. And how does he know Arcanes? And I asked this monster that why should he answer him? And he himself thought that even if this monster is a rank lower than Arcanes, but this time he is alone. The Lick was furious and asked who he even thinks he is. Let him know the pain now. Park Do-hyuk thought that fortunately, unlike the Black Prince, this monster is a magical type. During DEF, he adored dueling with other users and was happy to fight again. Park Do-hyuk put on a radius glove. The recognition percentage was 100%. The level of this glove was legendary. Magic power increased by 150 points. Wisdom is increased by 150 points. Physical damage resistance increased by 50 points. Magic damage resistance increased by 50 points. The spell lasts 50% longer in relation to monsters below a rank and at the same time excluding bosses. Additional magic damage of 200% is possible. A radius liquid is stored inside the glove, which allows you to steal 20% of experience points from the dungeon. The Lick used the Thorns of Darkness skill, but Park Do-hyuk managed to dodge this attack. Leech said it looks like he's not complete trash, and Park Do-hyuk himself exhaled and thought that it was close, but he expected that he would cast the spell one by one, and he hoped that he was mistaken. Then he noticed that Lynch was going to do something, and so he used a shield to repel his attack. The Lick asked him if he really wanted to block his attack with this pathetic shield. Then he used the Spear of Darkness skill. Park Do-hyuk's shield couldn't withstand his strength, so he decided to use invisibility. Leech said it was very stupid. After that, Park Do-hyuk moved the cry and applied a mirror image. The Lick told him that his magic was just child's play. He will destroy everyone in an instant, and he used the skill Gravitational Confinement. Park Do-hyuk asked him if he was really that stupid. Does he really think he would just throw himself at a magician like him? After that, he attacked this monster, and finished off two with his skills called Fireball and Lightning Strike. Park Do-hyuk thought that the difference between them was that this jerk couldn't cast a spell without saying them, and it is because of this that he will be able to. But it wasn't as he imagined, because the Lick was still alive. The Lick told him that yes, how dare he. Then the three of them noticed that something strange started happening around this flash. Choi Di-ho asked, is it really a flash? He asked Lee Yunsu what she was doing. She must leave there immediately. Have they already prepared to attack? But the one who came out of the dungeon was Park Do-hyuk, and he had that girl in his arms. Park Do-hyuk exhaled and said that they almost died. After a while, Park Do-hyuk had already washed up and was sitting in Cho Chang-mi's office. He drank all the water and Cho Chang-mi asked him that he calm down at least a little. Park Do-hyuk said that yes, everything is fine now. Cho Chang-mi then asked him that then he could finally tell her what happened in the dungeon. And who is that girl and what happened in it? Park Do-hyuk said that, firstly, he had safely cleared the cave. There were a few problematic places, of course, but as he promised, he coped. Cho Chang-mi said it was a good job, even if they asked him to do it, but she looked at the remains of that boss and said that to think he had defeated a rank boss alone was just incredible. Park Do-hyuk said yes, but it wasn't easy. He himself thought that the fight lasted only 5 minutes, but during this time, countless spells were used. Cho Chang-mi told him that then they would not ask about anything received in the dungeon, as this is an unspoken rule. The problem is only with this girl. This is already becoming quite problematic. Choi Di-ho said yes, but if they still consider her part of Park Do-hyuk's loot, then they have no right to do anything with her. However, if they consider her as someone who could pose a danger, then the approach to this situation will be completely different, since she is the only person who has ever been found in the dungeon. Park Do-hyuk said he understood. Then he looked at the girl again and told them not to misunderstand him, but he hoped they would listen to him. Will he take her with him, since he is the one who rescued her from the dungeon? Then he should be responsible for it and take care of her. And he himself thought that if the UP or someone else took her away, then it was unknown what could happen to her. Besides, he thinks she has something to do with Arkinos. Cho Chang-mi said she agreed. If its existence becomes known to the public, it will become difficult to manage the interests of the organization that deals with the Awaken. Well, they have to do research, so they decided to stick to this plan. Its existence will remain a secret, but if Park Do-hyuk needs to study or look at something, then he should not hesitate to ask them about it. They will be happy to help him. Park Do-hyuk thanked her for her concern. Shi Chang-mi said that there was nothing, they were sincerely grateful to him for his help, and therefore they should respect his wish. Choi Di-ho said it was true. Choi Di-ho is now Wade is already packed Do-hyuk home. He told him that as now there was someone next to him who needed to be protected, he just needed to know something. Park Do-hyuk said that yes. He listens to him. Choi Di-ho said that the UP has a program of monitoring and indirect monitoring of those associated with them. Park Do-hyuk thought that this means that from this moment, as they promise to help someone, impartial surveillance of them begin, and he said he thought it was really possible. Choi Di-ho said that according to the reports, someone is following them, and they are doing it quite professionally. They tried to track them down, but it seems they noticed it right away and disappeared. Park Do-hyuk immediately remembered those two girls at his apartment and said that he understood. And I thought, who is it? Really those two? Or is it Min Sonal again? Choi Di-ho said he hopes he will be even more careful from now on. And if there is any danger, he should not hesitate to call them immediately. Park Do-hyuk said that of course and thanked him for his concern. Lee Yun-soo intervened in their conversation, who told him that he could call her at any time and whether for personal reasons or not. Choi Di-ho told her that they were actually talking about serious things. Lee Yun-soo said that actually they had already finished their conversation, so it's fine. And I asked Park Do-hyuk, what's wrong? Park Do-hyuk said that yes, everything is fine. Then Liu Yong-soo told him that if he didn't have any girls right now, how about a date with her? Park Do-hyuk was surprised and asked what. Then the traffic light turned green and Choi Di-ho hit the gas. Liu Yun-soo was not wearing a seatbelt, so she flew back on day 7 and hit her head. Liu Yong-soo lost her sore head and told the director that it was dangerous. What was he doing at all? Choi Di-ho told her to buckle up and sit still. Park Do-hyuk told Liu Yun-soo that he found her attractive as a woman. First of all, because she is charming. Liu Yong-soo was very touched and said that well, she understood. After some time, Park Do-hyuk was already in his apartment. He looked at his characteristic again and said that once in the dungeon his mechanic level increased by 10. Then can he look at his statistics? He opened his statistics and said that first of all he would invest everything available in magic. He thinks he can safely claim that magic and wisdom are close to the A rank level. But should he check his loot? Then this girl woke up and asked where she was. Park Do-hyuk told her she was at his house. She finally woke up. Ivushka was delighted with his apartment and looked around. Park Do-hyuk made the two of them coffee and was already heading towards her. He saw her looking around and asked her what was new, didn't he? The girl said that yes, it is very different from the place where she used to live. Park Do-hyuk said that of course she's from a completely different world. The girl took the glass and said that she really did. Park Do-hyuk said that by the way, she speaks their language very well. The girl said that it was all thanks to the translator, and she showed him this thing. Park Do-hyuk sat down opposite her and said that it was an interesting thing, and asked her if she remembers what happened in that dungeon. The girl said she was illegible, but she remembers a little. If she remembers correctly, then her presence there was a kind of offering. Then he came and single-handedly defeated the Lichtaluka and saved her. And if she's not mistaken, he also has her brother's necklace. Park Do-hyuk put a necklace and a ring on the table and asked her what she meant by that. The girl said that's right, if he can give it to her. But Park Do-hyuk shook his head negatively. The girl said it was clear, and she asked him if she could then hear the message he had conveyed with this necklace. Park Do-hyuk said his words and said that if he met someone, it would be from his hands or assistants. If you meet one of them, they will instantly recognize both the necklace and the ring. He doesn't have to let him know hell during his lifetime. He begs to save them. These words made the girl cry. In the DEF world that Park Do-hyuk knew, Arkans and the Desmond Empire were only a small side story, so they didn't know much about them. For the same reason, he could not even imagine that Arkansas had a sister. The girl said that that day she thought she was in hell. Even now, being able to just sit here is like a blessing. Park Do-hyuk asked her what happened next. The girl began to tell that they were the royal family of the Desmond Empire before its fall. It all started with the arrival of a dark magician who drove 4 Emperor Yin crazy. When he went mad, the emperor introduced tyranny and began killing everyone indiscriminately, up to the closest and most talented subjects. And shortly after that, Artemia's neighboring magic empire attacked them. Since everyone who could defend the country had already been killed by the emperor, Desmond's empire collapsed in an instant. Complete destruction of the unoccupied Barry. And her brother, the one who couldn't just sit and watch all this, killed 4 emperors and went to the front line. But it wasn't enough against the forces of Artemia. After all, he used forbidden magic to be hidden deep in the dungeons of Desmond, and as a result, her brother received the power of this dark energy and allowed him to protect the empire from Artemia. But very soon the dark force began to consume him. The soldiers of the empire, Desmond, and even the common people were all absorbed by dark magic and turned into monsters. She was ready from the very beginning that trouble would come sooner or later and tried to run away as far as possible. However, she couldn't get far and was immediately captured by DeLuca's soldiers. After that, she was shackled and left on the altar. After hearing her whole story, Park Do-hyuk said that's why she ended up in a dungeon. The girl said yes, and before falling asleep, Deluxe told her something. Because of him, he and his people got into a spatial crack. But he did not stop saying that they would definitely get out. And when that moment came, he said he would kill her and gladly use her body as a sacrifice. So she assumed that that place was actually lost in a spatial crack. And then she met him, and he asked what his name was. Park Do-hyuk said they were so busy telling stories that they didn't even have time to introduce themselves to each other. He said his name was Park Do-hyuk, but she could just call him Do-hyuk. The girl said she was Hayes, and she knows he saved her, but can she ask him for one more favor? Will he help her get used to this world? Park Do-hyuk asked her what to get used to this world. Hayes said that yes, she wants to find out why she got here and unravel the secrets that her brother left behind. She will definitely repay him for his kindness. Sonmi, Shin Ju-hai, and Park Do-hyuk fought the bears. Shin Yu-hai, after defeating one of the bears, said to Sonmi that now they should help Park Do-hyuk. But then she saw that Park Do-hyuk had dealt with the bear alone without any problems. She was very surprised and thought that while she and Sonmi were dealing with one of these bears, he alone had laid such a number. Park Do-hyuk recalled yesterday's conversation with Hayes. Hayes then told him that in return she would definitely repay him and would be sincerely grateful to him. Park Do-hyuk said he would be happy to accept her then. Hayes asked him to take care of her. Park Do-hyuk said fine, but first they should buy her some new clothes to get her used to it. She can't stay in this. And Shin Yu-hai pulled him out of his thoughts. Park Do-hyuk was surprised to see her around and asked what. Shin Yu-hai told him to wake up already. They go to the boss's room. What was he thinking about? Park Do-hyuk said it was nothing. She shouldn't worry about it. Shin Ju-hai decided to ask him what exactly. What was it about this United States that made him even stronger? Sonmi agreed with her and said that it was true that she and Shin Ju-hai would have spent a few days cleaning up. But with him, it seems to her that every time they meet, Park Do-hyuk becomes stronger and stronger. Shin Ju-hai said that, but really, Sonmi works without a break and she has a rank. But every time they see Park Do-hyuk, they start to wonder is there any sense in these ranks at all? Park Do-hyuk asked what. Did Sonmi really get promoted to C rank? Sonmi said that yes, while he was in the States, she passed the recertification. Park Do-hyuk asked what is true. Then they should celebrate her promotion. Maybe then they'll have dinner tonight. Shin Ju-hai said it was a good idea. But then Park Do-hyuk cries for everyone. Park Do-hyuk suggested they solve everything when they beat the boss. And already turning to Sonmi, he said that he has increased fire resistance, so he will tanch it. And then they have to attack the weak points from the back. His weakness is the same as those monsters they met earlier. Sonmi asked him if he was going to be okay. Park Do-hyuk told them not to worry. This is already a past stage. Then one will start attacking. A fight started with this boss. Sonmi, protecting with her shield, thought that the heat was so strong that it was even difficult for her to breathe. Are you sure Fox Park Do-hyuk will be alright? But Park Do-hyuk was determined and started attacking this boss. After he defused the boss for a while, he said that even if it was fireproof on the outside, it was unlikely to be inside. After the battle with Deluxe, he got 3 things. These were a spatial stone, a bracelet, a DeLuca haze, and Amir's power projectile, which works at short distances. Merv Deluxe bracelet. The recognition level is 100%. The class of this bracelet was rare. Wisdom increases by 50 points. Endurance is also exceeded by 50 points. This bracelet reacts to all negative emotions within a radius of 50 meters. The bracelet absorbs and retains negative emotions while becoming stronger with it. The total number of collected emotions at the moment was 0 out of 1,000. Compared to normal spells, it is better in terms of speed, power, and amount of use. This is a very powerful spell. This time, Park Do-hyuk wants to know its effectiveness. Meanwhile, their fight continued. Sanmi was covering them with her shield. Shin Ju-hai also rushed into the fight, who told the girl that she had covered up perfectly. She tried to break that crystal. She didn't succeed, so she told her friends that she couldn't break it. We need more strength. Park Do-hyuk told her that everything was fine. He would deal with it himself. And he used the power projectile skill. Sanmi was going to a meeting with Park Do-hyuk and said that she thought she was ready. After they destroyed the boss, Shin Ju-hai called her over, told her to come over to her for a second. Sanmi then asked her did something really happen? Shin Ju-hai told her that she couldn't join the celebration with Ranga. Sanmi was surprised and asked if she wasn't coming. Shin Ju-hai said that yes, she thinks she needs to spend more time with Park Do-hyuk. For example, they can go on a date with him. Sanmi blushed all over and asked, "What's the date?" Shin Yu told her that judging by her reaction, she could say with certainty that they had never met on a single somewhere other than the dungeon. Sanmi said yes. Shin Yu said that isn't this a reason to offer something new and enjoy the moment? She won't be so tactful next time. Sanmi smiled at her and said that she understood and thanked her. And now Sanmi was ready to meet Park Do-hyuk. Looking at herself in the mirror, she said that since Shin Yu gave her this chance, then she definitely has to try. Park Do-hyuk's house. There was a white car parked outside his house. A mercenary guard with a rank named Peter, addressing his partner named Alex, asked if he was sure that this guy was worth it. Alex said that of course. He had heard with his own ears that the master was interested in him. And if they sort everything out and drag him straight to the master, then he is sure that he will reward them generously. They can't be hired guards forever, can they? Peter agreed with him. The International Organizations for the Protection of the Awakened. Unlike other organizations of the International Awakened Bureaus, they exist only for their own benefit. Or to be more precise, they do not distinguish between good and evil. If the client pays for the crime, they will do everything, and if he wants to do a good deed, they will also calmly do everything. Their priority has always been only money. Alex said that Park Do-hyuk still has D rank. Then Peter noticed something in the window and was very surprised. He saw Park Do-hyuk's car. Alex offered to follow him. After all, his house is a damn fortress. They only have a chance to grab him on the street. They should take care of him when he is in a dungeon or some other hidden place. At the mall, Park Do-hyuk stood and waited for Sanmi. At this time, he noticed that two people were standing on the second floor, and one on the escalator, another one on the first floor. He noticed them because as soon as he left the house, he was chased by a strange van. Is this what Choi Di-ho warned him about or not? It wouldn't be any fun if he dragged Sanmi in too. Then Sanmi came up to him and said that she was here. Park Do-hyuk greeted her and said he was glad she came. Sanmi apologized for being late. She said she was in as much of a hurry as she could. Park Do-hyuk told her that she looks great in their casual clothes. Sanmi said she was glad. She was a little nervous since this is their first meeting in a non-working environment. Park Do-hyuk asked her, what would they go then? Sanmi said yes. They joined hands and went to the designated place. Peter said he wasn't here to watch them flirt. Alex said come on to him, let him enjoy life before his death. As soon as he relaxes enough, they will attack him. Song Mai said that she had read the messages, and what would they do now? Park Do-hyuk told her that first they just need to find a place where there aren't many people, and after that, you need to cut off their escape route. Sanmi asked what, and then how would they lure them? Park Do-hyuk told her that they were coming here. Those who were watching them said that this jerk was heading for the emergency stairs. Park Do-hyuk pressed Sanmi against the wall and told her to be patient for a minute. And he was about to kiss her. But at that moment the people who were watching him attacked him. But since Park Do-hyuk expected this, he was ready for it. Peter attacked them and was sure that they were both dead. He called them weaklings, but then he realized that something was strange. Their bodies began to disappear. Alex asked if it was really just an illusion. He contacted his partner named Bren and asked him what had just happened. What was that sound? But his partner didn't answer him because he was already dead. Alex said things were bad because that jerk was still here. They had to be careful. All those who remained should monitor the surrounding situation. But Park Do-hyuk appeared in front of him and said it was too late, and he used the ball lightning skill. Sanmi said one of them was running away. Park Do-hyuk said that everything is fine. Alex, meanwhile, thought the plan was perfect. But what the hell went wrong? How could he not notice it? Then the Akron golem appeared in front of him and knocked him down. Park Do-hyuk said it was a good job. But now this golem's name was Irene. Management has arrived at this place. Lee Yun-soo asked Park Do-hyuk if he knew that these awakened ones were mercenaries from the Guardian organization. Park Do-hyuk asked, what are the Guardians? Does she really mean the organization that will do anything for money? Liu Yongsu said that yes, the people who were assigned to pursue him were not high level, but still registered as professional mercenaries according to the documents. And, most likely, their goal was their skill of copying scrolls, since the price for it is simply sky high. Park Do-hyuk thought that the guards, so he became the target of these annoying jerks. Liu Yongsu said that from now on, they will take care of everything. And, by the way, are they really on a date? Sanmi was very confused and asked what kind of date is this? Liu Yongsu said that she doesn't know how to lie at all. Her face gives everything away. And already turning to Park Do-hyuk, she asked him what he would say. Park Do-hyuk said they were going to celebrate Sanmi's promotion to C rank. Liu Yongsu said that clearly that's about what she thought. Then she would not detain them anymore and wished them a good celebration. Park Do-hyuk said that, and thanked you. Sanmi thought it looked like. Did she, too? It was already late in the evening, and Park Do-hyuk had just returned home. He entered the apartment and said he was back. At that moment, the cat rushed into his arms. Park Do-hyuk took him in his arms and asked if it was really a cat. Then Hayes peeked around the corner and said it was Rukini. And I turned to the cat. I asked him that didn't she tell him not to run everywhere. Park Do-hyuk asked Hayes if it was her cat. Hayes asked if he had already returned, and she ordered her cat to come back to her. Then the cat disappeared and appeared on her shoulder. Hayes said the boy's name was Rukini. She tamed him as a child. Park Do-hyuk approached her and asked her what was true. He has never encountered a taming skill before, so he is interested. Hayes said she was able to summon him again after she rested and regained her magic power. Park Do-hyuk asked her if they had rested enough after he left. Hayes said that yes, she even managed to study quite a lot with the help of abandoned books and the internet. She ate similar food one time, but she really liked it. Park Do-hyuk said that since she is from the royal family, he was worried that she might not like the fast food. Hayes asked him if she was really bothering him. If this is the case, then he will be able to calmly. But Park Do-hyuk interrupted her and said that everything was fine. If she doesn't mind, then they can talk informally. Hayes said she didn't mind. Park Do-hyuk was already on his way up to his room and said that in that case he had more things to do. That is why he will be in his office and wished Hayes good night. Hayes wished him good night, too. When Park Do-hyuk went up to his office, he noticed something strange and asked, "What is this light from the office?" He came into the room and asked what was going on here. There was an announcement saying that the transfer was completed and asking if he was confirming it. Park Do-hyuk thought the transfer was complete, but he didn't activate anything like that. Maybe this is the book he got. He clicked on this ad and then a book appeared on the table and it was said that the user Park Do-hyuk received the drawings of the Archmet weapon. He received a reward for completing the Archmet fighting spirit task quickly. Plus, it is possible to create Archmet weapons. He also received a reward for completing the task quickly, Archmet's perseverance, plus the ability to create enchanted bullets. He also received a reward for the quick completion of the Archmet spirit quest, plus instructions for the user to use the Archmet weapon. Park Do-hyuk took this book in his hands and thought that so that's what the translation is. It's a blueprint for Archmet's weapons. It turns out that the translator is quite a useful thing, so he will continue to use it. In that case, the system told him that he could create an Archmet weapon, and I asked him if he wanted to create it. The maximum number is 0 out of 3. Park Do-hyuk thought he didn't know much, but it's great that the number has increased as a reward. Excellent. Maybe then he should create one. The system said that this requires a magic power of 0 out of 25,000, and the following ingredients are needed. High-level stones 0 out of 50. Red troll skin 0 out of 2. Goblin king tooth 0 out of 5. Metal of magical origin, 0 out of 10. Park Do-hyuk said he was lucky. This is the last one. After that, the system said that all the requirements were met, and the creation of this weapon began. Some strange man started writing down Hayes' story in a book. He wrote that Hayes adapted to life in a new environment even after the death of her blood brother, the Dark Prince Arkeen. Her cat named Rukini was always there for her, saving her from loneliness. This helped Hayes to get rid of sad memories of her brother. She decided to find the dark wizard who pushed her brother into the spatial gap and take revenge on him. After her brother's death, she never cried. Park Do-hyuk thought that this was the end of the story of Arkeen's creaking heart, but can say that his death was necessary. Thanks to this, Hayes became stronger. He added that maybe it's all because of tearful prayers. After that, Hayes' body began to change. It was an awakening. After he did that, he said that great, now it's definitely over. The one he heard you ask who's here. Meanwhile, Park Do-hyuk went to clean up again. The quest with the rank has begun. Park Do-hyuk was fighting a huge stone monster. It was a high-ranking boss, a stone golem. Park Do-hyuk activated Irene. Irene said it was a rapid descent, and Park Do-hyuk used the fireball skill. He thought it was very good practice for a level 21 mechanic and for Akron's enhanced attack with Irene. But still, he thinks that this is still not enough to pass the dungeon in plus rank. But after that he said that it was fine and so not bad. After all, it means that he can use this guy. Arkmit's weapon. His level was legendary. This weapon can be combined with other weapons. Together they create a combined effect. They are automatically charged using spatial energy, but when using spatial stones, charging is faster. The maximum charge level is 20 high-level stones. The peculiarity of magical contact with bullets is that all damage is inflicted using magic to increase damage. The peculiarity of physical contact with bullets. All damage affects the physical condition of the enemy. The feature of the sight. The user can shoot accurately at the target. Magic exchange feature. The user can extract magic from space and increase their firepower. Park Do-hyuk thought that it meant that he could use this guy. First, you need to use high-level stones first. And the most important thing is to invest maximum magic. The weapon was activated. The system warned that the magic level dropped sharply to 10. After that, Park Do-hyuk fired. The power with which you can get rid of a B-ranked monster in one shot. Is this the maximum that he can now? The system notified him that he had completed the quest from the rank. He received a special skill called Immortality. The Paladin's maximum passive skill level. If the health drops to 1, then with the blessing of the angels, health and magical power are fully restored. All injuries heal, and all abnormal effects on the body are cancelled. After using this skill, the name of the spell changes to Mortal. Its properties will also be changed. Park Do-hyuk received a rare skill called Immortality. He said that using this skill, he might not be so afraid of injury, although he thought he would find at least something on the DEF page. But there is no information about Haze here. He thought there might be at least something about skills. But, apparently, it would be best to ask the developers themselves about this. It is worth asking Tapuna to look for this information. 5 days later, some kind of house. There were 2 people in raincoats in this strange house. The one who was sitting on his knees said that, judging by the information from this place, he disappeared not so long ago. Another said that someone is constantly one step ahead. One asked if he had any guesses who it was. 2 replied that, most likely, someone who pursues the same goal as them. They'd better go back to headquarters and report the information they found. Meanwhile, Park Do-hyuk met with Tipun. They came to the place that you told him about and Park Do-hyuk asked him what he says it is here. Tipun said that's right. Kong Goram, who wrote the history of DEF, lives here. This writer does not have any notable activity, so he had to contact one of the DEF developers in order to find out at least something. Park Do-hyuk thanked him for his hard work. Tipun said that when he came here there was no light on in the house, but the door was open. But he decided not to go inside. Park Do-hyuk said that well he really doesn't want anything to happen to him. Park Do-hyuk walked up to the door and pulled the handle. Those 2 people were in this apartment now, and one of them said that we need to hurry, someone came, we need to hide in the dark. Meanwhile, Park Do-hyuk said that he would enter first. It might be dangerous, so he should wait for him outside. Tipun said it was good. Park Do-hyuk used the armor skill. After that, he used another skill called magic projectiles. Thanks to this, the floor lit up for him and he saw some papers there. But he recognized them right away and thought, is this really it? How did the Haze story end up here, which is not even in the worldwide search? And this story fits exactly with what Haze told him. Is it possible that Hamgaram's story is becoming a reality? Who is this Hamgaram really? Then one of those people appeared behind him and was about to attack Park Do-hyuk, but he couldn't hurt him. This man was quite surprised and thought that really even a special blade could not penetrate his armor. Pak Da-cheek turned around and asked him who he was. These 2 people took to their heels. Park Do-hyuk shouted at them to stay where they were. Tapuna heard these sounds and asked what it was. Did something really happen here? But the video is the weather Hake ran out of the house. He shouted that Tipun should not follow him and wait for him here. Then he rushed after the fugitives. Did this guy use his skill? Park Do-hyuk was a little scared and said that this skill, what kind of skill is this? The system notified him that there was an attempt to cloud him at once, but Desmond's necklace successfully blocks the attempt to cloud his mind. There was also an attempt to weaken his physical strength, but the necklace does not successfully block this attempt. This man asked his partner what he was doing, to which one replied that his skill does not work here. All attacks are reflected back to him. Then they have no chance. They need to get out of here faster. But Park Do-hyuk wasn't going to let them go. He used his skill, but still managed to get away alone. This is a man, thought he was strong, but he has no choice. After that, this man threw his dagger at his partner, and there was an explosion. Park Do-hyuk thought that they even killed their comrade just to remove all their traces. Immediately after the end of the battle, we had 4 pages, and Tipun instructed him about 3 rules. One rule was that you need to find all the traces that are associated with Kong-garam. 2, the rule stated that you should try to contact Hamgaram in any way. And rule 3 stated that you need to contact everyone who was connected with Kong-garam. 2 more were also added to the previous pages, where he told Moose Heights. It was written there that the dark magician Wendella was involved in the fact that the 4th Prince Lan went crazy. After the fall of the Desmond Kingdom, he was appointed Minister of the Magic Kingdom of Artemia. However, Wendilla was not satisfied. He wanted to finally dry all the supplies of the Desmond Kingdom, so he decided to set a trap for the Dark Prince Arkans, enlisting the help of DeLuca. The introduction of the Prince of the Book of Spells was rigged. Thus, Vedal forced Parking to go down for a book to Desmond's secret dungeon, which was under Wendell's control. He also predicted that Arcanes would warn his beloved sister, thanks to which she fell into the trap of DeLuca and was locked up for many years. It was one page on which DeLuca and Wendell's contract was described, and two was the page about Belhard and the spatial crack. It was written there that the great wizard Belhard devoted 30 years of his life to creating a spatial crack, while Belzard was researching Gocio. That is, ancient scripture. The only confirmed information he had was only the strange disappearance of Arxens and Hayes. After the fall of the kingdom, there were still remains of him, among which many things could be found, except for two, a brother and a sister. For a long time it was believed that the kingdom of Desmond experienced a large-scale earthquake, as the city itself looked so destroyed, as if the gods themselves wished to wipe this place off the face of the earth. Belhard also thought that the disappearance of Hayes and Arcanus was connected with the earthquake, although his theory was different from the public one. He believed that the earthquake was not the cause of their death. It only served as an impetus for the creation of a spatial crack, the cataclysm that sent a brother and sister to another world. While Belhard was researching this theory, the kingdom of Arden also suffered a fate, both earthquakes and a new spatial crack. He was sure that it was all set up by Wendallo, whose desire to destroy could consume their entire world. Belhard had little time to correct the spatial integrity, so he had to immediately switch from theory to experiments. He had to learn how to create close spatial cracks, and for this he paid with his health. After Park Du-hyuk read all this, he said that the main question was where did Khan Gorham go after writing these lines. Then Hayes came and brought him some water. Park Du-hyuk thanked her. Hayes sat down across from Park Du-hyuk and told him she had something to tell him. Park Du-hyuk asked what about what. Hayes said that a couple of hours before he arrived, she suddenly received a wake-up message. Park Du-hyuk immediately remembered what he had read in the book. It was written there that maybe it was because of her tearful prayers. After that, Hayes' body began to change. It was an awakening. Remembering this, he thought that everything was the same as described in the novel. Hayes also added that, by the way, she has only recently had a wake-up system, but it seems very familiar to her. It seems that the system is specially adapted for her, since everything is written in the language of the Kingdom of Desmond. Park Du-hyuk asked her what her rank and specialty was. Hayes said she has a D rank and a caster specialty. Now Rukini can always be there, as one of her achievements, and she spends 100 times less magi on summoning and maintaining it. Park Du-hyuk told her that she didn't look that surprised. I remember that he was overjoyed. Hayes admitted that at first she was also surprised, but it's not as shocking as falling into a spatial crack and crossing into a completely different world. Here Park Du-hyuk put in his palm on a stack of sheets that were lying next to him, and the system told him that the user Park Du-hyuk is in contact with particles of 4 worlds. There were some red flashes, and it was said that the fragments resonate and create a small spatial crack. After some time, the system was notified that the Desmond rank dungeon was open. Only 2 users can enter this dungeon. This is Park Du-hyuk and Hayes. Hayes asked him if they were really seeing the same message. Park Du-hyuk said that's right. The name of the dungeon is Desmond rank, so he thinks that the pages of history will take them to the past kingdom of Desmond. Hayes said she thought so too. She wanted to say something else, but hesitated, and then Park Du-hyuk told her that it might be too dangerous for her. After all, her awakening had only been a few hours ago. Hayes said yes, she understands that, but she still wants to go there. Even if it's dangerous, she still wants to know about her home. Park Du-hyuk said that if she's so set up, and he himself thought that he did not want to miss the dungeon, which is similar to where he saved Hayes from. Most likely, this is a special dungeon in which you can collect a large amount of experience and rewards. He just can't miss this chance. And he said that then go ahead. Hayes said yes, and the 2 of them entered this crack. Entering there, Park Du-hyuk asked, what is this kingdom? It's so ruined. Hayes said yes, this is the center of the Desmond Kingdom. This was the last thing she saw before her escape. Park Du-hyuk looked worried and asked her if she was sure everything would be fine. Hayes said yes, she was fine, and she called her cat Rukini. Then they landed on the ground. Park Du-hyuk said that even though it looks like a kingdom, they are still in a dungeon, so they have to be very careful. Hayes said that she remembers all this. Let him not worry so much. Then someone's terrible hands began to stick out of the ground, and then they were surrounded by a lot of monsters. Hayes was attacked by a pack of monsters, but she was saved by the golem iron. There were a lot more of these monsters than they thought. Hayes said she could handle the ghouls harder than she thought. Park Du-hyuk agreed with her and said that they are really stronger than ordinary monsters. Hayes asked Park Du-hyuk if something was wrong. Park Do-hyuk said that by killing monsters, she becomes stronger and can eventually defeat monsters of higher levels. But before they continue the fight, Park Do-hyuk needs to say something to Haze. It's just in case. He asked her if she felt any attachment to citizens who had turned into monsters. Haze said that in truth, this place doesn't feel like the house she lived in at all. It's a very strange feeling. Park Do-hyuk said that the place will be the first step on the path of their development. She must be feeling something like that right now. Each killing of monsters increases their level. Haze asked, what does it mean that this is the source of his power? Park Do-hyuk said that yes, he is also an awakened one. After that, Haze told Park Do-hyuk to send them to the next world. With the help of his drone, Park Do-hyuk found out that there was a pack of ghouls ahead of them. Haze said she would deal with them. Park Do-hyuk asked her if she could handle it. Haze said yes, she thinks she's pumped enough. She couldn't hide behind him forever. Park Do-hyuk said that okay. He will monitor the situation from here, so let her act. She must clear the way for them. Haze said it was her first battle. She created 2 wolves that began to shred the ghouls. Park Do-hyuk was surprised and thought Haze was a good magician. Right now, Park Do-hyuk had level 47. Then someone asked, is it really them? Those who set fire to their homes and killed the blessed citizens? Haze and Park Do-hyuk immediately tensed up. Lightning flew at them, but Park Do-hyuk used his shield to protect Haze and himself. A monster came out to them. Apparently it was the boss of this dungeon. He said that he was able to block his attack, so he is not such a mediocrity. It was the boss of this dungeon. He was a rank and his name was Magician Isaac. Haze recognized him. She called out his name and told him that he was the great magician of the kingdom of Desmond. So why did he do this? Isaac called her names and asked how she knew him, but then stopped and asked if she was really Princess Haze. How could she survive and get out of the spatial crack? Haizo ignored his question and told him to answer. Isaac asked what did they not know. He only helped the citizens who were blessed by that person. Haze called him a traitor, and Isaac said that she would understand everything after she was blessed by this man, and he would help her with that. Then Park Do-hyuk could not stand it. Intervening in their conversation, said that they did